And we are live. Natasha, you can take the stage.
Welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining us at the H+ Summit. I'd like to greet all the speakers, the attendees, our valued Humanity Plus members, and the tech team at SingularityNET. Thank you. To open, I'll start by providing a short briefing of today's activities and what to expect. I'd like to open by saying that we know as futurists, transhumanists, longevity leaders, technologists, scientists, and all others that are valued in our larger growing community, that everything is indeed solvable. And here at Humanity Plus, we approach the future with a pragmatic optimism that combines visionary ideas and critical thinking. Today at the summit, we will be discussing global concerns of disease, scarcity, and of course, discrimination, cruelty to others through bias, and some of the politicizing of the most valued areas that we're working on today in AI, blockchain, life extension. We're going to tackle these ideas with a resounding search for knowledge by stating at the base camp where we begin and climbing higher and striving towards the summit of knowledge, of information that is continually growing and continually changing towards a peak of greater understanding and continue upward. The focus of the summit is the current pandemic. It is a war against humanity, as we all know. That doesn't need to be repeated, but at this summit, we're going to tackle post-pandemic and some of the ideas that will help enrich the lives of everyone, we hope. This has been a wake-up call for everyone across the planet. It does not discriminate on the basis of race, of age, of socioeconomic status. It affects everyone, but it kills first the oldest, the poorest, and the weakest. This worldwide killer has heightened the bandwidth of newsfeed and online events of people who are trying to understand what is going on and strategize a solution. At the same time, we have a greater pandemic. That pandemic is aging. At this summit, we're going to talk about not only poverty, scarcity, cruelty, bias, discrimination, and mortality, how to overcome the vulnerability of our human bodies. There is no question that the human civilization is now alert to its own vulnerability. And this is where we at Humanity Plus come in and play an important educational role. Humanity Plus is a nonprofit 501c3 educational organization. And for many decades, we have tried to bridge the gap between knowledge, information, and reliable sources, rather than continue with such vulnerability in the state that we exist within. Action needs to be taken not only at the biological core and at the human genome, but also in advancing technologies. We need safer, more secure, smarter technologies. And that includes AI, blockchain, and all sorts of methods and materials yet to be developed through nanotechnology, for example, and molecular manufacturing. Now, dealing with the pandemic is front page news. Yet another ever-ceasing disease, the pandemic, which I mentioned previously, is aging. What can we do to slow down the aging process? And how can we work with everyone across the planet to not only mitigate the aging process, but to provide health and well-being to all? I'd like to start by saying that the pandemic is here, but we are going to approach it as a post-pandemic. What would the world be like with the visionary ideas of our speakers, who are astute thinkers in their respective fields? The summit themes are beyond mortality, preventing negative conditions that are impacting life, beyond scarcity, economic abundance, a practical approach to optimism in providing for everyone, and beyond cruelty, beyond the discrimination and bias, towards a more evolved consciousness where we can seek to find fairness, equity, and get beyond the concept of privilege and look towards Equal opportunity. Well, some may arise more than others. We all have different skills and talents. Let's nurture the talents and skills that we each have as individuals and take a look at the world through the lens of diversity and multiplicity. I'm going to open with the first speaker. If we're ready, let me check the time here. We're just approaching that time. So I'm going to introduce the first speaker in just a moment. I want to go ahead to do that. Okay, so with the first speaker, we have Ben Goertzel. Dr. Goertzel, I'll introduce him in just a moment, but on the panels, we have Ben Goertzel, Max Moore, myself, and Anders Sandberg. The speaker lineup today is starting with Dr. Ben Goertzel, then we're going to go with Dr. Max Moore, followed by Dr. Anders Sandberg and Ms. Nell Watson. All are experts in their respective fields. And then we're going to end this first session with the panel. The moderator is Luke Robert Mason, an astute videographer and who runs the Futures podcasts, which you can find online as well. We'll take a short break if needed, but if there's enough questions on YouTube, we're going to engage the attendants first and take a look at those questions because we might find inklings of solutions to some of the gaps that the speakers will be discussing. In the afternoon, then we're going to go with the Alishba Imran, and then towards Ryan O'Shea, Michael Masuchi, and then end with another panel, and then with David Brin. You will get to know these speakers one-on-one because they're going to be here for you to express their ideas, their most recent research and findings, and then take your questions. So please, while you're here in Zoom, the speakers, we also have YouTube. So we're streaming live on YouTube for all of our attendees. And let me make it known that this is really great. We've sold out twice, and I've had to keep on increasing the number of tickets on Eventbrite. This is a free event. We did not want to charge you because during this time, we didn't want to put a price tag on the level of knowledge and intelligence that we're espousing during this summit. Another reason is that we're going to talk about the issue of the economy and what it means when people are unemployed. What is the universal basic income? How are we going to tackle that? What is automation? How is artificial intelligence going to improve the condition that we're currently at? And how can we better address our genetic makeup? So with that said, I will now proceed to introduce the first speaker. This is a bit lengthy, and forgive me for overemphasizing his work, but I want to make this a really solid introduction for two reasons. Number one, Ben Goertzel is chair of Humanity Plus. He's been with the organization for many years. He also is the head of SingularityNET. And a great big thanks and applause to the SingularityNET team, who is our tech team. But they're not only a tech team, they are futurists, advisors, experts in their own respective work as well. So that is great to have them on board. They're running the back end of this production as smoothly as possible. And I want to thank them personally from the bottom of my heart for pulling this together for me. As your host, it is my pleasure again to welcome you. Each one of you have important information to share with all of us. So do keep that thread going in the streaming live on YouTube, because your questions there will be picked up and presented to the speakers when it's their time to answer your questions. So I again engage you and invite you to keep that conversation on YouTube as lively and informed as possible. And please remember that no question is too silly, too dumb, too insignificant. Like a mind map, every question, every comment, every idea is valuable, because within all of that fabric that is woven together on our YouTube chat will be ideas, stimulating innovations, visionary concepts, and maybe problem-solving solutions. So with no further ado, I'm now going to introduce Dr. Ben Goertzel. It's my great pleasure, of course. Dr. Goertzel is a scholar and a visionary and a world leader who is recognized in artificial intelligence. He is a researcher and serial entrepreneur. He's the founder and CEO of SingularityNET, the chairman of OpenCog Foundation, the chairman of Artificial General Intelligence Society, chief scientist of Moseley Health, and he is the chair of Humanity Plus. Ben's writings and ideas are influencing the way we perceive AI, technology, and blockchain. Thank you. And now for Dr. Ben Goertzel.
Thanks so much for that introduction, Natasha. And I mean, thank you for all your work pulling together this event, which I think is going to be a really, really fascinating one. I mean, you know, you've been critical to the growth of transhumanism to get us to this point, and I think we all know that as far as we've come, we're still very near the beginning, right? There's going to be insanely more interesting events and more interesting technology and human developments on and on and on. And I'm hoping we're going to crystallize some energy in this event that can help that growth proceed in an even better way. What I want to talk about today is one particular thing which I think is critical to all of us as we look around the world today and we think toward the amazing transhuman future ahead of us, which is, you know, there's a lot of great technologies out there. I spent most of my life working on artificial general intelligence. We have nanotech, we'll eventually have femtotech and adotech. There's going to be cyborgs. There's going to be new types of technology and new forms of mind and reality that none of us can even imagine now. On the other hand, if we personally get old and die, then we are not going to perceive these things, right? We're not going to have those experiences. And in a sense, in the big picture, you know, there's a part of me that doesn't necessarily mind. I mean, as long as life and joy and intelligence flourishes in the world, my own individual self and body are not the most important thing. On the other hand, a part of me is really curious and would like to be there to see what happens when superhuman AGIs go around the universe, and when scarcity is abolished on the planet, and when you have, you know, when your phone is the size of a molecule and networked together into massive swarm computing networks buzzing around the planet, and you know, when my great grandchildren are born and experience life on Earth, right? So I think it's not the only thing that's critical for the future by any means. On the other hand, using the advanced technologies that we're developing now to extend human life and health so that none of us needs to get old and die. I mean, it's one important thread in the transhumanist narrative since the very beginning. And I think it's something that at bottom is meaningful to every human being. I mean, I know people will say death gives life meaning, and there's some truth to that, but to me that mostly indicates that humans are very creative and innovative and able to find meaning in everything. I mean, if someone was to walk into my room now and cut off my fingers, I could write a beautiful poem about that and find meaning in it. That doesn't mean it's a good thing, right? So I think we can find meaning in death, but I think we're going to have even more meaning in radical, healthy super longevity once we can achieve it, and that the pursuit of radical, healthy super longevity can occur in sync with the advancement of other valuable technologies. I mean, AI can help with it, and doing this positive thing for humans can help AI to achieve a benevolent mindset toward human beings. So I want to talk a little bit now about some specific projects and work going on toward the end of achieving healthy super longevity for all humans, and about some of the intersection between this and the advance of AI and the push for artificial general intelligence. So I will pause for one moment to share my screen now and point and click for a bit. All right, so is my, I guess my screen is adequately shared. So yeah, let me tell you a little bit about some of the work I'm doing now with a project called Rejuve, which is bringing together some AI technology we've been developing in OpenCog and SingularityNET projects toward the goal of longevity. And I think now, I'm going to talk about some of the projects I'm involved in indirectly, but there's a lot of amazing stuff going on beyond that as well, and more than can be talked about in a few minutes. I mean, Aubrey de Grey's Sense Foundation is funding and directly doing all sorts of work at remedying the damage that happens in the body as we get older and older. And Alex Zhivarenkov's in silico medicine is doing wonders, applying neural nets and simulation modeling together to understand causes of aging. I mean, there's a lot going on in the world now. We have the biotechnology, AI technology, the biological data to really deliver radical health span extension. There's certainly more scientific progress that has to be made. On the other hand, there's also sort of economic and industry structure issues that are slowing down the progress of using this amazing technology to radically extend human health span. And of course, there's always this interesting tension between perceiving things as going very fast and perceiving things as going too slowly with all of these humanitarian applications of advanced technology. Because in one sense, we're progressing astoundingly faster than at any point in human history. I mean, in most of human history, life and technology stayed about the same through a human being's life, right? Whereas now, in each of our lifetimes, things are getting revolutionized over and over again. On the other hand, if you look around you and see people dying and getting sick all over the world, you can say, well, okay, it's going faster than in prior human history, but relative to the needs of saving this and this and this person's life, it is not going so fast at all. So just to highlight some of the specific scientific work I've been engaged with. So in our AI team at SingularityNET, we've been looking, for example, at the genetic foundations of supercentenarianism. So I mean, SingularityNET mostly exists to create this blockchain-based AI platform, which allows a bunch of AIs to exist all over the world and be coordinated in a decentralized, democratic way. But our AI team has been doing a bunch of cool AI things running on top of that decentralized platform. And one of these is applying machine learning and machine reasoning tools to DNA data from people age 105 years or over. And it's quite interesting. What you see in this graph is that supercentenarians just have a lot more genetic variations than everybody else. And you see here chromosome by chromosome, the orange line is the number of genetic variations in the average supercentenarian in that chromosome. The blue line is number of genetic variations in the average normal person, the control people in that chromosome. They just have a lot more changes in their DNA. And at the edge of the screen, you see something similar for fly chromosomes. And this is from work I did with Michael Rose's Genetics project some years ago. You can see that long-lived flies also have a lot more variations in their chromosomes than the normal control flies. So that, I mean, this is indicative that there is a significant genetic foundation to super longevity. Now, of course, living 105 or over, it's better than dying at merely like 80 or 90. It's not as good as living to 200, 500, or a million. But so it's not the end all. I mean, as far as I know now, I never want to die. I don't want to just live to 110 or 120. On the other hand, there's the notion of longevity, escape velocity, or Methuselarity, right? Like if you can extend your life merely to 110, then before I turn 110, we're going to have a lot of super AGIs that'll figure out how to make me live tremendously longer than that. And we can see that a lot of the answer to that is in our DNA. And you can use then machine learning. So using OpenCog and other AI tools, we then say, okay, there's a lot of genetic variations distinguishing supercentenarians from ordinary people. Can we specifically look at which of these variations are most important? And the AI can find some logical combinations of genetic variations that seem to be more important than other ones. So you have a variation in this gene and not one in that gene, or else one in that gene. And that has particular, causal force at making you live a long time. I mean, we can also, using the gene annotation service running on the SingularityNET platform, you can then explore the whole network of biological pathways and genetic categories and try to use your human mind, which currently in many ways is still better at lateral thinking than the AI mind, though the AI is great at sifting through all the data, and try to see, what are the main concepts that tie together the genes that have the most causal force at making you live a long time. Now, this helps with understanding, but of course, with CRISPR and other technologies for actually editing the genes of living organisms like people, there's some potential to directly take these findings about genetic variations and turn them into therapies. Like we can now edit just a couple genes at a time in practice, but you can see the technology path toward being able to do a lot more gene editing. So I mean, in 5 to 10 years from now, if you have several dozen genes that you want to edit in a certain way to promote your longevity, it's not at all unthinkable that we could do that. And so we're now working using machine learning, machine reasoning, data visualization, and understanding, what are the genes that you would want to edit to make each of us be more like a super centenarian. And this is one example. Now there's a bunch of other research projects around the world by other teams that are pushing towards super longevity in their own ways. On the other hand, it's an incredibly small fraction of what humanity is doing, and even an incredibly small fraction of what the medical establishment is doing, which is really kind of ridiculous if you think about it. I mean, if you look at the world's response to the coronavirus, which is, it's inadequate in many ways. On the other hand, what you see is trillions or tens of trillions of dollars are like fabricated out of thin air by the global financial system to help with bailing out after a pandemic. I mean, just like after the financial crisis in 2008, I mean, Obama administration materialized, what was it? That was like $4 trillion or something, right? I mean, humanity, well, we have resource allocation problems, and there are far too many people suffering for that reason. I mean, we have quite a lot of resources generated by the advance of technology over the last couple centuries. We can allocate it with a lot of enthusiasm when we really want to, and we're not doing that for human life extension right now, even though if we don't, all of us are going to get old and die. And I mean, the whole healthcare system is mired in red tape and inertia with endless complications, and the mix of corporate conservatism and government regulation is really constraining progress toward using AI to its fullest extent here. I mean, one example that I'm a little bit involved with now through SingularityNET and our spin-off Singularity Studio, precision medicine. I mean, the potential there has been clear a long time, right? Like some drugs work for one person, some drugs work for another person, some therapies work for one person and for another, even outside the scope of drugs. If you're talking about herbal therapies or gene editing. And I mean, we can gather a lot of genomic information. We can get gene expression from peripheral blood. We can get, genetic variation data, clinical medical data, and we can use machine learning to figure out, based on the genomic and holistic clinical profile of a person's body, which therapies are going to work best for them. And this is hard. It's not nearly as hard as building an AGI. I mean, we know how to do this. Very little of this happens in the medical and pharmaceutical industry now, right? And that's just because that's not what pharma companies are really structured to do. It's not how regulatory agencies are structured to think. And we're looking at this right now in COVID-19. I mean, in SingularityNET, we're working with a group that's running a bunch of clinical trials, combining multiple antivirals to help folks with COVID-19. And what you see there is the same cocktail of antivirals doesn't work for each person, right? So based on your based on your weight, based on your lifestyle, based on just intrinsic characteristics of your body that can be determined from genomics data, some people will be better helped by one antiviral cocktail, some people will better be helped by another. And we have the science to make that estimation based on applying machine learning to data from people's bodies. But why is this not the default in COVID therapeutics now? I mean, we're working on this with one group running clinical trials, and I hope that what we do will become influential. But it's remarkable to me how bad we're really brilliant at developing cool new ideas, and we're a lot worse at actually deploying these cool new ideas for our own benefit. And it's not really because of evil people in charge, although that can happen. It's the mode of social organization that has self-organized on the planet is very far from optimal at propagating the technologies and discoveries that we've made for broad benefit. And there's not any one solution to this. I think we're trying to build part of the solution with a spin-off of SingularityNET called Rejuve, which is sort of a membership network for people interested in living a long time, where members of the Rejuve network can contribute data from their bodies in a secure way to the Rejuve data commons. Then that's analyzed by our OpenCog and SingularityNET AI, and then we will work with pharma companies and research labs to develop therapies based on this data. And we want to make sure that these therapies are provided to everyone on the planet insofar as possible. And we also want to make sure that if there's a profit made from these therapies, then the folks whose biological data contributed to the therapies are properly compensated. And there's a whole business structure underlying this. You can look at the website rejuve.io. There's a few videos and some text explaining this. I mean, we've divided it into Rejuve Tech, which is a for-profit company aimed at therapeutics discovery, and Rejuve Network, which is the membership network of individuals contributing their data, and that's coupled together in a certain way. And underlying all this is, we want to get data from people's bodies out of the hands of pharma companies and governments who are mostly just sitting on it or using it for very limited means. We want to get that data into the mind of the AI, and the AI we're using for supercentenarian data now is great, but it's just the start. We've been doing a lot of work with neural symbolic AI aimed at longevity and COVID-19 analytics, cancer therapy analytics. And the point there is modern neural nets are very good at recognizing the patterns there in a certain data set. Symbolic AI and probabilistic reasoning is very good at abstracting and making leaps from one data set to another, like from one patient population of young people in Pakistan to a patient population of old people in the US, or from mice or flies to humans.
Hi,
So
Ben, sorry.
AI,
Sorry, Ben, I need to make you aware of the timing as we have great questions coming from the community and we want to leave at least 5 to 10 minutes to answer a question. So if you want to just leave a very conclusive note before we pass to the questions, or...
give me like two more minutes, Marcello.
Sure.
But I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you.
I'm almost done anyway. So
thank you.
I think thanks a lot. By putting the neural net AI, which is so good at recognizing patterns, together with the symbolic AI, which is good at abstracting and generalizing, you can, I think, make some quite dramatic leaps toward discovering longevity therapies. But you need to get the data, and the point of Rejuve is to be able to gather the data from people into the AI directly and share the benefits from that, both medical and financial. So we're launching a series of apps aimed at data collection, data analysis, and then providing benefits based on this. So there's a smart fasting app aimed at people doing intermittent fasting. There's a COVID-19 oriented app that's going to launch quite soon, which it analyzes data from medical peripherals like Fitbits, pulse oximeters, digital thermometers, and we can identify pre-symptomatic infection. Like we can use AI from these peripherals attached to your smartphone to tell you a few days before you feel sick or show any symptoms that you're getting an infection. And you can use that data to guide your own behavior and tell you to be careful or get tested. You can also use that to help track infection and guide simulation models of epidemic spread. So I mean, there's an awful lot that we're doing now with AI technology to help with health and longevity, but there's a lot more that can be done. And my hope is that the results from some of the things we're doing right now will be, exciting and impactful enough that they'll cause humanity to have a sort of change of heart. And the same resources we're spreading on COVID now, we're going to beat COVID. Let's have that same amount and even more resources used to beat aging, which is going to kill not just a small percent of the population, it's going to kill every single one of us if we don't intelligently deploy our technology to defeat it. All right, I think that summarizes what I had to say, and I'm happy to take some questions with the remaining time.
Fantastic, Ben. Thanks for being so quick. Really appreciate it. We have a great community that is engaging with great questions, so I would like to pass some of them to you. We only have about 5 minutes, so I'm conscious of the time. I'm going to take just 2 questions for you. So the first one comes from Mr. Lonwabo, and the question is there a correlation between supercentenarians and the genetic variation and people with higher level of genetic diversity in their heritage?
We don't have the data to determine that, actually, because almost all the people who are well documented to be supercentenarians are of European extraction. But that's just because reliable data about when people were born in China and Africa and so forth is hard to come by from like 110 years ago. So we have no idea. That it's a very good research question.
Okay, thank you. Coming from Freedom Seeker, what technology will allow us to radically improve our cognition or emotional capacity for empathic awareness and connection to others? Well,
the first answer to a question like that is once we get human level AGI, assuming it's benevolent and instead of malevolent or indifferent, once we get human level AGI, then all the other problems are solved, right? Now, on the other hand, you could argue if we don't improve human beings' empathy and reasonableness both, then our odds of creating a benevolent human level AGI are lower, because unempathic, unreasonable human beings are more likely to accidentally create a nasty AGI. So then we never build the digital savior, right? So, I mean, of course, just like one could use CRISPR or other gene editing technologies to prolong human life, in principle, one could use those technologies to create, to upgrade human empathy and human compassion and human reasonableness. Like we could, it seems that the Chinese government has discovered a lot about the genomics of intelligence and IQ, although they have not publicly released that, and it's politically incorrect to do similar studies in the West, right? So I mean, you can understand the genomics of intelligence, you can understand the genomics of compassion, and you can do gene editing to make smart and compassionate people. on the other hand, we may not want to wait for that, right? And I think another interesting application we built using OpenCog and SingularityNet AI was called the Loving AI project. And with that, we took the Hanson Sophia robot, and we had the Sophia robot do meditation guidance and some sort of consciousness therapy, deep listening, and try to get people in a very peaceful state of mind. And we found that for around 30% of the participants in these trials, they had a really profound positive consciousness experience from interacting with this robot. So I would say that through AI, which is engineered to sort of push people's emotional buttons, as Sophia does with her facial expressions, but in an emotionally positive way, rather than oriented toward like selling them stuff or convincing them to vote for someone, right? I mean, I think that this can have a very positive impact. And so using AI for meditation therapy, counseling, consciousness expansion, medical research, longevity therapy, using AI for these things, it will both help to put humanity in a more compassionate and reasonable position, and it can help increase the odds that once that AI transitions into AGI, it's more benevolent and compassionate and can help us with all the other problems. So that's what we should be doing. Unfortunately, most AI on the planet now is oriented towards selling, killing, spying, and market speculation. But hopefully the tide will turn on that.
Nice, thank you, Ben. I'm going to take the last question for you, which comes from one of our speakers, Didier Cournel, who's asking, before COVID-19, I was more optimistic about data plus money plus AI equals good results. Now it seems that we have a big problems in trash in, trash out. How could you avoid this problem?
Well, I think a key point is that, actually, I didn't understand the last, a big problem with what? Trash in, garbage out?
Yes, correct.
Oh, I mean, I think a pandemic really highlights the need for some methodical process and preparedness in doing things. That's all. I mean, gathering medical data from people takes time because the human biology has a certain process to it, right? And you can't just jump up and say, well, now we need to use AI to solve this problem. Oh, but shit, I forgot to gather any data to feed the AI. So I mean, I think if we had been systematically gathering data related to infectious disease, then when COVID-19 hit, we'd have AI models trained on other infectious diseases, and they could do transfer learning to learn things about COVID. Instead, you know, our great President Trump in the US defunded a lot of the work on infectious disease in the CDC for the years before COVID, because there was no infectious disease happening at that moment, right? I mean, we see this in many applications. So one of the projects I'm working on now is aimed at nursing robots. So what we're looking at, can we make robots to be nursing assistants to help with many different issues? I mean, in COVID, it's obviously useful because a robot won't spread COVID as much as a person. But in elder care, nursing robots can be very, very valuable also, and they can do assessment of neurodegenerative disease, and they can help give mental stimulation to aging people to slow the onset of neurodegenerative disease. But in training the AI for this use case, then we would really like to have like longitudinal data on people with neurodegenerative disease. So we'd love to have video and audio data of people with Alzheimer's over 5 years, so we could study the progression from mild to medium to long-term Alzheimer's. But I mean, you can't gather that longitudinal data on people immediately, right? That takes some time and some forethought. And the thing is, amazing amounts of data are being gathered about people right now, but they're sitting in the private repositories of like intelligence agencies and pharmaceutical companies and so forth. So we need to be aggregating that data ongoingly and analyzing it all the time, so that when a crisis hits, the data is there, the AI models are trained, and then we can respond rapidly. And we approach that better in an advertising and military context than in, say, public health. Right?
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. A lot of people are asking as well if your slides are going to be available. Can you make them available to the public?
Yeah, absolutely. We can have our SingularityNET PR guy handle that.
I'll let him know then. I'll send him a note. Thank you so much for your talk, Ben. We'll try to ask you the other questions that are coming from the audience during your panel, perhaps. So thank you so much, and I'll see you later. And I'll let Natasha introduce the next speaker then. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Dr. Max More. Max is a philosopher and strategic economist who writes, speaks, and consults on advanced decision-making about emerging technologies and the future. He is the author of the transhumanist philosophy. He developed the proactionary principle in 2004 after President George W. Bush's bioethics committee said transhumanism is the world's most dangerous idea, with an imbalanced approach to genetic engineering and looking at biotechnology. The proactionary principle approaches decision-making from a balanced approach, showing all sides of the issues. Max More is also the visionary behind the concept of morphological freedom, which means that people have a right to enhance and augment their bodies and their brains at their own discretion, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else. And at the same time, it protects those who do not want to enhance, augment, or perform any type of genetic engineering as their choice. They cannot be coerced to do so. Currently, Dr. Max More is the ambassador at Alcor Life Extension Foundation, the world's largest cryonics organization, and he is also the foundation's president emeritus. Thank you and welcome, Max More.
Thank you. And since we have people from many time zones, I should say good day, good evening, and good night. I especially want to thank everybody involved in organizing this fantastic conference with a tremendous turnout. And most of all, of course, Natasha, who's really done an amazing job, also known as Dr. Vita Moore, also known as my wife, which I have to be proud of that. So thank you very much. The topic I'm going to talk about, universal basic income and alternatives, is something that has been on blogs and in the news a lot recently in the last few years, but it's not a new idea by any means. The reason I'm addressing it is that quite a few transhumanists and futurist types seem to really like the idea. Intuitively, it can seem very appealing, but I think there are some real problems with it, and certainly we need to dig into the details and not just kind of hope that everything will work out well. We don't want to be like some of those, some of the early socialists who talked about the seas will be made of lemonade and everything will be free kind of thing. We need to actually look at the details. And if I really wanted to make UBI instantly unpopular, I would point out that a kind of a limited version of the UBI, Universal Basic Income, was created by President Trump recently by giving away money in the Emergency Money for the People Act. But I won't do that because that wouldn't be that wouldn't be fair. So the term really basic, it's usually called the UBI, basic income, sometimes called the citizen's income. You get income just by being a citizen, or demo grant sometimes. Those are particularly popular on the left of the political spectrum. I don't like that term particularly, but you know what it means, sort of. While on the so-called right, negative income tax has been used as championed by Milton Friedman and others, which I'll get to a little later. It's a slightly different version. Basic income at its root is a plan to replace all or most existing state benefits by a single payment made unconditionally to all citizens or perhaps residents of a country. And the unconditional is an important aspect of it. That's what makes it universal. And it's also what leads to some problems, I think. So, you know, when futurists and transhumanists discuss this, I usually just say them saying, you know, I think this is a good idea. I haven't seen much discussion of it. I did read Callum Chase, spent a few pages on it in one of his books recently. But I think we need to look at some of the details here. What is the problem it's trying to solve? Well, I think the main problem is, well, it's obviously a problem that current welfare systems are extremely expensive and inefficient. They can be quite intrusive. They have bad incentives in many cases. But I think for transhumanists, really the main issue is some of us at least expect that as AI really takes off, at some point, unemployment may increase considerably. And so the idea basically is if you're looking forward to a lot of structural unemployment as AI gets better at doing most things that human beings do, what are you going to do? How are people going to live? And the idea essentially is, whereas in the kind of the current worldview, you'd be raising taxes pretty high, as I'll get to. In the futurist kind of perspective, you'd be presumably taxing AI-driven corporations and then distributing that money. First of all, I've kind of come up with the alternative term, universal distributed capitalism. I know capitalism is not a very popular term these days. People usually say it with kind of a spit. I should note that I'm trying to reclaim the term a little bit. The term capitalism was not invented by capitalists or by free marketeers. I'm not sure who actually originally coined it, but it was really Karl Marx who popularized the term. What I don't like about it is it focuses on an abstraction rather than on people and relationships, which is why I prefer market, because that really involves people exchanging things and sort of understanding each other's needs. Now, first of all, I have to skim through a whole bunch of points here, but it's not at all certain there will be a large amount of technological unemployment. I know people say, well, it'll be different this time, because in the past, yes, there has been short-run unemployment, but in the long run, obviously, technology has created more jobs. Otherwise, we'd all be unemployed by now. So we kind of need to show that it will actually happen. And it may not. Robin Hanson has pointed out that there are certain jobs that humans do that require a particular level of computer power. Now, what if the job power levels, a certain chunk of jobs require a certain amount of power, computing power, thinking power? What if they're distributed not normally, but log normally? And in fact, many, many things are distributed log normally. In that case, an exponential growth in computing power, as Robin points out, will translate into a linear rate at which computers displace humans on jobs. Now, of course, there are going to be clumps where there's a sudden decrease in jobs, and then it might slow down. So it's not necessarily going to be smooth. But overall, it's quite possible that you could have exponential change with computing power, but a relatively steady state of job displacement. So it may or may not be a problem, and it's really kind of hard to say. Now, if we're going to use something like a UBI, we have to realize that there are a number of complications. First of all, typically UBI is targeted at giving money to individuals, every universal individual income. But is that the right way to do it? Should it go to households? That's a very important question, because current welfare systems sometimes try to target households. And that's pretty important, because you can imagine you have someone who's earning $200,000 a year and they're living in a household with someone who's earning $15,000 a year and might officially be poor, but they may be sharing their income. They may have children who aren't earning anything. So if you just give money to everybody, regardless of household, you may be just throwing money at people who really don't need it. They're quite well off as a household. So that's kind of an important thing. Do you want to give it to a millionaire spouse who routinely enjoys lunch with the friends while the nanny looks after the couple? I don't know. Also, is it going to be payable to immigrants, to only legal immigrants, to illegal immigrants also? It seems, if one country adopts this or adopts it at a higher level than other countries, there's going to be a tremendous pool for immigration. And that's going to increase the financing needs even further. And I just want to say, I'm generally in favor of lots of immigration. I think that's how America got, well, as great as it did get, however great that was. I think immigration has been very important to this country and will continue to be, but not a system that attracts people who want to become, who not want to be, but who will become dependent. So that's another question that needs addressing and I haven't seen addressed. Another big problem with it really is it's extremely expensive. And when I see transhumanists who say, oh, I love this idea, it's very cool, it's very simple, I don't really see them grappling with the numbers. One issue is people who advocate UBI often say, well, look, this will replace all the existing welfare systems and therefore won't really cost more or not that much more. Well, that's nice in theory, but will that actually happen in reality? To look at real politics, that could be actually pretty tough. It may be that it'll get added on to existing welfare programs or to some of them, or maybe it'll initially replace them, but then we'll find, as I'll come to, you have to start adding on other welfare programs. And I'll give some reasons for that. I mean, what if people have disability or special needs? Are they going to exist on a basic income of 10,000, 12,000 a year? It's not going to happen. It's not going to cover a lot of healthcare. So then you have to start having add-on programs, or what economists call contingencies will matter. Age will matter, health will matter. So you're going to have to start adding on to it, and then you start losing the whole point of this simple system. And that really adds up to a lot. You can probably think of a 50% tax as being a starting point. Healthcare could be another 10 or 15%. So it's quite a bit. I won't dig into the numbers more than that because I don't really have the time and I don't want to bore you too much. So the problem is really that if you have a basic income that's high enough to fulfill the hopes of the idea's promoters, it's going to be not affordable. And if you have it too low, it's not going to fulfill those hopes. If you have it too high, it's not really going to be affordable. It's not going to eliminate the bullshit jobs, as people say. So you're going to have to add these contingent elements, tailoring benefits to the individual or household circumstances, age, health. And what about people who live in New York City or London or Silicon Valley? Are they going to get the same UBI payment as someone living in rural Texas, where housing is really cheap and living is cheap? That seems just kind of odd. It's not really treating people equally by giving them the same amount of money. So it's kind of misleading. Without going to details of the economics, I would argue that this program would slow economic growth and thereby in the long run impoverish everyone. Think about this. What if we'd imposed the system back in, say, the Industrial Revolution? What if we'd said, well, look, some people are making a lot of money with these machines. Let's tax the owners of the machines. I think we would have slowed down economic progress quite a lot, and then therefore kept people poorer. So we have to be a little bit careful about that. Of course, the argument is that AI-driven corporations will be so super wealthy that that won't be a problem. We can just skim some off the top and it'll be plentiful. Well, we'll see. That's certainly a big assumption. So we don't want to penalize the inventions that basically have made us free of poverty for the most part on subsistence farming. There's also, I think there will be an inflationary effect. And again, I can't get into the details of this, but both cost push from people who demand more wages for what remain of the lower end jobs, and also monetary inflation, which we're currently actually at considerable risk of if we continue spending all of this money as if it can come from nowhere. I think one really problematic part of the idea is that it's sort of very much in the abstract, but if you think about real politics, what about the powerful groups that are going to dig in, entrepreneurs, big companies, rich people, unions? They're going to manipulate the system to their own ends. And we have to really think about that, because we can think, oh, we'll just replace it with this universal system, everything will be fine. But in the real world, that's not really how things work. You've got to really think about the details of implementation, who's going to resist that, and how they might try to affect the payouts. Some of those people are going to lose power and influence by giving those direct payments, and they probably aren't going to like that too much. Now, I want to stress here that I'm not making ethical objections to the UBI. I'm not taking some kind of hardcore libertarian stance that it's, any welfare is bad and therefore this is a bad idea. I'm not going to do that because that's not a very persuasive argument to those who don't share the political premises. I'm not going to talk about coercion or anything like that. I'm just discussing whether it's an effective and affordable system. So I personally think that the basic income idea is kind of a distraction from more sensible, feasible and necessary welfare reforms. So it's not, as one person discussing this said, it is simply not the case that there are simple solutions to apparently difficult issues which policymakers have hitherto been too stupid or corrupt to implement. Not that they're not stupid or corrupt, because they are, but I don't think that's sufficient to explain it. Now, just briefly, I want to touch on the idea of a negative income tax. This is one that I'm not sure when it was first thought of. It's quite a while ago, but Milton Friedman is sort of known as the main champion of this. He was quite a free market guy, but he thought rather than having our current welfare system, a negative income tax is kind of like a UBI, except you don't pay everybody. What you do is, like with the UBI, you decide on what is the minimum income that people should have. And then if they're making more than that, they pay taxes. If they make less than that, they get basically a negative tax. So they get money back. So if they earn zero and your basic income was 12,000, they will get 12,000 and so on. So that would be a bit less expensive because you're not paying to everybody, you're paying to people who are below that minimum. Still, I think it has some real problems, big disincentive effects, especially around the point where you switch from giving to receiving money. So I know because time is brief, I'm going to very briefly sort of suggest some possible alternatives. What I'm calling universal distributed capitalism, because I had to come up with a 3-letter acronym to meet UBI. So we have UDC. Basically, what this consists of is something that I think we can start doing now and should have been doing for a long time now. And it's been a failure of education that we haven't been doing this earlier on. And I've taught a lot of critical thinking classes, and I usually spend time on money management and investing in one of my classes. And my students say, well, this is great because nobody ever talked about this in school, and I had no clue how to do any of this stuff, which to me is insane. You know, managing your money effectively, especially with starting young, is really important. So the basic idea of universal distributed capitalism, or universal distributed wealth, if you prefer, is that it can take different forms. It can take more or less compulsory forms. Basically, it encourages share ownership by a much larger, preferably everybody in society. Currently, it's only a fraction of the population really own many shares, and that's often through their 401k programs or pension funds, and they haven't really chosen those themselves. If you start early with that, it makes a huge difference. I think everybody here understands exponential growth. Compound interest is exponential growth. If you start early, you can really actually have quite a bit of money by the time you're middle-aged, and certainly before you're considered a senior by today's standards, which unfortunately I'm getting pretty close to myself. I don't feel that senior. So giving dividends, which actually reduces a current income, rising share prices that you could sell off at various points, could produce a decent income. So the first step to me is educate people about investing, because they're not going to do it, or they're going to do it really badly. They're going to be paying people large amounts of money to manage the money when they should be using index funds. They're going to be taking too many risks. They're going to be day trading, doing all kinds of things which I think are not sensible, at least not for the vast majority of people. So with compounding, you can start very small. Basically, if you look at the numbers, someone who invests from the age of 18 until 35 could often just let that money sit there without adding any more money after 35, and it'll just keep compounding. And by the time they reach, say, arbitrary age of 65, they may have more money than somebody who's been investing very hard from 45 to 65. That's because of all the compound interest they've been missing out on. So this comes in a whole range of different versions. You could make it completely voluntary. That would be my preference, but you might say, well, look, that's not going to work because people aren't going to do that. You could have various degrees of requirements. I think a good model here is the 401k. You could kind of expand this more broadly. The 401k basically, I don't think it was always this way, but now basically it's kind of an opt-out. So you have a 401k with certain companies, and you put some money in there, there's usually a default percentage, they will match it to a certain degree, and you do nothing and you get money, kind of like free money as well. It's pretty good. If we had something more universally like that throughout society, either by encouraging people to save and invest themselves, or by putting money in through taxation or some other method, or donations from very rich people, whatever we want to do, that could be a way of building up wealth so that somebody eventually is essentially financially independent. They have a similar effect to the UBI, except they have more a sense of ownership. They have a sense that they've earned that, whereas one problem I think with the UBI is it's basically as welfare. You're giving stuff to people and they're not earning it. And it's kind of like lottery winners who think they're going to be really happy when they win the lottery, and they're actually a lot happier with the prospect of that. The reality is often not so good. And I think that could be an issue here too. It's better if you feel like you've earned it and deserve it. So there's a whole wide range there from more or less compulsory. I would argue, based on some economic research, that if you're going to give people money as well, it's not a good idea to give them to them on a regular basis, like monthly. That's going to have worse disincentive to work. It's going to have other bad incentives. It's actually better to give it to them one time. There's actually some research on this. One-time payments, people will tend to not put off things like repairing their car in order to get more payments. They will be more efficient. There's actually better effects on employment. So if you're going to do this, you could essentially give people an endowment. If we're going to do it by taxes, give people an endowment at a certain age. I think 18 is probably too young. People are pretty irresponsible still at 18. But pick an age and give them money, maybe not let them touch it for a certain amount of time, let that build up. So there's a lot of different scenarios, which I'm not going to detail too much here. In fact, there was a British economist, I don't know, I think it was in the 50s, who suggested something like that. He said, quote, there should be a capital endowment, minimum inheritance, pay to all at adulthood. So that kind of idea. So the nice thing about this is we can start implementing it now to various degrees through education, through giving people shares, and it would fairly easily transform then into a future with AI-driven corporations. So, and further in the future, what I can imagine, because I tend to prefer non-coercive solutions, I'm hoping that one day we'll get into cyberspace, much more fully than now. We'll get into actual space, and we'll create whole new societies with different rules. And you'll be able to join a society, and it will tell you, look, if you join the society, you're buying into a system in which we require that you put this amount of money into something like a UBI or a single payment, or to required share ownership. That's part of what it means to be part of this community. It's a little bit more difficult in real countries where you're kind of born into the system. So I'm going to stop, I think, around there to give people time for questions. And again, this is very much kind of a sketchy overview without too many numbers. Basic point is that I think people got a little overexcited with this idea. It seems very appealing, but we have to look at the details if we really want to help people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Max. That was a brilliant talk. Thank you. And I can tell you that it sparked a lot of debate in our YouTube chat. So a lot of people were actually commenting and talking and also asking questions. And I'm going to pass some of those questions for you. You have about 9 minutes to answer those questions. So I'm going to start with the first one that comes from Tim. Wouldn't UBI or similar schemes be counteracted by inflation?
Yes, for sure. I mean, obviously, you really have to index them for inflation. And again, this isn't something I've seen discussed very much. I think perhaps because we've had such low inflation in recent years, people aren't thinking about it too much. But yeah, you couldn't just say, set it at 10,000 or 12,000 or whatever number. You'd have to index it for inflation. And that's going to be a consideration. There's also an issue I didn't kind of mention, but it's relevant to this. Are we going to have a UBI based on your state, your province, your country, the world, the continent? Because different countries have different inflation rates, they have different levels of income, and it's not entirely obvious that it should be one for the entire US. I pointed out that some places are more expensive than others. Some places have higher inflation than others. So again, that's another complication we need to look at.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm juggling between many different questions. So Mr. Stolyarov is asking, what about funding UBI via federal land dividend, leasing vast amounts of currently unused federal land to corporation in exchange for periodic payments that fund the UBI?
That sounds a little bit like a Henry George scheme. I'm not quite sure. I haven't really looked at that possibility. I don't know what the numbers would be. I don't think that would be anything like enough probably to fund something like a UBI, but interesting idea. I'd have to look at the details. I don't have a great answer on the numbers for that one, but thank you, that's interesting.
Yeah, this sounds a little bit like the land reform of the old days. So next question comes from David. What about the evidence that basic income schemes already in place in Alaska and elsewhere have had a strong bipartisan support?
I think that primarily the support's been on the left, but there has been some on the right, it's true. But having bipartisan support, well, it's unusual these days. So that seems like a good idea, but maybe that's because it's such a simple idea that appeals very easily. Maybe that explains it, that people are looking for an easy solution. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work. So we can't just say, well, it has support from both sides, so it's a good idea. Again, we've got to dig into the details of how exactly would we fund this? What's the level? How do we determine that? There's a lot of things we have to look at in detail, the boring details, unfortunately. It's a good start that it has, maybe support on both sides, but that's certainly not enough.
Let's see, someone is asking a little bit of a tricky question. Let's see.
Oh, good.
I'll give a tricky answer. How will providing a limited welfare to unlimited immigrants help the host countries and people?
I'm not sure I got all that.
How will providing a limited welfare to unlimited immigrants help the host countries and their people?
Well, yeah, I think I touched on that if I understand the question correctly. If you have unlimited immigration and you have a system like this in place, and if nobody else does, especially, or yours is a lot higher than other people's, it's really a recipe for disaster. You're basically inviting people to come in and get the guaranteed income, and that's going to cause the cost of the system to go up and up and up. So it's going to be very quickly destructive. So that's actually one reason to have something like I think Robin Hans calls a world basic income, but that's also very difficult to do. How is someone in a very poor African nation, or let's say the Sudan, or compared to someone in London, how are you going to have a universal world income? I don't know. So that's a very tricky problem, to settle on what is the right group of people, what's the right geographic territory that we base it on is tricky. And then, what do you do about immigrants? I would have no problem giving it to people who've gone through the process and become residents. But giving it, if you're going to give it to anybody who's actually just living there, you're going to have a big problem, much more than we do now.
Another interesting question. Could you see UBI as being a useful part of a wider system that also includes universal basic services, or are you totally opposed to it?
I'm not quite sure what that's asking, really. It's asking not only do we give a certain amount of money to everybody, but we give a bunch of other services free. Well, yeah. I think in some sense that's going to happen naturally, in that there are certain services that become quite cheap. It used to be, it's funny, we still have 800 numbers, right? Because it used to be that making a long distance call was expensive and people was, oh, don't talk to Aunt Fanny too long because that's costing me a lot of money. Today, it's just, you just get the long distance call free, basically. So I think a number of those services, especially as AI comes along, the marginal cost will be so low that it won't cost very much. I mean, it's kind of an interesting current example. I'm not sure whether you say the company's name Gilead or Gilead, because I've never heard it spoken, but you know the one I'm talking about with the remdesivir drug. They are actually giving licenses to poorer countries to produce generics of it or knockoffs of it, basically with their blessing, to price it at a much lower prices, so long as they don't sell to the rich countries. So long as they're making a profit margin from the wealthier countries, they can let people do that in poor countries. So just like we see people with very cheap mobile phone plans who it would unimaginable in the past that people could have these supercomputers in their pockets if they were poor. I think we will see that quite naturally as part of the system. If you're talking about it being run by government, I think that's not a great idea. Government is not very good on the production end of things. It's really there to perform certain functions, and producing stuff is not really one of those unless they're public goods that the market has a hard time handling.
Let's see, do I have time? I think yeah, we do have time for one more question. Let me see, what can I pick from the community? UBI is an interesting idea, but money has some relation to Bourdieu's, I hope I pronounce it correctly, Bourdieu's notion of social capital. It has a symbolic dimension. People might not be willing to lose power. How do you see it?
Well, yeah, I did touch upon that point. I think you're going to disintermediate a lot of people, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a huge welfare bureaucracy, which generally I think is pretty bad as it is. It can be very demeaning. There's a real point to having things like means testing, because you don't want to be giving money to people who really don't need it when there are other people who need help. But at the same time, it can be pretty unpleasant that you've got to prove that you're poor and in need, and that could be quite embarrassing. So that's one of the appealing things about UBI is you just do away with that, right? But the downside is it makes it a lot more expensive. So yeah, money is not just money. It really, how you get that money and how you deal with it really has a big effect. And I kind of touched on that with lottery winners. People assume if you win the lottery, yay, things are fantastic. Well, no, a lot of them get very depressed. A lot of them may go bankrupt because they don't know how to manage their money. We've seen music stars who've had millions or even billions of dollars going bankrupt because they can't manage the money. That's why I think we should really be starting with financial education, which we're doing a terrible job of right now for any of these kind of systems to work. Even people who would have very low incomes, if they start saving even a small amount early on, that really grows a lot over time, but people don't really have that concept. And by the way, I would suggest that if we do have a system where either voluntary or some kind of requirement for putting money aside, I think that should be bankruptcy proof, just as certain retirement plans sometimes are in some states or houses sometimes are. That should be proof against bankruptcy, because otherwise you kind of lose the point of it.
Can I ask you one more question coming from the community?
Yep.
Matt is asking, your earlier point seems to imply that a problem with UBI is that it's wasteful. What would you say to people who argue that one of the main benefits is that it saves by removing means testing? Confusing.
It saves by removing means testing? Well, it does save some. It's going to save some of the cost of the bureaucracy, that's true. But I don't think that is enough. It's not going to make up for all those people, hundreds of millions of people in the States who will be getting money they really don't need, people in households who don't need it. Even just putting on a household basis, I think would really help, and that wouldn't be so invasive to test individual incomes. But yeah, if you don't do that, or you don't adjust it for age or for health, then you're really going to be throwing money at people who say, oh, thanks very much, I didn't really need that, but that's nice. And then other people who are saying, what about me? I'm poor and sick and old, and I can't possibly survive on this amount. So I think we have to have some kind of means testing. So that's the problem with doing away with that kind of bureaucracy. Hopefully it could be reformed in some way that would make it less invasive.
Okay, thank you so much, Max. I think those are the questions. Thank you for answering all of these questions. I think it's time to bounce the ball back to Natasha and leave her time to introduce the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hi there. Excellent talk, Max. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Anders Sandberg. It's my pleasure to introduce him. Anders is a neuroscientist, but he's also a polymath. He's someone who not only writes about ethics, existential risk, the future of humanity, but also can do incredible graphic designs. And that is impressive in my view, because he crosses the line between that hard science and the soft science. And plus he's an incredible humanitarian and more importantly, a transhumanitarian. He's a debater. And if you're ever in a debate with Anders, you'll find that you'll be arguing and laughing simultaneously because he has this incredible sense of humor. He is a senior fellow at the Future of Humanity Institute located at Oxford University in England. His essays have been published in numerous academic journals on artificial intelligence, ethics, existential risk, and again, a true polymath. It's my pleasure to welcome Anders Sandberg. Thank you. We may have a little bit of technical difficulty here with Anders. So while we're waiting for Anders, let's bring back on Ben Goertzel and have a little bit more of a heady discussion until Anders gets here.
All right, yeah.
Okay,
Thanks,
there you
Natasha.
go. Hey, Ben, let's talk about some of the issues that Max brought up in his talk about universal basic income, looking at AI and blockchain, and also looking at the issues that you discussed with those who are older people who have lived into their hundreds, that they carry with them a certain genomic makeup that is probably beneficial for longevity. How can we organize and understand that information, that data, use artificial intelligence to organize it and blockchain to protect it and share it, and also look at some of the issues in what Max discussed with a new type of capitalism that isn't the old world capitalism of maybe what one would call a certain amount of greed politically, but it's more about a welcoming and a sharing of knowledge, information, and financial support.
Yeah, I think, you know, one lesson that this pandemic has driven home for a lot of people is that, you know, this is a very cross-connected world, and we can't really think now, just given how crowded the planet is, and given the way we're living on top of each other and interacting with each other constantly, like we can't overlook the way that our lives are all connected with each other. And I mean, that's been very obvious with just daily life in the pandemic in any populated area. But I think that's also, that underlies these issues with universal basic income and other mechanisms of, you know, diffusing wealth and income more freely through society. So I mean, I think the key point is very clear, right? As technology advances further and further, I mean, we no longer are going to have a need for everybody to do labor for a living, right? I mean, this will no longer be purposeful. We can use robots, automation, other machinery to produce stuff. So then people are useless in the classic economic sense, and B, unless you actually want to kill all the useless people and leave only 10,000 people who own all the robots in charge, I mean, then you need some way to distribute goods and services among people so that they can be happy and peaceful and can contribute to the universe in other ways besides producing material goods.
Ben, you
right?
just gave the most beautiful introduction to Anders, who's now with us.
Anders is here. Yeah, that's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Okay,
so, yeah,
great. So let's move to Anders. Thank you, Ben, so much.
Thanks. Let's hear from the amazing Anders Sandberg. Great. Glad he's finally on.
Well, thank you so much, and sorry for the little hold up. I think it's a rule of nature that as soon as we start talking about the future and technology and how it's going to solve problems, we run into some technical problems. But I'm going to try to follow these kind of introductions that are, of course, overly expanding what I can do. And I'm going to talk about a slightly annoying topic. A topic that we probably have heard far too much about, and that is, of course, pandemics. Now, I'm going to ask the question, when will we get to the last one? When will we actually end up with a pandemic-free world? So hopefully this works, and hopefully this shares in the right way. We'll see. Otherwise, Natasha, just butt in and tell me that I'm doing it wrong. Sorry, can't hear you.
It looks beautiful, Anders. Good, well done.
Awesome. Yes. So, as I said, we're all really tired of pandemics, and they have been with us far too long. Indeed, it turns out that probably illnesses are probably older than bacteria. The reason is that bacteriophages, viruses that attack single-celled organisms, seem to have emerged, at least according to some evolutionary models, before the bacteria branched off from our own branch, the eukaryotes. That was several billion years ago. And since then, Earth's biosphere have been struggling with the problem that cells get infected by selfish replicators that try to take the resources and use them for their own purpose. Evolution is really opportunistic, and what survives to replicate, well, that becomes more common, no matter how painful, nasty, or annoying it is. So we're living in this world full of selfish genes that produce selfish replicators. In some cases, this selfishness produces awesome and beautiful results. After all, most of the biosphere has been created through this selfish process, and even the yucky parasites are in many cases quite useful. The reason is that they, to some degree, actually regulate ecological pathways. Parasites reduce reproduction rates in a rather soft manner. It's very different from predator-prey situations like rabbits and foxes, where you quite often get oscillations because of this. Unfortunately, many pathogens, especially epidemic disease, also cause this kind of oscillations, which can be rather bad, not just for the victims, but also, of course, for the pathogen, because they might run out of hosts to infect. Now, we humans, we have a paradoxical situation. In many ways, we suffer more than many other species. And this is partially because we have such a large population. We have been so successful that we're the most common large mammal of our size class on Earth, besides our own domestic animals, which means that there's a lot of humans to infect, a lot of potential mutations happening. And indeed, we are also suffering from relatively low genetic diversity. Many other species have much more genetic diversity and diseases can't propagate quite as well. We also have a dense social graph. We're really social creatures. We love each other. We love to get close to each other. We love to talk. We love to travel across the world. And that, of course, means that we can transmit pathogens really, really well. And we exist in practically all biotopes, which means that we're getting close to all sorts of organisms that might have some pathogen that would like to jump and get into the human world. On the other hand, we also have a wonderful ability that no other species on the planet has. We are aware of the problem. We know we have a problem here. What is going on is basically that we are not just intelligent conceptualizers thinking about the world in a different abstract manner, but also that we got a cumulative culture. We pick up on what's going on around us, tell stories about it, and if they're really good stories, they get told to new generations. We figure out a good way of making stone axes, and then we teach it to our children. We figure out the germ theory of disease, and we teach it at school. We figure out solutions, which means that we invented quarantine. We invented hygiene. We have invented scientific medicine, which over the past few centuries has done an enormous difference. So we are in an interesting situation here. Now, there is one possibility, of course, that we could get a last pandemic in the bad way. It turns out that natural pandemics can lead to extinction, but is relatively rare. The reason is, of course, that if there are few hosts left, the pathogen can't survive on its own. So generally, when the number of hosts go down, the pathogen is out of luck, the epidemic stops. Indeed, there is quite often a co-evolution of virulence. When syphilis crossed the Atlantic back in the old days to Europe, it was a deadly disease. And then it became less and less deadly because people who were deathly sick didn't have that much sex, so they couldn't spread their brand of syphilis bacteria. Excuse me. I have some bacteria in my throat who are now desperately trying to jump ship, and they're not doing a very good job of it because we can't get across Zoom to you. The problem is, of course, suppose there was a vector that could. In that case, even if I was deathly sick, they could cross using that vector, let's say a mosquito. And at that point, they could infect you. And there was no incentive for them to become less virulent. So while the common cold is behaving rather nicely, that is because it benefits from not being deadly. While Ebola has not been around humans very long, and I think COVID-19 also has the same trademark, it's going to become nicer in a few decades. But that might be too long for us to wait. And this is, of course, how you can get into real problem if you're encountering a new disease or it has a vector. The reason I got a frog there is that right now many amphibians are threatened by extinction because of a fungal disease, the citrid fungus, which unfortunately also partially infects toads and they don't get sick. And what happens is basically that the toads then act as vectors to various frog species who really croak. Sorry for the pun, I couldn't resist. Now, could this happen to us? Well, the Black Plague demonstrates that sometimes you can get some very nasty diseases, but we have survived that one. Indeed, it seems unlikely that most natural diseases could cause us to die out. The problem is, of course, that, well, humans might actually make new diseases. And we might be unlucky. Maybe there is some very, very common little vector out there that could act as a host for a really deadly pathogen. But most likely, we're not going to get done in by a pandemic this way. So, what can we do to stop pandemics? Actually, asking what would it be like to win the war on pandemics, I think is actually a quite useful question. Normally, we just struggle to survive and deal with what we got. But what if I had a grand strategy? What do we actually want to make sure we got rid of it? So the complicated diagram I'm showing is from a paper I wrote together with some of my colleagues at the Future of Humanity Institute a few years back. We were thinking about existential risks and what would it take for a risk to wipe us out? Well, basically, we need to fail at avoiding it. And when it happens, we need to fail at responding to it. And then we need to fail at enduring the damage. Now, the earlier you can stop this process, the better. And indeed, if we can just make sure that we can withstand pandemics by having some immune people or people living apart, that's great, but it's not great for most of us because we would be wiped out. So we want to have a better response process, or even better, a very good avoidance mechanism. So generally, pandemics are a good example of what we call a cascading risk. It's a small thing, but it spreads exponentially. That means that at first it moves slowly and then it moves fast. And this is where transhumanists have this advantage. We have naturally a tendency to think about exponential growth and realize that, yeah, just because it's slow right now doesn't mean it's not going to be dramatic, earth-shattering later. We need to act quickly here. It's also often concealed. Pathogens are small, tiny, nasty things. If it was very obvious who was infected, it would be easy to avoid it. And that suggests that improving detection capabilities is important. Also, in this diagram, I point out impeding cooperation is really a big problem. When we don't cooperate against a shared global risk, things fail. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated that very clearly. On the left side, so far we only have had natural pandemics, but I think we should make sure to be ready if there was one that occurred, either because of malicious risk or just because of an accident with gain of function research done for good reasons to try to figure out how to prevent future pandemics, but maybe done in a sloppy way. We also have a fair bit of commons risk. We have set up a world in a way that is a bit fragile. We need to improve our global system for this. And you might say as a slogan that we want to have a global system that is tight in fixing problems, but kind of loose in spreading the problems. If there is a problem somewhere, we can isolate the problem and make sure it doesn't spread. But we want to spread the knowledge of how to fix the problem really well. So let's imagine that we're going to try to win the war against disease. How would that look? Well, short term, we should, of course, eradicate the diseases we can eradicate. It turns out that it worked for smallpox and rinderpest. Right now, there are ongoing efforts to get rid of polio, yaws, guinea worm, and malaria. Some of them have gone further than others. We're getting there, but we need a lot of hard work, and there have been some big setbacks. There are some potential diseases like measles, mumps, and systemic sarcosis that could do it. And this works for some diseases. Diseases we can detect, diseases we can easily isolate if we find somebody that got it, especially if we can make vaccines, and there shouldn't be a reservoir out there in the wild. So this is not going to work for other coronaviruses or bird flu because, well, there is a lot of bird flus out among the birds, and we can't get rid of all the birds. We might want to get rid of the malaria mosquito, but I don't think we want to get rid of birds. That would be a fairly bad idea. We might also want to avoid evolutionary outflanking. Antibiotic resistance is a problem, even for things like flu pandemics. One of the deadly effects of having flu, especially in elderly people, is pneumonia. And if antibiotic-resistant pneumonia became common, then the flu would actually become deadlier. So that yellow part of that diagram, of course, of untimely death, that's the one we want to get rid of. And we have various tools for it. We probably need to develop broader antibiotics. We need to figure out a way of managing virulence of evolving diseases. There might be ways of not getting rid of a disease, but making it milder. And we need to generally improve public health. And this involves simple things like sanitation. Has worked wonders, even without any germ theory. Being able to do social distancing has been really helped in developed countries because of things like Amazon and the delivery services and the internet. 10 years ago, COVID would have been a much worse epidemic. Unfortunately, social distancing, like we are doing it in Europe and the US, doesn't work in developing countries like India. Day laborers actually need to make the day's labor in order to get money so they can feed their family. We need to figure out a way around that and make that economy able to, when needed, do social distancing. And then, of course, anti-aging is also pro-immune system. If we were to solve and fix aging, a lot of the pink stuff, the non-communicable chronic diseases, would disappear. But it will also help against the infectious ones. This is stuff people are already working on, but I think we can push it onwards. We just need to make use of the momentum we get from the pandemic. Midterm, things get more interesting, I think, from a transhumanist perspective. The most obvious thing is we need a global emerging pathogen surveillance system. When something pops up, we need to detect it really quickly. So right now we have some methods of taking in random samples, sequencing them, and trying to compare to genomes. This is right now a little bit too scattershot approach. You have a lot of false positives. You get the most crazy things if you just look at the New York subway. using this method, and most of them are false positives. For example, you find armadillo genomes in the New York subway. There are probably no armadillos in the New York subway, but that shows that we need to fix the false positives. We also need to be able to detect entirely new pathogens and notice that they're risky. That is probably going to require biosimulation, but we actually can run models that if this organism showed up, what would it do in the body? Does this look scary, even if we've never seen it before? That is also useful for trying to figure out quick responses. Because if there is one important lesson from pandemics and most rare events, is that we cannot predict when they will happen. But if we react quickly, we can actually do quite a lot of good against them. Now, the interesting part here is that what happens is that rapid response sometimes is going to be a false positive, but that's okay. We want to pay that price. But we also need to have a fairly effective response. It turns out for COVID, it was early response was more important than what you did, as long as you did some social distancing and reducing reproduction number. If we want to have a rapid intervention, we might want to manufacture antibodies, a massive scale. You want to take a genome, you want to figure out how to make antibodies against the proteins being generated there, simulate that we don't do anything bad in the body, and then test it, and then send it out to bioprinters around the world to make immunizations very quickly. This is an interesting challenge because it's going to require some very new methods. We actually need to figure out how to set up entirely new forms of institutions and the biosafety. It also fits into the question of what artificial intelligence and machine learning, how well can we use them to simulate better? Anyway, I'm running out of time, so I should also mention that we need infrastructure for biosafety because all of this biotech is going to be risky. And in the long run, that is hopefully just a few decades, we're going to get nanomedicine, which is important because we might be using systems that are not biological to control biological systems in a much more elaborate form. I have a picture there of Robert Freitas' respirocytes, because I couldn't find a good picture of his idea of vasculoid, replacing literally the blood system with a kind of railway system for transporting nutrient, oxygen, and immune cells. If we had that one, COVID would probably have a hard time actually getting around in the body. Many diseases would simply not work because we would be incompatible and too much of a cyborg. There are other ways of making us incompatible with biology that might be powerful. These ones seem to be natural results of various forms of enhancement. Long term, of course, we might go even further. I've been working on brain emulation. What if we actually scanned our brains and replicated them in computers? Leaving aside a big philosophical debate about personal identity, consciousness, etc., existing as software means that at least you're not going to get the common cold. You're going to be immune to all the biological pathogens. You also are going to have a lot of other advantages, like being able to make backups, etc. We might also say we should go to space, not just because space is the place and there's so much resources and potential freedom, but also it's a natural quarantine. If we were to spread across the solar system, different habitats would actually naturally act as quarantines for each other. The travel times, even with really good nuclear rockets, might actually be limited. So this sounds good. But there is this little problem. This might be the end game. This might be indeed a world where we might be immortal and be very close to the World Health Organization story. But I think we're still not going to be completely winning against disease, because there is a fundamental problem here. And that is evolution creates new diversity, emergent systems of all kinds, and some of them are going to replicate. In order to get rid of this, we actually need to stop emergent evolving replicators. And that happens in our minds. Memes are replicators too. There are bad, dangerous memes. There are bad people. Indeed, if you look at the world, most genomes belong to a virus. Most part of our own genome are selfish genes that copy themselves somewhat stupidly. And biology is by its nature insecure. We could imagine making a secure biology, essentially locking it down, so only genes that were cryptographically secure could be executed and make sure no virus got in. That would end natural evolution, and maybe that's a good thing. It still sounds a little bit rigid. We might want this for our computers, but maybe not for a garden. And would we want it for our minds? The problem is, of course, a world where information can be revoked. which is necessary for a mimetic anti-pandemic infrastructure, is probably a bit too much. So it might be that we can overcome pandemics. It looks like there is potentially a technology that could make a certain pandemic the last pandemic ever. But I don't think we're ever going to get rid of disease, awkwardness, biology, embodiment, and that thing. But that's kind of fun, because there are many other things that are worthwhile. We can compartmentalize our world, making sure that certain things don't spread. We can build fast response. We can make a backup system. We can build collective immune systems and higher order control of our biology. We can coordinate better. Indeed, we must coordinate better. Our non-biological cleverness can trump biology. So the quote I got here is from Sir William Petty, who after the great plague in London did a model of how big is the next plague in London going to be. And I'm happy to say that he was so far wrong. Why? Because there wasn't one. Sanitation got better. They rebuilt after the plague and fire, and that actually helped making a better world. Let's make sure that we continue that and make sure that there is going to be a last pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. Thank you for your talk, and thank you for keeping your time right and being very respectful towards the other speakers. I do have plenty of questions, so I have the hard job to select only the one that we have time to answer. So let's start with a question asked by Matt. Are you worried about CRISPR's potential to make it easier for rogue actors to engineer pandemics?
Yes, to some extent. So I have a little paper out where I was looking at what I call the risk pipeline. For somebody with a bad intention to cause damage in the world, they need to jump through a number of hoops. They need to come up with some nasty genome. They need to turn that into an actual genome. They need to put it into an organism. They need to multiply the organism. They need to spread it, etc. And each of these steps are tricky, which means that they're filtering out a lot of bad actors. But if the chain gets shorter or the steps get easier, it becomes easier to get past. So we might want to figure out ways of having the lab infrastructure being safer. We want probably to make sure that biolabs should be able to print out any genome, but you log very carefully what genome was done, by whom, and when, etc. You want to have accountability and traceability. I think CRISPR is just the first of a lot of other technologies, and we need something that is helpful against most of them.
Yep. Next question comes from Richard. How does the chance of multiple overlapping pandemics influence the action needed to mitigate the threats? Does it make them exponentially harder to address as the linear numbers of threats increase?
Well, it depends a bit on the kind of pandemic. So right now, I heard some disturbing news about a new possible influenza virus, for example. But suppose it was a pandemic influenza and it's occurring right now where we're trying to deal with COVID. What should we do differently? Actually, not very much. We should just be wearing even more masks, doing even more social distancing. We just need to check for extra diseases. In that case, the two pandemics are actually kind of tripping each other up because we're too similar. I would be really worried about one pandemic that was very dissimilar from another pandemic happening at the same time. This is where we actually need to recognize we need to be able to think several things at the same time. Just because we're having a big discourse right now about racism and police brutality doesn't mean we're not also having to deal with the pandemic, as well as questions about online privacy and what to do about Hong Kong, etc., etc. And similarly, we need to be able to juggle multiple pandemics because there's always going on stuff in the world. It's parallel, which is so annoying, but also makes it worth living in.
Okay. I think we don't have any more time for any questions, unfortunately, because we'd like to stick with the schedule. But thank you so much for your talk. It's been very enlightening and everyone loved it. So
thank you.
We might see you back for your panel. Thank you so much. Natasha, over to you.
Thank you, Marcello. I had so many questions to ask Anders, and I'm not in the YouTube chat because I don't want to be distracted, because I know that everyone there is so heady and so engaging that I'm having to starve myself from that particular nexus of intelligent visionary ideas. So what I'm going to do is take us to our next speaker, and I'm absolutely delighted to introduce Nell Watson. She is someone who is both a mentor, an educator, an advocate for all things humanitarian, possible in the future. In fact, Nell took it upon herself to work with a team to really ardently look at the pandemic and early alerted many people across disciplines, across organizations, and across fields to pay attention to the onslaught of information that was not accurate, and to research and find the information that provided more accurate, immediate details about how the pandemic was growing. So I applaud her for her hard work early on. Nell Watson is an engineer, she is a futurist, and she is a social reformer. She is known for being a machine intelligence researcher and a pioneer at deep machine vision through her company, Quanta Corp. Nell is also on the board of directors of Humanity Plus. So with no further ado, I welcome Nell Watson. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed, Natasha. Let me just share my screen here. Can everyone see my slides okay? Excellent.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we're living in a time of an incredible rate of development in the space of genetics and synthetic biology. And this is creating tremendous opportunities, as well as, of course, a few risks alongside. I've been paying attention, as Natasha mentioned, to this crisis and the research coming out of it. And now that we've had a little bit of time for the dust to settle, at least partially, we're starting to understand some of the ways in which genetics is affecting people's response to this virus. And essentially, sometimes that can mean the difference between life and death. We've discovered, for example, that people with certain blood types are less at risk than others. And we believe that this is to do with something called von Willebrand factor, which is essentially something that is higher amongst certain populations, particularly blood type A, and lower amongst blood type O populations. We're also beginning to discover links between autoimmune conditions and things like arthritis or rheumatism. And this is connected as well with certain genes. And also that tends to influence outcomes within COVID. Sometimes our very distant ancestors can still be influencing us to this day. For example, within South Asian populations, they've detected that some Neanderthal admixture actually provides a protective benefit against COVID. Presumably Neanderthals had to deal with some kind of SARS-like disease way back in the distant history. Conversely, admixture from Denisovans, another form of non-Homo sapien primate or sapiens, actually tends to, we believe, create more difficulties for people who have that admixture as well, which is rather unfair. It's so much of a luck of the draw of accident of birth. We're also beginning to realize that certain nutritional factors are a big influence on how successfully we're likely to deal with COVID or not. Lactase persistence, the ability to easily digest dairy products into adulthood, is something which is very unevenly distributed around the world. And this actually evolved in several different mutations throughout history. And this is actually a big deal because one of the best sources of vitamin K2 is dairy products. And K2 is essential for metabolizing and making use of vitamin D. vitamin D is one of the most important aspects in how successfully somebody recovers from COVID or not. Studies have shown that having higher vitamin D in one's blood serum greatly reduces the risk and the danger of infections. And we're now starting to see a whole raft of research coming out, which is telling us that vitamin D is a very big deal when it comes to the coronavirus. They recommend in the UK about 10 micrograms at least per day. And I believe that this is perhaps one of the greatest interventions that we can make within this crisis. If we can simply create a greater prevalence of vitamin D, we may in fact save a great number of lives. The reason is essentially graphs like this, which show that those who have a high proportion of vitamin D in their blood have a remarkably different outcome when it comes to the virus. And this is actually rather shocking, I find. And it's another element of tremendous unfairness, because we see that in particularly high or low latitudes, so closer to the poles, there is of course much less sunlight and much weaker sunlight. And that means that there's less vitamin D being absorbed through people's skin. And it also means that if one has a darker skin for dealing with a high sunlight environment, and one, for whatever reason, grows up in a higher latitude environment, that means that vitamin D in that person's system is likely to be much lower. Another aspect of nutrition is fructose, particularly the forms of fructose that we find in our modern foods, such as high fructose corn syrup. Fructose malabsorption, the inability to easily digest fructose, is actually rather prevalent. It depends on a protein called GLUT5 and a gene which relates to being able to express that protein or not. And actually about 30% or so of people of European descent don't actually have this capability. And so trying to digest this kind of level of fructose that none of us evolved to be able to handle can create a whole bunch of metabolic issues. We're now starting to see that diabetes type 1 and type 2 are strongly implicated in negative outcomes for COVID. And another aspect is NAD, nicotinamide iodine dinucleotide, which is a very important vitamin related to cellular metabolism. And we're starting to see a connection with this as well. So if there's a deficit, which tends to be more strongly found in persons that are obese, that are older, or have more metabolic issues, that's also creating a real issue with regards to the virus. Now, obesity is another aspect, and there's good research out there which suggests that up to 90%, but most studies say between 40 and 70% of BMI, or body mass index, relates almost entirely to genetics, which is a very strong correlation. However, there are, of course, environmental issues, of course, diet and exercise, but also we're now beginning to discover that things like adenovirus 36 are able to induce greater adiposity in the organisms that they infect. And so there's all kinds of other complicated factors involved in this than we hardly ever realized. Now, diet, exercise, and living in a clean and healthy environment are, of course, very important for the long-term health of any organism, including human beings. Our bodies are composed of genetic elements and, of course, environmental elements. And these environmental elements sometimes manifest within genes as epigenetic changes. So essentially changes in the expression of a gene, whether a gene is likely to manifest at its full strength or in more of a blunted fashion, possibly even turned off altogether. There is an assumption that these kinds of changes to the epigenes are not passed down through the generations. And this is a bit of an open question. There is some evidence that it may be possible, but generally a lot of that evidence relates to mice and flatworms and not necessarily human beings. However, we do have examples, some sad examples, of how these kinds of changes can be passed down from some kind of environmental insult. For example, with DES, which was an anti-miscarriage drug, which was prescribed for a very long time, almost more than 3 decades, until it was finally withdrawn from the market. But it turns out that the mothers who took this when they were pregnant didn't seem to have any negative effects, but they passed it on to their daughters, and their daughters grew up with greater issues of cancers and fertility challenges. And in fact, that has now persisted into the great-grandchildren and the grandchildren as well. So the descendants, after a couple of generations, are experiencing things such as intersex issues and polycystic ovarian syndrome. All of this caused by just taking one drug during pregnancy. And this is a little bit terrifying, because we have to wonder what the heck else is going on in our modern environments. We have the examples of tetraethyl lead in car gasoline, as well as lead paint. And this has created a legacy of pollution whereby lots of young people, particularly those living in cities or near roads, are to this day still damaged mentally and physically by these chemicals and elements which have lingered in the environment and will continue to do so for a very long time to come. But our environment is filled with all kinds of chemical insults, some of which may in fact alter our epigenes or alter the expression of our hormones in our body. These kinds of essentially endocrine disruptors. Now, we have a vast amount of chemicals in the world today, and our households are increasingly filled with these chemicals. And we're beginning to understand just how many of these are able to affect things like the hormone system of the body, and to essentially make that a little bit haywire in different ways. There's a really cool project you can check out called myexposome.com. And it's a little silicone wristband you can put on your wrist. And as you happen to go through life, the things you encounter, the dust you happen to be in, etc., this little wristband will pick it up because it's a little bit sticky. And you can then take that wristband and they will extract and tell you all of the things that you've been exposed to. I have a project myself at edcsymbol.org, which is attempting to bring into common usage a symbol, a little bit like the biohazard or radiological hazard symbols, a symbol for these endocrine disrupting chemicals, so that consumers can be better informed as to what is in the products that they buy. And hopefully we can help to let the market sort out some of these issues. There are direct links emerging between these common household chemicals, such as BPA, and the transcription factor of certain genes, which are associated with type 2 diabetes. And so our exposure to these kinds of chemicals are having profound metabolic changes within our bodies, and possibly our offspring as well. There are some potential ways that we might be able to limit this. There have been recent successes in using CRISPR to edit genetic conditions, hereditary conditions. And more recently still, we've started to alter people's epigenes as well. So to use similar technologies to change sometimes the expression of genomes or germlines, as well as epigenomes, all in one motion. Early forms of CRISPR created difficulties with unintended edits being added in. However, the more recent forms of this tool appear to be a lot more safer. And so perhaps we can begin to use this ethically on higher life forms. There do appear to be huge opportunities for using these technologies to help to improve people's lives, whether that's saving them from hereditary conditions or to perhaps undo some of the epigenetic damage that we are receiving from our environment. However, gene editing has a major squick factor. It is very distasteful to a lot of people, partially because there is a vision of some kind of Frankenstein-like horrible creation where you put a gene from a cuttlefish into a tomato. And also, of course, because of the terror of these technologies potentially creating greater distance within society or greater inequality, which is perhaps not an unfounded one either. However, I think that we have opportunities to do things in the right way. And I think that what would be helpful would be a bit of a rebranding of genetic enhancement and genetic modification, a little bit like the following. Because gene editing is potentially a path towards greater equity. And it's not about Icarus trying to reach for the stars, but it's rather about trying to fix the things that people were born into in ways which are tremendously unfair and that we ordinarily have no way of resolving. And I think that we can. I think if we thought of GMO, or genetically modified organisms, as, shall we say, exogamous. So exogamous edits would be essentially when you take a gene from one species and put it into another. And that's what most people think of when we think about GMO. But I think when it comes to human beings, there are other flavors that we can work with or think about as we consider gene editing. We could, for example, re-roll somebody's genome into a virtual sibling. Essentially, rather than taking a gene from somebody else or some other population and putting that into an organism, you could essentially say, well, you know, this sex cell and this sex cell can make any number of different brothers or sisters, and all of those have a slightly different recombination. Perhaps you can re-roll your genes to move sideways into your virtual sibling. And I think some people might find that a little bit more palatable than trying to be something that you're not, as it were. And I think we have an even more palatable flavor of genetic modification of human beings as well. And I'm describing it as whisking. Essentially, this is about not editing the germline DNA in any way, because of course, germline DNA can be easily passed on to other generations. We know that. Epigenes, we're not quite sure yet. But within the organism themselves, we could whisk the epigenes to deactivate those genes or the expression of which are less favorable in order to turn on ones which we find a little bit easier to live with. And so by breaking down GMO into slightly different sub-brands, I think that we can have a conversation about these things, which are a little bit less knee-jerky, which are a little bit more accommodating of a wide variety of concerns that lots of people out there have. So in conclusion, we need better nutrition. If we can sort out nutrition, particularly things like vitamin D and NAD+, we have an opportunity to save a tremendous amount of lives. We have another opportunity to increase societal equity by bringing these kinds of technologies, particularly genetic enhancement and epigenetic enhancement. And we have an opportunity as well to make this palatable and feasible in a way that works for lots of different politics and lots of different people within society all at once. I think that's all from me for today. Thank you so much indeed. If you're interested in the slides and the references, you can download them all at the link tinyurl.com/Nell Whisking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nell. I can see a lot of people enthusiastic about your talk. I've shared your the URL to your slides on the chat so that anyone can download them. As usual, thank you. As usual, I do have plenty of questions. We'll have about 5 to 6 minutes to answer them, so I will have to pick only some of those, unfortunately. And let me get to my notes. So I'll start with a question from Richard, who's asking, how long do you think it will be before we can detect and correct the generational epigenetic effects of these passed down defects on an affordable basis?
That's a really difficult question. A lot of this depends on us not knowing for sure the mechanisms by which epigenetic effects are passed on, and whether they're passed on in organisms as complex as a human being, although they do appear to be passed on in roundworms and things like that. I think that a lot of these ideas are technically possible at the moment. It's really about getting the safety up, which of course requires a little bit of experimentation and shaking down these techniques, as well as having a discussion as a society about how to do this in a way that makes people feel relatively safe and secure, and that these technologies are being used in the best way for the best possible results for the most amount of people that we can work with.
All right, thank you. And following that question, is it even possible to have a testing procedure to prevent multi-generational effects?
At the moment, we know rather little about these multi-generational effects, except that they are possible. And we've only scratched the surface about what is happening to our genomes from environmental insult. DES was one that we found, but my supposition is that there's potentially dozens of drugs and chemicals and elements out there which are able to do similar effects upon our bodies. And we just don't have the science yet to be able to understand the magnitude of the effect. If we did, we would probably freak out. But I think it's not too late for us to be able to at least undo some of the damage, particularly that kind of damage that might be passed down to other generations, which would be very unfair to our offspring.
Somebody's asking, what do you think of gene editing with nanobots technologies?
I don't know enough about that to be able to comment, but perhaps Anders or someone will be able to speak on that.
Yeah, no worries. Do you think a rapidly developed COVID vaccine will be worth the risk of downstream problems such as we experience with deaths, etc.?
There are a lot of questions there because there are a number of different approaches that we can take with a vaccine. And some of those are potentially greater risk or lesser risk, as well as there is some doubt that a vaccine will necessarily function because we're starting to see mutations within the virus, which may mean that a little bit like flu, it's rather difficult to cover all of the bases, and you kind of have to guess about which one is likely to encounter. And so vaccination for COVID-19 may in fact not be possible, I'm afraid.
Okay. It's a sad news, but how do people find out about their genetic makeup?
Just to continue, although vaccination may not work, I do think that we have perhaps even a better opportunity with basically ensuring that everyone's nutritional needs are met, particularly things like K2 and vitamin D. I think that might be a better way of dealing with the situation, even if a vaccine were not to be feasible, which it might be. I think that if everybody had a sufficient amount of vitamins in their body, we saw from that bar graph I posted, you know, a lot of people would just shrug off the virus without any significant issues. So I think that would be one intervention that we could do right now that would potentially make a big difference.
Moving towards the end of your talk, someone's asking, don't all ethnicities have genetic issues? Skin cancer affects people with pale skin, for example?
Absolutely. Often these things are a trade-off, right? Things like sickle cell anemia, which affects people particularly from the Middle East and sub-Saharan Africa, that provides benefits against malaria, right? So a lot of these conditions are actually adaptive. Similarly, diabetes is another potentially adaptive condition if one is in a resource-stretched environment, for example. It's only when we find ourselves in a time of safety and plenty, and we happen to live long enough, that these diseases actually become a problem. And so, like most things in life, everything is a trade-off. And you know, but so long as we feel reasonably sure that we aren't going to be living in a malarial swamp, or aren't going to be dying of hunger at 35, then fixing these things might be for the better for everyone.
Yeah. It seems mostly physical diseases are addressed with gene editing, but what can we do for psychological diseases, mental issues?
That's another very major domain of human suffering. I think we have a tremendous opportunity with psychedelics and entheogens when it comes to creating a kind of a solvent for trauma, to kind of let go of some of the hard, tacky, traumatic emotions and conditioning that our brains have. And we're now starting to get really good studies which show that things like psilocybin and ketamine even are fantastically powerful at ending depression, at helping people to reintegrate trauma that they didn't even realize that they had. And I think that we are on the verge of a renaissance in how we treat a lot of these conditions. And my hope is that that will reflect then upon society, and we might be a little more chill and a little more friendly to each other as a result.
I like that answer. We have 5 more minutes, so I'm going to ask you a couple of more questions, if you don't mind. How can we best politicize genetic engineering so that people do not associate it with eugenetics?
Well, I'm very wary of anything becoming politicized, particularly science and medicine. However, I think we do have an opportunity to illustrate the ways in which we can create greater equity in society through these technologies. With, of course, I think a lot of honest conversations about how we can minimize any downside or put people at ease regarding the fears that you know, some billionaire's kid will end up having, you know, Superman genes. And leaving the rest of us in the dust. I think that I think that to come back to that, I think one of the best ways that we can prevent that kind of Superboy scenario is to actually proliferate or to make these kinds of technologies available to more people, because, you know, I can almost guarantee that a lot of the billionaires out there, they don't have a better smartphone than you. You know, they maybe have a model that's like slightly newer, but they don't really meaningfully have a better smartphone. And yet we use that for everything, and it's, you know, it's welded to our hip. And the reason for that is because they're very cheap, and they're very, well, cheap for what they are in terms of utility. And that's because we've distributed them to lots and lots of people. And I think that if we try to prevent genetic enhancement, then what will happen is that the rich people will go to some far off country and they will have it done there, and there'll be no way to stop that. And meanwhile, everyone else will be stuck either with nothing or else with some kind of government sanctioned Trabant-like car, but in genetic form, which doesn't really satisfy anyone and is very expensive. So perhaps enabling more people to participate is actually the greater way towards equity.
Last question. Is there is any of this being discussed at the governmental level already, or any policy discussed?
Personally, I'm not aware of any major discussions in this area other than bioethics. So a lot of the concerns. I would recommend Anders as someone who can answer a great deal of questions on bioethics issues.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks for your time, Nell, and thanks for answering all of these questions. I really appreciate it. I think we're going to move on to the next panel right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Natasha. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Nell, very much. And thank you, Marcello, for your superb Q&A sessions with every speaker so far. I'm going to introduce our moderator for the first panel, Luke Robert Mason, who will be handling the panel, and he will introduce it. So let's bring Luke on board. The first panel is Beyond Mortality, where we've understood, as also noted on our websites and Eventbrite and in all of our marketing material, that the disease of aging leaves people helpless, locked in a system of and sickness and death, rather than a system of healthcare. And this is a very important point that the summit wants to get across. The current healthcare, quote unquote, system that most countries have is really a sick care system. We need new technology, science, and social structures that promote positive conditions rather than negative conditions. Now I'd like to introduce Luke Robert Mason. Please bring him up. I think he's in the waiting room. So I'll continue on forward. In this panel, we have a 30-minute panel, and Luke will be moderating it. The topic of the panel is Beyond Mortality. So most of the discussions this morning have been addressing issues about mortality. Even universal basic income has a lot to do with our well-being. And we need to think about long-term, not only with our healthcare, but also with our financial status, our entire global economic structure. Let me try again. Is Luke ready there?
I'm ready, Natasha.
Okay, I'm passing it on. Thank you, Luke. It's such a delight to have you here. We're big fans of yours.
It's always a pleasure. So thank you to Natasha for asking me to moderate today, and thank you to all of the speakers for their contributions so far. My name is Luke Robert Mason. I'm the host of the Futures podcast, but today I am your moderator for this panel on Beyond Mortality. Now, if you have any questions for our esteemed panelists, please put them into the YouTube live chat now. I will try to get around to as many questions as possible. And I want to start by talking about this. Despite the boundless optimism found at Humanity Plus Summit, it does feel like we're at a point where multiple futures have collapsed in on themselves. This was perhaps most obvious over the course of one weekend in the last month when we saw the United States of America reignite their manned mission to space. Meanwhile, back here on terra firma, a black man was unjustly murdered, sparking some of the most impassioned protests that we've seen in modern history. Both events occurred in no more than 10 minutes, and both have had a massive impact on how we feel about our collective future. Not forgetting that all of this happened against the backdrop of a global pandemic that has revealed many of the challenges that come with having to quickly and effectively mobilize resources around tackling existential threats to humanity. COVID-19 is a unique moment that all transhumanists should learn from. It's all well and good to demand what could have been done with better technology, but now it's time to take a deep look at what has been done. Doing so reveals exactly how governments feel when it comes to thinking about their population's mortality. For example, the dominance of a herd immunity doesn't bode well for those of us who want to cure the disease of aging. Indeed, if the American response is anything to go by, it seems like death is a necessary sacrifice we must make. In this specific case, it was pretty clear that human life has been relegated to second place behind the need to ensure the survival of the economy. So, if transhumanists want us all to live longer, they sure as hell better have a good economic argument for it. And on that note, I want to kick off this panel, and I want to ask them, what do you think this response, or the response that we've seen to this global pandemic, what do you think it's taught you about how a population might respond to a problem such as the disease of aging?
Well, I think... Yeah, go ahead, please.
Oh, no, I was just going to ask the panelists to speak up. So everyone unmute your mic. I see. Yes, you have. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, if I get to start, I was astonished how good the scientists were at essentially realizing I can't go to my lab and work on my normal project, but I can work on COVID. So a lot of them just started joining forces. A lot of the people at the Future Humanity Institute who normally deal with other domains realized, oh, we should help our epidemiologists. Oh, the super forecaster can plug their stuff into the models. And I'm kind of running behind the young researchers and kind of say, yes, that's good work. Keep up doing that. So the science community has done a lot of good stuff, even though it has slipped up. So we have one good grade here. I think the international science community has stepped up well. The governments, because they did all sorts of things differently, we actually got good data. So from a science standpoint, oh, this is wonderful. I'm right now sitting in the control group of Scandinavia, Sweden, where we didn't do any interventions. Comparing to Finland and Norway, we're getting good data. Unfortunately, people are actually dying because of that. So I do think we have a rather strong indictment of governance. And my final point is, we also have historical evidence that we tend to forget about these dreadful things shockingly quickly. In 1918, just a few months after the end of that flu pandemic, people were already noticing, haven't we forgotten something? Aren't people rather blithe about what was happening over the past few months? And then everybody forgot about it up until now. So we have a duty to try to remember this. We actually, given past experience, know we are likely to try to forget this dreadful episode, and we must not. We can learn from it. We can build monuments, we can set up emergency systems, and we can demand better governance of pandemics.
I think that's a good point, Anders. And I think as transhumanists, we tend to think about the future a lot, but to really understand the future, of course, you have to understand the past. And yes, maybe 1918 has the excuse of World War I that might be a little bit distracting as well. But we don't really have that excuse right now. And people have forgotten or aren't really aware of MERS and SARS and Ebola and all this stuff. We've had Bill Gates gave talks years ago warning that this is going to happen. Quite a few people have, so it's not like it should have been a surprise. But of course, nobody wants to take responsibility because it would mean distracting from other things that seem more urgent, even though it's clear that this is going to happen within some generation or two. So I think it's probably incumbent on us as transhumanists to present this historical perspective as well as the future. Look, this happened in the past, it's going to happen in the future. We have to have more resilient systems. We have to connect up our experts better. It's good that we're now doing genetic engineering on vaccines that's speeding that up, but we really have to improve communication. We have to look at the problem that we get conflicting messages from official bodies. No, don't wear masks. Yes, wear masks. I mean, get the story straight and be consistent, because you lose all your authority if you keep changing because, well, we want to save. If you just say we want to save the mask for the medical workers, say that. Don't say you shouldn't wear masks and then change your mind. So there's a lot of things that I think we have to condense the lessons. And as you say, we're learning a lot, and it's still very early on. We can't really say what the best means are at this point. There's a lot of very uncertain data.
Yeah, I think there are several lessons I see in humanity's response to COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, one is, a positive message regarding the compassion that people have for even those who are not directly economically productive. I mean, COVID-19 has been more fatal for the elderly than anybody else. But the overwhelming reaction, it isn't, well, that's all right, they're going to die anyway, let all the old people die, right? I mean, the overall reaction is, no, this is serious. We don't want to spread the virus to even like 80-year-old people. So I mean, there's been a real compassionate willingness to undertake sacrifice for the good of others, which is interesting. I mean, it didn't have to go that way, right? And it's also highlighted a lot of weaknesses in our medical systems, obviously, and in our whole approach to medicine. I mean, we're the use of genetic engineering for vaccine discovery is cool and it's important. On the other hand, the fact that we've almost never discovered a vaccine from first principles without a huge amount of trial and error is kind of glaring, right? I mean, we still don't know what most of the T cells do in the immune system to any degree of precision. I mean, our systems biology understanding is very weak. And when you look at antivirals, I mean, we're just haphazardly sort of trying stuff and are arguing all over the place. We haven't really been deploying systems biology and AI and modern biology together to get an overall picture of the body's response to infectious disease, because it hasn't really suited the business model of the pharma industry as much as other focuses. And the final point I want to make is regarding William Gibson's bon mot that the future is here already, it's just not evenly distributed. I mean, we can see some of the danger of that in the impact of COVID-19 on elderly people in nursing homes. Like, the future has not been evenly distributed to nursing homes, right? I mean, these are technological backwaters. They haven't been organized and operated according to cutting edge technologies in so many different ways. And no one was paying attention to that because the residents weren't complaining about that. It didn't seem to matter, but now you see that it mattered, right? And I think, the same will hold a lot of other places, like all the corners of the world where we sort of haven't bothered to focus on doing our best and rolling out our best technologies. Like in the wrong circumstance, the fact that we haven't bothered to roll out our technologies into this or that corner of humanity is going to come out to be extremely problematic, even though it seemed not to in what we thought was the default reality. So I mean, yeah, we see humanity does have a compassionate heart in the end, but we've been just very erratic at deploying our science for overall understanding and at rolling out our technologies in all the parts of society that we really do care about. Now, whether this pandemic will wake us up to our collective stupidity in this regard is another question. I mean, there's a fairly strong historical precedent to suggest that once the vaccine comes out, everyone's going to be like, the hell with that will never happen again. But let's hope that's not entirely the case, and there's a little bit of lasting positive lesson learned.
Natasha,
I'd like to address, Luke, something that you said in your opening narrative. You provided the scenario where on one hand, a rocket ship was being launched. On the other hand, a person's life was endangered. And these were happening within a similar time frame. And I'm someone who does a lot of research using different social modalities and medias. And the largest one is television. And a lot of young people do not watch television, so the message is not getting sent to them through the medium that is most effective about wearing masks and social distancing. So we know that the highest number of cases have been within that 20, 21-year-old to say 40. So we need to be better about our messaging system. Number 2 point I'd like to make is that I have never seen a group of people more impassioned about humanity than transhumanists. And that is definitely outside religious and spiritual groups. And it does not include political groups because I don't see a passion there for humanity within politics. I see a passion for winning, winners and losers, and pitting one side against the other. But taking a look at this core issue of what it means to be human and to have a humane sensibility about, yay, hooray, we're going off into space, and damn it, someone is killed again. This is critical, it's crucial, and it is crazy that these are allowed to happen. Not only that these two incidents happened and were mentioned in different vehicles, media vehicles, that were not recognizing the other. So while I hope that there are no more deaths by the police or any group against someone else, because death is simply wrong, and to commit a crime of death without self-defense is simply wrong, there needs to be a better understanding of not finding these divides. So your opening narrative established a divide from the get-go. And I want to remove that divide and take a look at it. Yes, on the one hand, it's great about X Prize. It's great that we're going out into space. It's great that we're looking at building communities, environments, education, institution, opportunities off planet and on planet. And yes, it's horrible, it's critical. It ought never happen that any group gang up against another group irresponsibly. So that is not within the transhumanist community, that is outside the transhumanist community, that is in the world collective of humanity and humans in the way we think. Ben's last point I want to parrot from is that unless and until people understand a more humane, conscious awareness, these particular incidents that you addressed in your opening narrative will continue. So the aim, therefore, is a fundamental core of the Transhumanist Manifesto, the Declaration, and the philosophy. And that seeks beyond these bottom-dwelling attitudes and behaviors that will keep us from surviving and from evolving.
And I agree, Natasha. I mean, my argument really was that these things are happening simultaneously. And right now, the transhumanist community exists within the human community. And what we've seen happen in response to COVID-19 has, on one hand, been a healthcare response, but on the other hand, been a political response, which made me think of you guys and made me think about the transhumanist community and the way in which they're advocating for this end of death, especially when we began to see protests in the US that were demanding, give me liberty or give me death. So death to a large amount of the population was actually an okay option. We didn't see give me liberty or give me longevity. So what do you think we've learned from how the general public has approached this idea of their own mortality, and what can transhumanists
I'll answer that just very briefly because I'd rather my astute colleagues take this a step further. Wow. You know, it's give me liberty or give me life, give me what, you know, all these salvos. What we're seeing is at the very core of being human is this emotionality, whether that stems from the reptilian brain, the fight or flight, wherever it comes from, individual or as a species, that is almost like the ingredient that is a worse pandemic than anything else outside of death. The emotional, illogical, irrational anger that we've seen in these gatherings, in these mob scenes, and not only that, it's the mob mentality and how that affects people without any sense of what it's all about, and not listening to, even within their communities, the skilled thinkers who are saying, calm down, relax, stop this. So then it says, what is really happening? Is it that people have felt this cabin fever so strongly that they'll do anything to get out of the house and cause a ruckus? So let me pass it on to my colleagues.
So there is an important and dangerous myth, and that is the myth of mass panic. Many people believe that if there is a dangerous situation, people will immediately start rioting. And this is a reason why a lot of decision makers think that, oh, we need to keep the information from the public because otherwise chaos ensues. But it's a myth. all the sociological research shows that actually when there is a disaster, people become very well behaved. In fact, we care more about our neighbors. If there is trouble, we generally tend to band together. This is the nice part of human tribalism. The problem is, of course, when people lose hope, then they start turning nasty. And empirically, we know this from various disasters, that when it looks like this is not going to end, there is no real progress. At that point, people turn nasty. And I can totally imagine that some of these psychological factors have been acting over the weeks and months. And part of that is, of course, maybe that the political decision makers and also medical decision makers have been relatively bad at showing that we're doing progress here. Yeah, this is going to take a while. You need to trust us on that, but we're actually getting somewhere. Hope is a very important ingredient. The problem is, of course, that we as humans, first of all, many of us are badly informed, and many of us also prefer to cleave to our group. And then we make up explanation why my group is so totally right. And when we get the normal battery of cognitive biases buttressing our ideas, which means that we get into trouble. One of the most cheering things I noticed about the whole COVID pandemic has been these big debates about data gathering, epidemiology. The armchair epidemiologist is probably the hero of our age. Yeah, a lot of armchair epidemiologists are wrong, but people are bickering about evidence standards. Over in Sweden, the most famous Swede right now is Anders Tegnell, the chief epidemiologist of Sweden. My brother has a poster of him on his bathroom door. A copy of Obama poster saying "wash your hands" and the stern visage of epidemiology, and people are arguing about whether his methodology and modeling was right or wrong. So this is something we can build on. The problem that is happening is, of course, that eventually you need to have an understanding inside society of where do we want to go, or at least an agreement to disagree. And that is something we have become worse at. We think COVID is a shared moment we can actually use as an example to start thinking about how do we actually set up society we can handle, even though we do disagree about some profound things.
I'd like to make the point that, right now I'm reading a lot of discussions about COVID and, what the best policies are, what's good, what's bad, what works and what doesn't. I think one thing that we can maybe try to communicate is a bit more of a meta level. Is to say, look, okay, these are important discussions if we don't get too tribal about them, but let's realize that this could have been a hell of a lot worse. Yeah. We got off pretty easy compared to how it could have been. Imagine if we had something as deadly as Ebola combined with something a lot more infectious and something with, say, a even longer latency period, so it gets spread to a lot of people before there are any symptoms. We could have wiped out half the population. So I think we need to say that let's cool it a little bit on these specific arguments, did this work, did that, and realize that it could be a lot worse. And it still could be a lot worse. There's going to be something else coming up anytime. We don't know when. It could be worse than the Spanish flu. It could be worse than the Middle Ages. So we need to get our SHIT together and really try to organize our institutions better and, do some postmortems on the CDC and the WHO and all the other organizations that didn't do the best job.
This has been a dress rehearsal.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Let's just figure another quick point, sort of bouncing off something that Nell was saying, which I agree with very much. It was interesting. She was talking about the importance of vitamin D, or vitamin D to you Americans. And what's curious is I've seen a lot of experts dismiss that. These official sites debunking, they say, no, that doesn't work. Well, and then you look at the methodology and they just aren't really well informed. I think that is very important. And there are other things like thymic regeneration that life extensionists, transhumanists know more about. There's a lot of possible treatments that are of interest to transhumanists for life extension, which would also be very good for resistance against disease for everybody, particularly the elderly. If you could regenerate their thymus, it would be a lot more cost effective than putting on ventilators and intensive care. It'd be a heck of a lot more cost effective. So we could persuade, whether it's insurers, companies, governments, if they're going to spend money, spend it on something that's going to improve immune systems. That's the most important thing we could do.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of truth there. And I think if we look at the epidemiological modeling side, as Anders was talking about, I mean, we've been looking a bunch within SingularityNET at agent-based modeling to try to do in-depth modeling of different scenarios and the estimation of the impact of different policies. And I mean, if you look at what would be possible with taking all the data that we're now gathering about our societies, and let alone data that big tech companies have from smartphones and so forth. If you fed all this data in a secure, privacy-preserving way, which we have technology for, and you fed it into intelligent agent-based models, I mean, you could actually come up with rational answers to questions like, should we open schools half day or full day now? Or does it really make sense to allow outdoor seating in restaurants, only 50% capacity? I mean, all these little decisions that are regulating our everyday lives, there exist computational methodologies to leverage existing data to answer these in a far more rational way. But are we deploying them that way? No, these decisions are being made sort of quasi-randomly based on the seat of some politician's pants, or what they think people will tolerate, or kind of what seems to make sense. And I mean, there's sort of no need for it. And you look at what happens in our society. I mean, Google doesn't decide to move a single pixel on their web page based on intuition pulled out of someone's butt, right? I mean, they put each pixel on their web page based on all sorts of statistical science. But in determining how our everyday lives are regulated and how our healths are regulated, it's intuitive, very primitive, non-scientific decision making. And as was pointed out, you could view this as a dress rehearsal. Like, what if something much more severe happens, which on the whole feels at least moderately likely before we get to the singularity, right? I mean, in that case, are we still going to be going by the seat of the politicians' pants, or are we going to take all the data that we've collected, integrate it in a secure way, and apply like AI and intelligent agent-based modeling to figure out what policies should be undertaken? I don't know what the answer is. Actually, I mean, I'm not sure if society will get its crap together after this or not. And I am, as a longtime transhumanist, I'm an optimist in the sense I think it's extremely likely we're going to get to a beneficial singularity, and then we're going to have abundance. On the other hand, how much mayhem, death, and destruction and suffering happens between here and there, I mean, this is much less obvious, and we have reasons for both optimism and pessimism, as has been pointed out, observing the recent response to COVID-19.
Well, what I'm trying to get you guys to do is actually look at how the public response to COVID might actually be telling us something about the public response to ending aging. And survival in the age of COVID came with certain social constraints, and in large parts of the US and in the UK, survival came with this idea of lockdown. So I guess my question to the panel is, what if longevity came with social constraints? For example, what if you could promise a longer lifespan, but in order to do that, that person would need to isolate at home to avoid exposure to others? Would you potentially do that?
I think that's I'm already doing it. No, I'm teasing. Go ahead. I mean, go ahead, Ben.
There's a lot of crazy science fictional scenarios that you could put out there. And I mean, that reminds me of all these academic philosophy scenarios of like, you have 3 babies, 2 old people under one train, and then 2 elephants, a dog, a priest, and a rabbi under the other train. And which one do you save? And I mean, in the end, society doesn't tend to throw those things at you. I think that the psychological lesson to me is more like, we care about whatever's immediate and right in front of our face, right? And and whatever we haven't habituated to put up with. And aging for most of us is going to happen a fairly long time in the future, and we're used to that idea, so we don't care. COVID was a surprise, we weren't expecting it, and plus it could hit sort of any of us right now, or at least that was thought more so, especially in the beginning of the pandemic, before we knew how the fatality was biased towards certain populations. So I mean,
look, I'll jump in here just for a quick second, but I think that, your analogy with lockdown and living longer and how to protect, I think many of us are already doing that. For example, as we age, unfortunately, things happen to our bodies and happen to our neurological makeup, as Anders Wells knows. And you have to be constantly doing your own biomarking. So that's when we talk about COVID-19, we're talking about people taking self-responsibility. Wear your mask and social distance. If they're not doing it, don't go Karen on them. Just keep your sensibility about you and just do what you think is best for you. So don't go to places where it's spreading. So as someone who is very involved in ageless thinking and radical life extension, I have eliminated some of the risks I might have taken at an earlier time in my life when maybe I'd jump out of an airplane or ski down a double diamond slope in Telluride, or all the wild, crazy things that I used to do. I have limited those because they do not match my chronological age or my commitment to living a long and healthy life. Thank you.
I would say just a quick comment on
there's-
what you were saying, Luke, if I could. I think it's, Ben was kind of pointing out these are like the philosopher's analogies or the science fiction stories. I think it's actually pretty hard to find a parallel example with longevity. The only one I can kind of think of, which I think is based on poor assumptions, is if everybody lives indefinitely, then what about population? Would you have to restrain people from having so many children? I think that's the only one that's at all plausible. I don't think it's that plausible because of falling population growth rates and moving into cyberspace, et cetera, et cetera. But that's only kind of the one I can only think of that's really remotely plausible. So I think it's hard to find a close analogy to what you're saying. But maybe I just lack imagination.
The issue with the pandemic is it hits and spreads very fast, and society doesn't have time to rapidly adapt. Because if you think about it, if something like COVID-19 was just the default, I mean, we'd all be wearing masks all the time. We'd be used to it. And we would design different ventilation systems in nursing homes. And, we would get our needs met in a way that didn't spread that virus. The issue is this sort of thing hits without time to adapt your mind or your physical infrastructure to it. So, I mean, if all death and disease were wiped out immediately, I mean, certainly there would be various disruptions in society. Still not as fast as with COVID, but there would be disruptions to attend to. But I think the nature of it is we're going to be rolling out longevity technologies bit by bit. It's not going to hit like in a week where it sweeps everyone. And I think we're going to be able to, people's minds will adapt, and we will adjust society to that fact. I honestly think people are going to have a harder time adapting to being economically useless. Like not dying, once you get over it, it'll be like, oh, woo, you mean I don't have to die? Great, I'd rather live for almost all people. On the other hand, a lot of people, apart from young people who haven't embarked on a career yet anyway, a lot of people are very wrapped up in their productivity and usefulness for, generating wealth or serving in the economy as their sense of self-worth. And I have a feeling that's going to be a slightly more difficult adaptation, although there may still be a huge sense of relief, like, wow, you mean I don't have to do tedious and annoying things every day when I wake up in the morning just to keep food and shelter. Wow, like that's a huge relief. So my feeling is abundance and the end of death and disease on the whole will be greeted with a tremendous sense of relief and joy by almost all humans. I mean, of course, if you're making money and status by profiting from death, disease, and scarcity, then that may be experienced as bad. But on the other hand, even if that was the case, you're going to have abundance anyway. So you may get over it and start enjoying yourself.
Well, I think what we're going to do now is we're going to turn to a couple of the audience questions from the YouTube live chat. And I'm going to try and combine V, Richard, and Josie's question, which is a mix between a discussion of BCI, whole brain emulation, and nanotech. And really, at the heart of all of these questions, what they're asking is, surely disease and viruses, they won't be a problem if we just, leave the body behind and upload our minds into computers. Should we, in that case, pursue that sort of transhumanist future so that we won't have to deal with this stuff?
So I totally think we should be pursuing it. It's just that it's going to take quite a while. So for example, I did a paper where I looked at my assumptions about when we're going to get brain emulation. I ended up with a probability distribution that you might or might not agree with, but I got kind of a median guess, something like 2070. Maybe I'm just a pessimist, but still, it's going to take a while. And brain emulation is a technology that I think we can predict fairly well, while artificial intelligence, atomically precise manufacturing, not to mention the powers of BCI, they are much more uncertain. So we end up with this very broad probability distribution. Maybe next week, Neuralink is going to do something awesome that turns out to be the solution in just a decade. Or maybe Google DeepMind will unveil a GPT free and beating the AI. But it could also take a century. So we have a problem that we actually don't know how close we are. And that means we need to pursue multiple lines of inquiry. We need to do the normal life extension stuff. We need to do the normal medicine. We should be pushing at all of these ones because we don't know which one is going to work the best. And some of them are probably going to synergize in lovely, lovely ways. So I think
yes, it's not a one size fits all. For example, some people may want to stay in their bio bodies, but a certainly re-engineered bio body with a far less faulty genome. Others may want to upload and cross-load and download. So I think that the perspective that mind uploading or mind transfer is a sine qua non and that it's one way to go forgets the fact that the transhumanist agenda looks at a variety of opportunities and challenges, and that if you upload, you can certainly download and cross-load into another virtual environment or artificial environment. We're already seeing that with augmented reality and virtual reality and other interfaces that are being discussed. So I think it's really important that before we even get to the uploading, the most important thing now is that, and Max can probably pick this up and I'll stop in just a moment, but the continuity of identity, if you don't have your memories intact, then who are you? And that is so consequential to aging and mortality. So if we want to live a longer life, we need to keep our psychology, our psyche, our identity intact.
I'd like to answer the question a little differently, perhaps possibly more directly, depending what the intention was. I think the idea that we can avoid all these problems of infections and viruses and diseases by uploading could be a little bit over-optimistic. I mean, we don't really know how it's going to work right now, right? I mean, Anders, you're saying, the whole brain emulation is this thing we can now understand the best because we already have a model that we're kind of working on duplicating, doing it by other means. We don't really know how it's going to work. But, the idea that if it's electronic, no viruses, I mean, that's just a non-starter, right? Every time we scream at our computer, what the hell are you doing? They're always having problems. They're very, very complex, and these be probably even more complex systems. So one thing we have to be very careful about. I mean, I don't want to have a brain that runs on Google platform or Microsoft platform or anybody's platform. Or open source would be a little worrying too. I don't know exactly what I want to run on, but I'd want a system that has extremely good virus proofing, can't be easily taken over. You can't just feed in suggestions or emotions that I didn't give permission to. I think that's going to be a very big issue, even more than it is currently with computers. So I don't think changing platform alone guarantees that. We should really design ahead for exactly that kind of problem. Whether it's the sort of AI in a box kind of system where you make things run through various simulations to test them out before you make any changes. There are a lot of approaches that you guys know better than I do, but no, it's not automatically going to solve these problems at all, except for biological viruses.
Well, it doesn't automatically solve the problem, Max, you're right. But as you allude to, moving to a platform that you have complete visibility into and complete engineering control over certainly opens up a lot of better possibilities. And if you look in the field of software now, I mean, there exist programming languages which have strong formal verifiability properties, and there's a whole science about this, but these are not the ones that are heavily used in practice, including not heavily used in most banking or military systems for that matter, but they do exist. And the development process is a little slower for most humans in these languages, and the computational cost is sometimes higher, though that's becoming less of a factor. But I think once we've shifted to having AIs do most of the programming, there'll be much less reason not to use languages with strong formal verifiability properties. So I think that the virus and bug issue per se, I mean, we can't say for sure, but I think that will be far less of a problem than it looks like it is now. And we've seen that curve in many other technologies. Like there are many technologies we use every day that don't break very often, and that broke a lot earlier in their development curve. Now, the other problem you mentioned of who controls the infrastructure, I mean, that's a whole different question, right? Do you have central control, or do you have more autonomous agent-based control where the nexuses of cognitive activity are more causal in terms of controlling the resources they're running on? I mean, that's by no means obvious, right? Because we're going toward more and more centralized and oligarchic control in human society now. I mean, some of us, as with my SingularityNET project, like we're trying to build underlying tools that will enable decentralized control of advanced AI systems or mind uploads or whatever it is. So we have the tools for a decentralized, democratic, liberty and autonomy approach. We also have the tools for a more centralized, dictatorial approach. And it's really a matter of where does the self-organizing process of our global brain take us, which is not entirely obvious, actually.
Right. So in other words, computers can get viruses too, and if you thought lockdown was bad, think what it's going to be like being a brain locked into a server rack. I want to get us back to some of the discussion around longevity, and it's based on one of the questions that has just appeared in the YouTube live stream chat, which is about how we measure the progress that's being made in this field. Because back to some of your earlier points, the odd thing about COVID-19 is we don't give it attention, or viruses like this, we don't give it attention till it's directly in front of us. Well, could we flip that funnel, and could we actually use the communication of some of the positive and hopeful things that are happening in the longevity space to bring it to the forefront of the discussion? So how are we measuring longevity science currently, and how can we better communicate the advances in some of that science?
So one of the interesting things about longevity science is that it's so hard to measure aging, which is deeply annoying. It used to be simple. You just ask for the chronological age, but then we quickly realized, actually, unfairly enough, different people age at different rates. So they instead try to look, of course, for biomarkers of aging. And this is a big and somewhat controversial area about finding the right biomarkers. It's very easy to get the biogerontologists into a wonderful academic bickering about their favorite and least favorite biomarkers. I think we're getting there. We're finding these biomarkers for aging. Now, they are, of course, very interesting because they're also biomarkers for health in general. I think it's worth monitoring them, not just for checking our progress against the aging and what different interventions do, but we want to notice when our biomarkers start going off. So we might actually notice that, okay, maybe I got exposed to some weird virus. Maybe there is some chemical in my environment. Why do I always sneeze when I'm in that place? Is there some allergic reaction? Actually detecting stuff. That's the first step towards figuring out some science of it. But we need to be able to detect it. So good methods of getting biomarkers out of our bodies in an unobtrusive way is probably a very important thing. Right now, we're working on kind of checking for antibodies. We ought to scale that up, and we ought to be checking for all kinds of antibodies. And then we need to figure out a way of handling that flood of data, because it's going to cause lots of false positives. There is a lot of very cool statistical problems to solve for bright people here. It's not just a matter of hardware. It's a matter of data science and then policy. What can we do about it? If I detect my personal allergen in a particular spot, what do I do about it?
Anders, you touched on something very important. First off, self-responsibility. So Luke, going back to your general question, bringing it back to longevity, this has been a wake-up call for everyone. We are vulnerable. Vulnerable. There's no question about it. Doesn't matter the age, the amount of wealth, the ethnicity, the social status, none of that matters. We're all vulnerable as biological animals. That number one has been brought home to everyone. Maybe some people are hearing it better than others, but that's the fact. The second part that Anders just alluded to is the political aspect of it. We need better laws, better rules, better legislation, better lobbyists, better situation here in the United States with the FDA, and each country within the bureaus that are determining the rights of people to live long and healthy lives. So self-responsibility and more information education to those who make policies.
I think, Anders, that's really important. Yeah, as I think Ben was alluding to, even if everyone was to become non-aging right now, you wouldn't really better tell right away, right? Take some time before you start noticing, hey, I haven't really changed that much in the last 5 years, so it wouldn't be something right in your face. I think aging clocks are probably one of the more promising ways to try and get across the results of various experiments. And for instance, I think Steve Horvath's work on methylation aging clocks was very promising, and some spin-offs of that. For instance, I did the thymic trial where apparently over the 2 years of that trial, I got 2 years younger according to the methylation aging clock, which is good news. I think that kind of thing will help to make it more concrete. If you just try and describe the methodology of a study and this outcome and this outcome, people will just glaze over pretty quickly. But if you can say, we've got a nice DNA aging clock, this is what happened, that makes it easier for people to grasp. And it certainly makes it easier to test things without waiting for an entire lifetime of whatever species you're using.
To summarize, because we've only got a couple of minutes left before we have to end this panel, to summarize, I want to look at sort of how this pandemic has made us change our perception of healthcare, because it feels like in countries such as the US, we have a sick care system as opposed to a healthcare system. And I know, Ben, you covered a little bit of this in your presentation. Do you think, given everything that's happened with COVID-19, now is the time to start having this very, very important discussion about how we can look at preventative medicine as an important way of ensuring our survival into the future?
Yeah, I mean, this has been the default in China and throughout Asia in healthcare systems for a long time. And I think, the US in particular, the healthcare system is very twisted and screwed up in quite complex ways. So the big question to me is, what will the cultural impact be? I mean, if people's minds are woken up to thinking in that direction, then eventually the tortured and perverse process of the government will probably adapt through a long series of pain and suffering based processes, right? But I don't know whether that will be the case. I mean, there's certainly a decent probability once vaccines come out, people totally forget about it and go back to doing whatever they were before. But I think it will have an impact on kids who were growing up during this COVID pandemic. Like there's going to be something planted into their minds about human frailty and public health. I mean, just as, kids like me who grew up in the Vietnam War era, all that had some impact on our minds, right? So implanting this into the cognome of the youth is interesting, and over a medium term, it may well have some impact in terms of making people more public health and preventive medicine minded.
I think one of the important things is incentives, as any economist will tell you. Incentives matter. The US, the so-called healthcare system, has really wrong incentive. But even right now over here in Sweden, with a rather excellent healthcare system, it's still got incentives to be sick care. The incentives, again, are not right. And I think Ben is right. We need to change the cognome of people. We need to realize, actually, I don't want sick care. I want a lot of health. And that means changing a bit of organization so the system actually promotes that. So you actually don't get to go to the hospital. Because right now, even well-functioning systems are not aiming at the right goal. We need to set the incentives for politicians and medical decision makers and researchers so they go for health.
So it feels like there's so much more still to cover, but we have reached the end of our time. And I want to thank our incredible panelists for giving us just a taste of perhaps where this discussion could go in the near future. And on that note, I want to hand back to Natasha Vita-Moore, who's going to take us through the rest of the Humanity Plus Summit.
Thank you, Luke. Excellent panel and moderation, intriguing and informative, and we could have gone on for hours. However, I have someone truly wonderful to introduce, Alishba Imran, who is a blockchain and machine learning developer from the Knowledge Society and has worked on AI enterprise solutions. She has also worked on an application alongside IBM to track medication in the supply chain using blockchain. She is notably helped in building out an app for the coronavirus cases, which we ought to applaud, and its prevention in Africa. And her goal is to help citizens have access to symptom preventers and GIS maps with real-time data. I'd like to welcome Ishba. Thank you.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm so excited to be here, and this entire panel discussion, just listening to it was really awesome and really informative. So yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen, then we can get started. Awesome. Can you guys see my screen okay? Great. So yeah, as Natasha mentioned, I'm 17 years old, and I'm particularly really passionate about this industry within energy storage. And so throughout this presentation, I'll kind of be talking about what I think the future of energy looks like, specifically the energy storage industry, talking about some interesting frameworks and models in this space, and potential ways we can actually accelerate this. And so you might be thinking why energy storage? And I think it's a huge problem that not a lot of people are currently focusing on. So I also want to highlight, the impact of this problem and why I think it's such a pressing one. So before I get into that, I wanted to quickly introduce myself. So I'm Alishba, I'm 17 years old. And for the past 2 years, I've been part of this human accelerator program called the Knowledge Society. And through this program, I've gotten training and exposure to some really cool technologies like machine learning, blockchain, quantum computing, and thinking about ways we can use these to break down complex problems and potentially solve them. So throughout my journey, like Natasha mentioned, I've got to work on a platform with IBM. And the goal there was to basically put an end to counterfeit medication within the developing world. And I got to build out an infrastructure to track that medication and supply chain. This past summer, I was interning at TD Bank, which is one of the largest banks in Canada, working on various different AI enterprise solutions and thinking about new product lines for digital identity. And recently I was working with Pingme, where I was helping them a little bit with their COVID application, as well as helping them build out data tools for loans for people in Africa. So I know I talked about a lot of different problems, but if I had to break it down, I think right now the problem that's really keeping me up is this problem of energy storage. And I'm currently working on this platform with a team called XVolta, and we're basically using machine learning to test energy storage devices much quicker. And so we're currently in talks with some really big manufacturers in the space like AVX, Maxwell, to potentially pilot this out for their company and hopefully make an impact. So later on in the presentation, I'll also be talking about this problem and exactly what our solution entails of. So this picture right here is a picture of a town in India. And 3 years ago, I remember this moment very distinctly. The government had announced that they were to power the town purely on solar panels. And so as someone who had just heard about clean tech and renewables and solar energy, I was personally super excited about this. And I also had family that was living in this town. And so when I was visiting them 3 years ago, I was really excited to see what it was like to live, in a home that was completely powered by solar panels. But reality is this is more of what the town looked like. Throughout the day, there would be power outages for 2 to 5 hours. And a lot of the families there would have backup generators that they'd be using to generate electricity because there wasn't enough for the entire day. So what I realized was, okay, solar is exciting and it seems like, it's something that we want to move towards, but reality is it's not reliable today. And so clean tech, it's super exciting, but reality is it's not feasible today. So I wanted to break this down further and really understand what this problem is and why isn't clean tech, fully feasible today. And what I found was really interesting. So this graph here shows at a high level what our energy consumption is. And so within the last 25 years, our global energy consumption has almost doubled. And it's predicted that within the next 25 years, it's also going to double. But there's a huge problem of demand versus supply. So there's a lot more demand, not enough supply and production of energy. And this is why 1.2 billion people around the world still have no access to reliable energy. And the key here is really reliable energy. Because if we look at renewables specifically, they're not reliable today. Like the sun is going to shine more during certain parts of the day. It's going to shine less, let's say during the morning, and less towards the night. And so really what we need to figure out is how do we sustain this for a long period of time? And you might be thinking, okay, don't we already have energy, storage systems that are doing this so that we can use renewables throughout the day? But reality is that we don't have enough. Because if we want to reach our goal of 45% of our power being generated from renewables by 2030, we need to almost 20x our energy storage capacity. And based on how we're moving today, that's not going to be enough because a lot of the innovations happening within this space are actually within batteries. So a lot of us might be familiar with that. But I really like this quote by Bill Gates that talks about batteries and why they're not enough today. And so essentially he says, if you wanted to use one battery to store enough electricity to run everything in your house for a week, you would need a huge battery, and then it would also triple your electrical bill. And so what this says is, okay, batteries are what we're relying on most today, but they're super expensive and it's not feasible to actually implement these at a really large scale. So I wanted to dig deeper and really understand what are some other interesting areas within energy storage that we're looking at. And what I found was really just batteries. Specifically, areas that people are looking at are solid state batteries, and another one being lithium ion, different materials for lithium ion batteries to improve them. And so when I saw this, a lot of people might be really excited that we're making a lot of progress, but I didn't think we were making that much progress. Because what I think opportunity is often the inverse of popularity. And if we want to make a huge impact, we need to think about solving these problems by looking at opportunities that are currently not being focused on a lot of people. And it's kind of similar with solar. If we thought about solar a couple of years ago, it wasn't necessarily, where it is today. But if we didn't spend time focusing on it and trying to accelerate it, we wouldn't have solar that we have today. And so for me, I wanted to dive deeper, figure out what are these opportunities that we're not looking at today. And so I wanted to highlight three particularly in this presentation that I think are really exciting. One of them being pumped hydro and kind of new ways we're thinking about pumped hydro because it has been around for a long time. Flow batteries. So this is a subset of batteries that are not as commonly being developed. And I think it has a lot of potential. And the third one is an area that I'm currently working in, and that's within the supercapacitors industry. So at a high level, the way pumped hydro works is it's essentially, you can think of it kind of as just basic dams, and they work in very similar ways. Currently, pumped hydro is around 96% of our world's energy storage capacity, but a lot of these pumped hydro systems were created ages ago. And that's one of the biggest barriers is that we're not actually creating new pumped hydro systems. But really the way pumped hydro works is it just uses laws of physics. So if you want to store energy, the water moves up. And so that's like potential energy, which is being stored. And then if you want to release that energy, you move the flow of the water down. And so through kinetic energy, we can basically create and generate electricity. But like I've mentioned, pumped hydro has not really been innovated in for a long time, and they've been around for a while. So there are three main reasons why it's difficult to kind of use pumped hydro as they are today. One of the big reasons being that they're geographically dependent. So you need obviously a huge amount of land to build the entire infrastructure and to actually have a lot of water to power the pumped hydro. The second one being that there's large capital costs for dams. So like I mentioned, to build the entire infrastructure, there's a lot of initial upfront costs that you have to put in. And often to actually get approval to build these, it can take like 10 plus years because there's, the economics doesn't always make sense. And there's a lot of legal stuff involved in terms of getting approvals for this. But one company I found really interesting, this is a company called Energy Volt, and they're essentially using the model of pumped hydro, but they've kind of flipped the framework for it. And how they've done this is they basically replaced the aspect of pumped hydro of water with concrete and just bricks. And so that takes away a lot of the geographical barriers that we have because you can really take the system and place it anywhere. The other benefit is because they're bricks, they're a lot heavier, which means they can actually store a lot more energy. And so essentially how this works is it's a crane that's filled up with, as you can see, these bricks of concrete. And so if you lift a block up, that stores the energy, again, kinetic energy. And then if you want to release that, you drop the brick down. And the system is fully charged, you could say, when the crane has like fully filled up with towers of brick. And so this is an interesting model because I think it achieves the exact same goal, but it's a lot cheaper to implement, and it's a lot more feasible in terms of not having the geographical and a lot of the legal and economics not making sense. The other area that I wanted to talk about quickly is flow batteries. And I think this is really like the underdog of batteries because there are some people looking at this, but I don't think there's enough. The concept is very interesting, but at a really high level, how it works is it's made up of two tanks. So one tank is negative and the other tank is positive. And essentially you have ions moving from the positive tank to the negative. And that's all fueling this battery here. And so once the battery becomes fully charged, the way that the ion moves basically reverses, and that helps generate electricity. So you're charging up the battery, that's storing your energy. And then when you want to release it, the ions go the other way. And so this all works through any sort of source. So let's say you have solar, you have wind power. It takes that electricity from there and stores it for times when you would need it. But there's also obviously barriers to flow batteries, which is why they're not, being used today. Some of the ones being the actual control system costs are very high. So, when you want to release electricity, how much you want to release, all of these systems that are controlling that, there's a lot of initial costs that you have to put in to do that. The other one being that the mass is relatively high. So we've heard about like lithium ion batteries, those kind of easily go into your phone and they work really well for portable applications. But this really only works for grid scale because the mass is really high. And the actual fluid that you use within the tanks can often also be expensive, sometimes even corrosive and toxic. But there are other kind of materials that you can use to replace this. And so this is one area within flow batteries that I think is interesting. And there's a company called Rejuve Storage that's working on actually deploying these around the US for grid scale solar panels. And so through using this new material, you can essentially have unlimited storage capacity because you can change the size of the tank to really whatever, and then that would increase the storage capacity. There's less degradation that happens, so less, and as a result of that, there's less corrosiveness and less toxins that are being created in the environment. And this system also costs significantly less. And so it's a lot more feasible to actually implement at a grid scale today. And lastly, I wanted to talk about supercapacitors, which I think could be called the next batteries, but I think the intersection of these supercapacitors with batteries is very interesting. Supercapacitors, they essentially look something like this. So they look very similar to batteries. The main difference is that batteries work through chemistry, but these supercapacitors work just through transferring, electrons. And if you look at this graph here, on the right, it kind of compares where supercaps are with batteries. The main area that we need to increase is how much energy these capacitors can actually store. Batteries today can store a lot more than these supercapacitors, but there are some innovations in material science that are helping kind of increase that energy storage. So within the next 5 years, we could see something like some sort of hybrid between batteries and supercapacitors that I think could be very feasible for these types of applications. So I got really interested in supercapacitors, and I decided to really go deeper into the value chain. And as I broke down the value chain of supercapacitors, what I found was very interesting. A lot of the time in the value chain is actually just spent on research and development and production. So this will be anywhere from like 3 months to a couple of years, where companies are just testing how long the cell will last in like various different conditions. But they're doing this manually. So they'll manually connect and disconnect a cell to see how long it'll last. And this process can take a really long time. And that's why it ends up being a huge kind of bottleneck to production and commercialization. So if we can solve this problem, we can help commercialize a lot more of these supercapacitors around the world. And so that's kind of the problem that my team identified. And that's why we're working on X-Volta. And so what we figured out is companies like these are already collecting a lot of data during these tests. So if we can just take this data and feed it into a machine learning model, we can actually just predict the final lifetime and extrapolate that rather than having to do these tests manually. And so through some of our results, using past data, we can actually reduce the time that it takes to test storage from 3 months down to just 3 days. So if we have a batch made up of a bunch of cells, we can reduce that significantly by around 96%. And if you look at this graph here, it kind of shows what that prediction looks like. So you can imagine this as being kind of the past data of the cell. And this is kind of the prediction that we're able to make with a high amount of accuracy. And so this is what we're currently working on. And I'm super excited to continuously, hopefully use this to make an impact in this industry. So I wanted to end off with these 3 things, because I think, I talked about a lot of different problems, a lot of different areas that I think are very interesting in this industry. But really what I think we need is more people focusing on these 3 main things. And these 3 things are, identifying problems or sub-problems within this industry that have a social but also an economic incentive. So in this case, economic incentive being able to democratize solar or renewables around the world. And then also focusing on sub-problems that currently there's not a lot of innovation in. And I really believe in this because I think there's a lot of opportunities where we almost kind of forget about them because there isn't as much noise around them. So really being able to identify those and then doing the analysis to see if this is something that could make an impact in the world. And the last thing I think is that intersection of problem identification combined with using your unique knowledge and skills to solve the problem. And not just solve the problem as what it is, but really breaking it down to understand what is the root cause that is causing this problem. So within supercaps, when we broke down the value chain, we realized that that problem is actually testing. And so how do we tackle that? Not just the problem of supercaps as a whole. And I think if these are the 3 mindsets that we continuously train, we can actually move towards a future where we can start to see clean tech being used around the world feasibly and reliably. And so I think with this, in the future, it's not just clean tech is exciting, but I think clean tech can also be feasible. And if we start to work towards, the 3 points I mentioned, looking at these interesting areas, we can finally reach a point where we can start to have a clean future for everyone around the world. That's it for me. If you guys do want to connect, I just left my my info here. So feel free to connect in whatever way you have. If you have any questions or just want to bounce off ideas or have any other thoughts, then feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Alishba. Thank you very much for your talk. I think you are tackling a very pressing issue, and let me see. Sorry, and and a problem that is actually affecting a lot of, especially developing countries out there. And I've seen a lot of discussion in the community, and actually a lot of the talks were around the negative externalities of renewable energies, right? So one being the land used for solar panels. How can they claim it back, or how potentially it could be used for agricultural use? And so how do we fix that problem? Another set of negative externalities, of course, involves disposing of batteries, and how do we deal with that? So I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think those are two kind of areas just within renewable energy that I think are probably two of the barriers. But I think it's interesting because there are a lot of interesting companies that are looking at frameworks that still use like this idea of solar, but do it without like having to use that much land, for example. So there are companies, I don't remember the name of the company, but there was one that I was looking at using like quantum dots, which is like a part of solar nanotechnology, which essentially helps kind of improve solar panel efficiencies. And instead of having to create solar panels, they actually just created like a spray that you could put onto like your window. And through this, like you'd be generating and absorbing the sunlight, but also generating electricity. So I think there are some interesting frameworks and ways we can combine like other technologies like nanotechnology, stuff like that to potentially like, you know, remove the barrier of land, especially. So I think that's one interesting area in terms of like the first point you mentioned. The second point about battery recycling is another huge point. How do we do it in a way that's like sustainable and not hurtful to the environment? I haven't seen, like personally, I haven't seen too much innovation in this space, but I do know there are some companies that are looking at ways you can reuse batteries. Most of the common innovations are in ways that we can increase the life of batteries so you don't have to actually deteriorate them as quickly. So looking at different materials to increase the life. There are companies looking at ways you can reuse batteries instead of having to obviously degrade them. So the recycling process is improved. So from my understanding, I think those are some two kind of interesting avenues that we could take instead of what we're currently doing.
Thank you. And how about optimizing grid distribution, like such as microgrids? Wouldn't it be a better approach than improving storage capacity?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they're both big problems. I think especially in rural areas, like getting access to energy is a huge one. And I think that comes down to just access to grid. But I also think like there could be other interesting frameworks instead of a grid. Like obviously microgrids are interesting, but is there a way we can create something that's scalable and, you know, plant these onto homes separately instead of having a grid? So I think there are some interesting kind of ways we can think about it rather than having a full grid system. But I do think there are two separate problems and both of them require like focus. So we need to solve the problem of grid, especially microgrids in the developing world. But then I also think, you know, even if we solve that problem for renewables, I still think we need to crack like energy storage. And without that, it's going to be hard to fully be able to use renewables. And so I think there are two problems that we should, you know, we both need to focus on.
I've seen questions about solid state batteries. Do you have an opinion or do you know anything about it?
Yeah, so I've looked a little bit at solid state batteries. I think they have a lot of potential today in terms of being able to use them as common batteries instead of, you know, lithium ion batteries. But like I mentioned, I think flow batteries is another area. So I don't know whoever asked that question, but I would definitely look a little bit into flow batteries as well. Yeah, I think there's a huge opportunity there to kind of innovate, especially within the space of improving like the different types of fluids that you're using within the tanks. So ones that are less expensive and less toxic to the environment. And I think if we can solve that, we can use this, you know, at a very large scale for grid systems around the world.
One of the main topic that is often discussed when it comes to renewable energy is, of course, nuclear energy. And we obviously made it more safe now. It's not as dangerous as it used to be. What's your take on it?
Yeah, I think nuclear energy is an area I haven't looked too much into it. I think it has potential, but I also think there's other areas that could work really well as well. Like one of the interesting areas that I'm interested in is just like fusion energy. I think fusion energy has a lot of potential if we can figure out how to sustain that energy for a long period of time. And so that's like another area that I would look into. Personally, haven't looked too much into nuclear, but I think like the application of fusion at a similar scale to nuclear is very interesting.
Yeah, there was actually a question about fusion energy and fusion power, and I think you addressed that already. So thank you. What are your views about global warming and energy, specifically? We're talking about fracking.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think that I think we need to move away from that, just because of all of the problems with global warming. I do think there's ways we can, obviously it's a huge industry, and I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. I think it's like something that we'll have to progress towards. But yeah, I do think like renewables is the way to kind of move towards this. So in the future, I don't think we'll necessarily need to do that, but I do think like currently fracking is the way to go, and it's kind of a huge, it's the common way that we're doing this. But in the future, I think we'll move away from that and move more towards a fully renewable future.
Do you think that would ever happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like a complex problem, because there's a lot of like, I think just renewable in itself, there's a lot of problems within it. So I think there's like part of the problem is just like policies and like the laws that we have around renewable sources. I think we need like more government intervention, at least when it comes to renewables, and like more kind of, yeah, definitely we need more of government leaders speaking out about renewable sources and trying to set goals for themselves to implement this. So I think there's more of a policy problem there. Outside of policy, I think there's also a problem of just like the energy source itself and making it more efficient. So how do we make solar conversion more efficient? There's a lot of interesting areas, like I mentioned, in nanotechnology that we can use to increase that. So different materials, improving the efficiency so that it makes sense to use solar. And I think that the third part of that, or I'd say 3 or 4 is like grid. And then the fourth one would be the actual energy storage. So I think those are some key areas we really need to figure out to move towards renewables.
Right, thank you. I'm gonna end this talk with a very top question regarding Greta Thunberg. Have you ever met her? Do you think of any possible ways you can work together?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't met her. I know she talks a lot about these issues. So potentially, I mean, I've never met her, so I can't say much.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for your time. I think we are ready for the next panel. I can see everyone is on the live already. I can see Michael and Natasha ready. So I'll let Natasha introducing the next talk and the next speaker. Thank you so much, Alishba, for your talk. It's been a pleasure.
Yes, thank you, Marcello. Our next speaker is Ryan O'Shea, and it's my pleasure to introduce him. I've known Ryan, I've worked with him. He's a brilliant social media expert, but not only that, far more advanced and skilled than those particular skills. He is the host of Future Grind, and Future Grind is a very innovative and original podcast about human enhancement, augmentation, the future, science and technology. He also works at AI Enterprise Solutions. One of the interesting things about Ryan is the co-founder of the artificial intelligence and startup called Behavior, something that we have discussed in our recent panel. And he uses the machine learning automated just-in-time intervention to tackle addiction. And that's a very serious issue today. And I'd like to applaud Ryan for his work in that area. As a note here, I'm just going to read this because I find this really interesting and I want to get it accurate. He was recently named a top 10 team in the third and final round of the $5 million IBM Watson AI X Prize. Ryan has represented NASA and Caltech's Jet Propulsion Laboratory as a solar system ambassador and served both as a World Economics Forum global shaper. So Ryan, it is a pleasure and honor to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, Natasha. It's great to be here. This has been a great summit so far, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. So as you just heard, my name is Ryan O'Shea, and I am the host of the Future Grind podcast. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now so that you can see the slides. All right, that should be visible now.
Yes.
So the Future Crime podcast, as Natasha explained, explores the ethics and implications of emerging science and technology. But today I'm here to speak with you through my role as the co-founder of the Human Augmentation Institute. And in this, we're going to talk about ethics, and we're going to talk about what someone can and cannot do to their own or someone else's body. And these are going to be questions that I don't have answers to, and that can lead to some polarizing and controversial places. And because these topics can be so contentious, many people avoid them altogether. But I think that these are topics that we need to address sooner rather than later, because we're already starting to deal with the consequences of putting them off. But before we get into some of that, what do we mean by human augmentation? Well, there are some types of human augmentation that most people are already quite familiar with, such as medical augmentation, which can include surgeries and prescription drugs and other medication. Medical augmentation is almost universally for therapeutic use. It's primarily focused on the diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of disease. And then there's body modification. Body modification has existed for purposes in cultures around the world for thousands of years. Scarification, teeth sharpening, ear stretching, foot binding, and corsets are all examples of this. In modern society, body modification most often refers to tattoos and body piercings. And unlike medical procedures, what's referred to as body modification today is typically for aesthetic purposes. They are more about appearance than functionality. And these procedures are typically performed by a trained professional, but not a medical professional, and not in a medical environment. And there's this interesting combination of the two that I've already mentioned previously that are combined together, and that is cosmetic surgery. Cosmetic surgery features medical professionals using approved medical equipment largely for elective aesthetic procedures. So here we're combining the goals and aesthetic focus of body modification with the training and regulation of the medical industry. So those are the types of augmentation that we're probably all familiar with. And even if we've never had a surgery or have never gotten a tattoo or piercing, we're likely all actively augmenting ourselves in some way. The use of hair dye and makeup and fake nails is prevalent. Right now, I have a thin sheet of plastic between my eyelid and my eye, a contact lens, which helps me see better. And many of us use coffee or energy drinks for their stimulant effects. These are examples of humans using their understanding of science and biology to change their physical or mental state, to customize what they want to be. And all of this we've talked about so far is largely accepted by society. Even the tattoos and piercings and variations of hair color that have been stigmatized over the past decades in many cultures are becoming normalized and commonplace. That stigma that used to be associated with them is going away. But now there are new and other boundary-pushing procedures that are taking their place. And I want to reiterate that this isn't new. There have long been people working to change the form and function of their bodies to better match their gender identity, for example, or to take control of their reproductive health. But what is new is the increasing democratization of access to the tools of science and technology. There are community makerspaces and biospaces that people can access, and many are making their own workspaces in their garages and basements and in their homes. And this is changing everything. And what it's giving rise to is a growing trend of people actively pioneering and participating in a new type of human augmentation. These people aren't solely interested in the largely skin-deep aesthetic nature of most body modification, and they're not really interested in the solely therapeutic uses of the medical industry. What they want to do is use augmentations to overcome human biological limitations and customize their experiences. So throughout the 2010s, we've seen an increase in the popularity and acceptance of augmentations such as implanted magnets and RFIDs. These are inserted inside the body under the skin. and they change in a minor way what the human body is capable of, whether it's storing information, verifying identity, attracting certain metal, sensing electromagnetic fields, and so much more. And we've quickly moved beyond that. This is Grindhouse Wetware's Circadia device, an implant capable of sending biometric data from inside the body to a tablet or phone. And this wasn't developed in a university or corporate R&D lab. It was developed in 2013 in the basement of a rented house in the suburbs of Pittsburgh. And here it is inside the body. This is a screenshot of Tim Cannon's forearm from a Vice documentary that they did on him. This was a procedure that was performed at a body modification festival in Germany. And the same thing goes for Grindhouse Wetware's North Star, a powered device that lights up inside the body and can mimic bioluminescence. In the next slide, I'll show it being inserted into the body. So here's a shot of that. And here it is glowing under the skin. This was in 2015, but in terms of legality and regulation and ethics, all of this is operating in an undefined gray area, and that's leading to some problems. One of the problems is that these devices I've described here are subdermal devices that are simply placed beneath the skin. This is well within the capabilities of the body modification artists that perform these procedures, but the field is quickly advancing. There's been talk of implants that interact directly with the nervous system, with various organs, and ultimately with the brain. We'll likely reach the limits of the capabilities of body modification artists, leaving medical doctors the only people who currently have the skills and knowledge to perform these procedures. But even if they are personally willing, are they going to be allowed to? What happens at this point is one of the problems we need to solve. But that's just one of the legal issues, and there are others. So here's the story of Meow. Meow is a biohacker based in Australia who implanted the chip from his transit card into his hand, meaning that he no longer had to carry around the physical card and could simply swipe his hand at the turnstile to gain access to the bus or the train. And for this, he was charged with traveling without a valid ticket and taken to court, where he was fined. He filed an appeal and eventually he won and the fine was dropped, but he did still have to pay the court costs. And this is something that could have been addressed proactively if there was regulation in place, but there's not. And here's Josiah Zahner, a fairly controversial former NASA scientist who has publicly self-experimented with CRISPR. But he also runs an educational company that sells the tools of science, kits, and classes to the public. Because of his work, Josiah was investigated by the state of California for practicing medicine without a license. The investigation was eventually closed and no further action was taken, but at that point the damage to his work and business had already been done. And then there's Rich Lee, who is known for his experiments in human augmentation. But after a divorce, his ex-wife filed a motion to give her full custody of their children, citing Rich's biohacking as a primary reason. And I think this is the most interesting case here. This is Brendan McCarthy, who goes by the name Dr. Evil. He's a body modification artist in the UK who has been sentenced to 40 months in jail for inflicting grievous bodily harm on multiple people. The charges were for a tongue-splitting procedure, removing an ear, and removing a nipple. These are people who actively came to Brendan for these procedures, consented to them, and are happy with the results. They're not the ones that filed the complaints. They're happy with what happened, but apparently the law thinks that's not allowed. The judgment said that what the defendant undertook for reward in this case was a series of medical procedures for no medical reason. The personal autonomy of his customers does not provide a justification for removing body modification from the ambit of the law of assault. So even though he had consent and did this on willing people, he was sent to jail. And in these cases, there's no clear answer. I think it's very reasonable arguments could be made for both sides of these issues in all of these cases. But there's a reason there's so much debate and confusion, because there are no set standards, regulations, or guidelines on these topics. And that gray area causes confusion. And there doesn't seem to be a push by governments, licensing, or regulating bodies to address these issues. But they need to be addressed because the number of these cases and the size of the problem overall is only going to increase. So this is why I joined with a few others and started an organization called the Human Augmentation Institute, which we plan to be a nonprofit with the mission of upholding bodily autonomy and ensuring that any efforts in human augmentation are done ethically, safely, and responsibly. And the organization has a few different initiatives. We seek to increase the accessibility of resources on bioethics, safety, and security to make sure that they are available to people in the human augmentation community and the existing literature can be referenced. We also want to seek to compile a list of experts in various fields related to law and chemistry and hardware design and software design, so that people working in human augmentation can get informal feedback and advice so they don't make a mistake along the way. And this provides an opportunity to raise concerns around methodology, safety, and ethics. And we'll engage the public, regulatory agencies, governments, and other stakeholders in conversations to promote human augmentation literacy, increase transparency, and avoid unjust policy and regulation. And perhaps most importantly in the near term, we've worked with those active in the community over the past 2 years to establish the Human Augmentation Code of Ethics, a set of guiding principles and values that can serve as a reference for those engaging in human augmentation and can help explain the values within human augmentation to those who are not involved in the community. This initiative came out of the biohacking community gathering in 2018 called Grindfest. We knew we wanted to have as many relevant voices involved and get good feedback. So the Code of Ethics was created over an extended period of time through a series of discussions, workshops, and public comment periods. These formal and informal gatherings occurred at events throughout 2019, such as DEF CON and Biohack the Planet in Las Vegas, and the Please Try This at Home conference in Pittsburgh, and also the Global Community Bio Summit in MIT Media Lab, which is pictured here. So there were 3 official drafts of the Human Code of Ethics, and each draft had a public comment period. All of feedback was taken into account, and the first version of the Code of Ethics was formally adopted in a public meeting on January 17th. It consisted of 7 principles. We'll go through them here. First is bodily autonomy, the ability of an individual capable of informed consent to make decisions about their own body is paramount. All augmentation must be voluntary. The voluntary aspect of this should diminish any fears of mandatory implants, which we hear quite often. But I think the obvious question raised in this one is, what does it mean to be capable of informed consent? That's an extremely hard question, and it leads right into our next principle, which is informed consent. All parties participating in or undergoing a human augmentation must know and consent to the recognized risks and benefits of the augmentation and understand that some may be unknown. So to be capable of informed consent, someone would have to understand and agree to the recognized risk of a procedure. And if someone cannot do that, either because of their state of development or health issues, or because they are under the influence of some substance, can they exercise bodily autonomy? These are very difficult questions, but I don't think their inherent difficulty negates their usefulness within the Code of Ethics, because I think these are values that need to be shared. And their difficulty just means that we need to have more informed conversation so that we can get that through the next principle, which is transparency. The human augmentation community is committed to the sharing of ideas, knowledge, data, and results in a clear, open, and public way. There are, of course, issues of intellectual property and trade secrets that might come into play here. But in general, there is broad agreement that those engaging in human augmentation should be transparent about the goals of their work, what they know, and their results. When it comes to human augmentation, we don't want the same failures repeated again and again. And we recognize that success can mean benefits for all. And this principle is related to a commitment to open access. Support accessible science and technology in the pursuit of democratizing access to human augmentation. So this principle deals directly with the concern that human augmentation will mean a growing divide between the haves and the have-nots, and that will increase the gap that already exists, meaning that those on the bottom can't get this technology. And I think that concern is a bit overblown, but I do think it's serious. And I think that it's, in some ways, in competition with the next principle, which is safety. Always strive to minimize risk and negative impact to others and the environment. Implement the best possible practices given available resources, recognizing that not acting also has consequences. I think that the balance between open access and safety is a conundrum we're facing as a society. I see these as the two main options when it comes to human augmentation technology. If we prioritize safety, then experiments in human augmentation should have to go through the equivalent of multi-phase clinical trials. There should be ethical review boards, and regulatory bodies should approve devices and procedures procedures should only be performed by trained professionals, perhaps the equivalent of medical doctors, and also in appropriate environments. This will make human augmentation quite safe, but it will also delay it and make it extremely expensive, and would create a demand for illicit underground activities and devices. And perhaps augmentative tourism will become as popular as medical tourism is today. This could be how you get that divide between the haves and the have-nots. On the other hand, we could prioritize open access. We could let people consent to whatever procedure and whatever situation they are comfortable with. This will democratize access to augmentative tech and could speed development, but there would undoubtedly be complications and deaths from the unregulated human augmentation. So these are two extremes, and it's likely that what we end up with will be somewhere in the middle, but it's a hard thing to balance. I also want to draw attention to the last sentence here. Recognize that not acting also has consequences. This is extremely important, and I don't think we give this fact enough consideration. Final two principles are respect, uphold the dignity, worth, and privacy of all people, consider your impact on others and the environment. And we mentioned environment here. We're talking about both the built environments and the natural environment. We need to consider externalities, indirect effects, and unintended consequences of human augmentation. And finally, diversity and inclusion. The human augmentation community strives to foster acceptance and inclusion. We do not tolerate discrimination or harassment in any form. So where do we stand now? Well, the Human Augmentation Institute is currently a team of 3 and includes Amanda Plimpton of Livestock Labs and Jacob Boss of Indiana University. And we're a growing team, and we're cognizant of the voices and perspectives that are not formally represented in this organization. So if you're interested in getting involved, please reach out. Our main goal for now is funding and getting the overhead to cover the organization's policies of getting off the ground and starting on our initiatives. So if anyone has any thoughts on this, I'm happy to hear from you. And I'd love to get in the weeds on all of these topics, and there's so much more I wanted to cover here, but I didn't really have time. So if these topics are of interest of you, I suggest checking out Future Grind, where we frequently discuss this and much more. So I'll wrap up there, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Very fascinating talk. I have to admit that sometimes I had to close my eyes to not see particularly gruesome procedures. So we do have a few questions coming from the community and a lot of debates as usual, given the specificity of the topic and the peculiarity of the topic, actually. So I was wondering, are you augmented yourself, aside from your contact lenses? If you want to answer, you don't have to, of course.
I am not. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned, a lot of the current human augmentation work grows out of the body modification community. So people who were interested in tattoos and piercings. I don't have any tattoos and I don't have any piercings. I'm not interested in the aesthetic modifications. I'm primarily interested in functional modifications. So when something comes along that I can put in my body to augment myself that I cannot get from a wearable or I cannot get from an external source, and the benefits outweigh the risks, I will absolutely do that. I just haven't seen that we're there yet with most of the things that do exist. But I very much look up to and admire the pioneers who are putting their bodies literally on the line to make that future tech possible, because this is iterative development. You don't start with the jet plane. You start with a dangerous plane flying at the beach in North Carolina with the Wright brothers. And now we're getting to the point where we have jet planes. So that's how this iterative design grows, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, the Wright brothers plane was also fairly dangerous, though. So it was a really and so we have now procedures that are particularly pretty safe, like under skin chip transplants, and yet these are seen with a lot of suspicion from the outer community, from the outside transhumanist community. How can we overcome this? And how can we overcome these fears?
Yeah, I think a lot of that's interesting to bring that up, because I think a lot of people are open to getting implants and augmentations if it's done by medical professionals in a medical setting. And what that means is you might know a relative, or you might yourself have a prosthetic limb or an implant or some kind of thing in your body that a medical doctor put there for therapeutic or health reasons. And the people that have these things in their body often look at people who have RFID tags and magnets and think that that's bizarre and weird. But in many ways, the most cyborg among us are the people who have implants for medical purposes. They are the ones that have been doing this for the longer time, and it's more integrated into their bodies and their day-to-day activities than any of the biohacking we're talking about now are. The original cyborgs are these people who are doing it for medical reasons. So I think that is one way to point that out, to make people more willing and accepting to understand what else is happening and be more welcoming to the new advancements in cyborg technology, if that's what you want to call it. But one thing I think we need to consider is that at some point, whether or not you're augmented might depend on what everyone else is doing. Because if you're competing for a job with augmented humans, you might not have the luxury of not augmenting yourself.
I'm reading some questions from the community, and most of these questions are about normalization of this approach, which is pretty much what we've been discussed already. You are obviously proposing regulation to this sector, to body augmentation. My main concern is that if we allow regulators to come in, then the process will be particularly slow. And by the time that we get regulations, the technology or an approach could be already old. How can we fix this? And do we actually need regulators to come in?
Yeah, I think what you mentioned there is a problem that exists in many industries. I think we've seen it already happening in self-driving cars. I think we've seen it with unmanned aerial vehicles and drones, where the regulation is not keeping up with the technology. And because of that, in many ways, is delaying it. And the good example that I use is I've been approached by investors who are willing to invest in companies that are creating technology for elective human augmentation, but they're reluctant to throw their money behind something that tomorrow could be deemed illegal or could be regulated into oblivion. And if there was some regulation in place, there would be a feeling of safety for investors and business people that they could get involved in this industry and trust that it's going to remain consistent and steady. And just to clarify one thing there, I don't necessarily want government imposed or regulatory body imposed regulations at this point. What I'm really advocating for is community adopted regulations that people hold themselves to. And I want this to happen for the reason that I see government regulation eventually being inevitable. And when it happens, I do not want it to be heavy-handed and unjust. I can just imagine someone being killed by a human augmentation procedure. It's eventually bound to happen, statistically speaking. And if there's no regulation in place when that happens, I imagine the clampdown from governments will be severe. If we already have community adopted regulations that we sign on to and we explain, what I'm hoping is that the government bodies just take what we've already established and adopt that as official policy rather than trying to rewrite the rules when they don't know how the game is played.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's also interesting to see how, compared to a few years ago, these, talks about body augmentation and body modification have become more mainstream, also thanks to cinematography industry, of course, like Black Mirror or even Years and Years, which poses an interesting problem in that specific series, where one of the characters get body augmentation, but all the technology that she augmented in her body are actually owned by the government, because that's the only way that she can get safe body augmentation. Could that be a risk?
I think it could definitely be a risk. There's someone I reference quite often. I believe his name is Hugo Campos, who had implants controlling his heart. And he wanted to get access to the data from this device, but the company wouldn't let him. He didn't technically own the device of his own heart. He didn't even own the device that was in his body and the data generated from it. So what he was trying to do was figure out what in his daily life was causing this arrhythmia or what other issue he was facing. And to figure this out, he had to manually write down what he was doing and then check his vitals and then write those down. And over a series of weeks, identify that it was a certain type of alcohol that was giving him this heart problem. And if he had access to that data, he wouldn't have had to do any of that. He would have been able to just figure it out right from looking at the data. So I believe that you should own whatever is in your body. That should be under your possession. You should be able to access the data from it, hack it however you see fit, and do whatever you want with it. I'm very concerned with these plans where a lot of medical devices that people have in their bodies, they don't even understand that they are kind of leasing those from the company and they don't own them. And this is a major issue that I think we need some kind of, it's not going to happen first from the government. We need to have a community discussion and let it be a market-based decision. That's how I think that most decisions should be made. But just let people know that this is happening and to make the appropriate decisions and to kind of vote with their dollars or what they choose to get at that point.
Ryan, thanks a lot. I would love to keep this conversation going, but we have to close this talk now. So thanks a lot for your time and for your answers. It's been a wonderful talk.
Thank you.
Over to Natasha, who's going to introduce us to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Excellent talk. I'm going to introduce Michael Masuchi. Michael is an award-winning video, stage, and multimedia producer, director, and artist. Throughout his full-time career, Michael has also curated and produced hundreds of exhibitions, live performances, lectures, and film and video screenings, and has presented his work at the Getty Museum in Los Angeles and the Centre Pompidou in Paris, France. Welcome, Michael. It is a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natasha. Or should I say Dr. Natasha Vita-More, a hyphenate, a hybrid intellectual. Today I'm going to tell a few stories, but I'm going to begin with using you, Natasha, as an exemplar of what I believe a humanity, a transhumanist vision, and a future post-crisis can look like. For me, great scientists are also artists, and great artists are also scientists. And I know that may not be literally true, but I do believe it's figuratively true in that the soul of an artist and the mind of a scientist together can do great things. It can create the Eiffel Tower. It can create the space station. It can create all of the innovations in augmentation that are being discussed in this conference. And as Ryan just said, those augmentations are not new. They really speak to the history and the prehistory of our species. For me, we have been augmented the first time we used fire, the first time there was a stone axe, the first time there was clothing, the first time there was shoes. Yes, anything other than what we are born with is an augmentation and hopefully an enhancement. And as Ryan also said, some of the early augmentations of this modern evolution really are happening in the artists, in the aesthetics, body modification, implantation of bioluminescence. Those are arts-based practices. Always working, of course, with the techniques and the knowledge of science. When I first met Natasha, she was an artist who became a scientist. There are no doubt scientists among you who have become artists, and there are perhaps some of you who always were the two simultaneously. To me, I believe more and more of a dialogue needs to happen on an ongoing basis. And ultimately, we need to begin to craft projects that are both at their core scientific as well as artistic. I believe that any well-funded project should at its core have both a scientist and an artist. As co-leaders, dealing with different things and certainly having different goals, but every project of any substance should have ancillaries that are both technological as well as aesthetic. There's an amazing project by a man named Sugati Mitra, University of Newcastle, who many of you may know about his project, Hole in the Wall. What Mitra did while in India, he punched holes in walls in very, very impoverished neighborhoods, and he put functioning computers there and left them without instructions or even without announcement. And then the next morning, impoverished children, illiterate often, would discover these computers, and amazing things came to be. One, they taught themselves how to use the computers. Now, no doubt the graphical user interface, that amazing hybridization of art and science, helped give them clues as to how to navigate, gave them clues as to how to discover, how to browse, how to search. Mitra first saw this and said, oh, perhaps some of my local computer science students have been helping them. So he did another experiment where he put another hole in the wall in a town nowhere near any computer science course or university, and again, set it up operationally, and the same thing happened. And another remarkable thing happened. These children who spoke only their native Indian dialect not only taught themselves how to use a graphical user interface and how to navigate a computer, but in doing so, they also taught themselves English. And when Mitra met with them, the students complained to Mitra that he had given them a device that only speaks English, so they had to learn English. And they learned it outside the system, and they learned outside of the normal ways that we are told that we advance as thinkers. And that approach is much more of an arts-based research approach. And I believe the instilling into the scientific inquiry the ability also to believe that we can imagine and not necessarily have to prove, that we can explore and not necessarily have an end result, is another kind of basic research that science often does, but more and more through the necessity of funding and corporatization, experimentation often does not allow, but it often allows that in the arts. Perhaps some of you have seen what is the most widely watched TED Talk of all time. Ken Robinson's Are Schools Killing Creativity? The most watched TED Talk of all time. We're approaching it, as of today, approaching 66 million views. What Robinson asks is, why do we teach math every day but not dance? Why are the arts delegated to a lesser sense of importance? Robinson correctly points out that we now know that intelligence exists in many, many different ways. There is analytical intelligence, the ability to computate, the ability to prescribe algorithmic functions to things. There is also athletic intelligence. Now, I'm not much of a sports fan, but I totally understand that the ability to run across a basketball court and in real time calculate the distance, trajectory, necessary angle, and speed of an object you are about to propel into a hoop is a kind of intelligence I do not possess, and dare I say, many of us do not possess. The ability to understand your body in space, the ability to create sound in ways that is not only functional, but pleasing, the ability to tell a story. These are intelligences that I feel more and more must be fully integrated at the outset of any scientific inquiry. We face a world where some of us live in a country where unfortunately all too many of our citizenry do not believe in science. They do not trust science. They think there's an intrinsic evil, some conspiratorial malevolence. And they believe that because they've been told stories. We need to counter with equally powerful and equally effective stories in order for science to regain, at least in the country I sit in, regain its rightful place as the arbiter of fact-finding, the place of inquiry where understanding is welcome and knowledge is expanding at all times. And the knowledge that we perhaps will never get it right, but we will get it better. That is a kind of augmentation that I believe the transhumanism and the Humanity Plus movement does well. It can tell that story. It can say why it is important that people have the option to enhance themselves biomechanically and enhance themselves aesthetically equally well. Because for me, I believe a life that is 1,000 years long is not worth living without Shakespeare. It is not worth living without the Ramones. It is not worth living without all of the various ways of expression that are done in the arts-based practices. Now, I'm a person who makes his living by making images. Yet, as you see, I'm not sharing any with you. That is absolutely purposeful because I want you to fill in the pictures of what I'm saying. I want you to imagine Mitra's hole in the wall. I want you to imagine what it was like to punch a hole, stick a computer in, somehow wire it up, get it functioning, and just leave it there. And I want you to imagine what it was like the next morning when children stumbled upon it. And perhaps for several hours, it made no sense. It might as have been an alien spacecraft. It might as well have been reverse engineered technology from beta reticulans, if that's what you believe. Or it might have just been that, as Ferlinghetti says, that rebirth of wonder happened in them without being taught, without knowing what they were doing, that sense of experimentation that scientists take for granted and artists equally take for granted, instilled in children. In Robinson's TED Talk, he points out that Picasso said, all children are born artists. Robinson then says, and then we're taught how to not be artists. I would say that we will have better scientists. We will have augmented scientists when they are artists as well. And we will have better artists, augmented artists, when they are scientists as well. Perhaps the other end of the creative continuum won't be their forte. Perhaps a modern dancer will not often be a brilliant quantum physicist, but the more modern dancers understand quantum physics, the more their work will express that. And likewise, the more that physicists understand what it is to inhabit the body in 3 dimensions and to be able to express cohesive ideas, both discrete and abstract, the more quantum entanglement may perhaps be something more people can understand, at least at the fundamental level. And I say that as someone who collaborated with quantum physicists and modern dancers and created live multimedia pieces in which dance tried to express what quantum entanglement is. Is it the same as sitting in a classroom at MIT? Of course not. Is it the same even as watching a Khan Academy course on physics? Of course not. But to get people to watch a Khan Academy course and maybe perhaps work rigorously hard and strive and maybe someday sit either physically or virtually at a class at MIT, perhaps one of the entrees in will be through the arts as much as through the technologies. When I first heard about Mitra's hole in the wall, I thought about something that I think Natasha will appreciate. I thought about a piece that happened decades before his called Hole in Space by 2 artists named Kit Galloway and Sherry Rabinowitz. All of us sitting in this virtual space, what I call a digital campfire, sitting around telling stories over a digital campfire, we really owe an acknowledgement to Sherry Rabinowitz and Kit Galloway, a name some of you may know, but I suspect far too few do. Kit and Sherry, originally working under their own names and then working under a name, Electronic Cafe International, created some of the first experiments in telecommunication arts, very crude by today's Zoom standards, but really the essence, the philosophical, the technological, and the aesthetic essence of what we are all doing today, sitting around this digital campfire, was done in the late 70s, early 80s, and full blown out in early 90s by Electronic Cafe International. Now, at that point, very few people either had computers or had robust internet connections to be able to do this at home. So they had what later became known as internet cafes, but they had art spaces where people came and sat around networked computers hooked up to Antarctica, hooked up to the Vatican, hooked up to every major city in the world. And they conducted what they called art pieces, but what we would now just call communicating via Zoom. They did it, of course, with absolute collaboration with scientists. At every step of the game, they would fully acknowledge that. Some of those were JPL scientists, some of those were UCLA scientists, scientists from all over the world, pooled their knowledge together and cobbled together the kind of crude tools that little by little got better and better to the point where today it's a free piece of software that we can download on our computer. Now, for me, the notion of art has to understand that it cannot go forward without science. And I plead with scientists to open your door to artists, because artists have ideas that perhaps can express what you're doing in different ways, but also perhaps inspire you. We all know about the history of Xerox PARC and how the GUI developed there, and basically desktop computing as we know it was developed there. But perhaps not enough of us know that they had artists in residence working with them. One of the first, perhaps the first, was an artist named David M. And David not only was an artist in residence there, but then later went to the Jet Propulsion Lab and banged on their door and became their first artist in residence. And by David's desire to create images on computers at a time when computers were monochromatic, either amber screened or green screened and just text based, David inspired people. He worked closely with MacArthur fellow James Blinn, a computer scientist, and together they imagined that computers could do more than text, that computers could not only make simple images, but can make the images we take for granted, the images that at first NASA used to create flight simulations, but then later every branch of knowledge, including the arts, used to create everything from major motion pictures to the PowerPoint demos that we see today, to, yes, to the MRI, to all of the kinds of VR that are used by both science and art, by every kind of augmented reality. Imaging was at its core. The need for the image to be an integral part of communication. Imagine scientific data being communicated without imaging. Imagine the world without the Hubble. The images that were given to us are computer images. They are accurate in the sense that they are capturing parts of the visible spectrum and the various other aspects of the electromagnetic spectrum that science now sees goes beyond our human seeing, but it's imaging. And so for me, I'm going to wrap this and say that there was a power failure today in Santa Monica. My laboratory is in Santa Monica in the 18th Street Arts Center, just a very short parking lot distance from where Electronic Cafe did many of its experiments. I was going to give this presentation from the 18th Street Arts Center, but because too many people had air conditioners on in this hot day in Los Angeles, the power went out. So I jumped in the car, drove 15 miles to my home, and I'm doing this from a small laptop. I can still do it. I am not doing it with the imaging that I perhaps might have given you, but I was still able to share this digital campfire story with you. And we are creating at 18th Street a streaming laboratory. Sherry Rabinovitz left us far too young, and we are going to name the streaming laboratory in her honor. And we're working with some scientists, and if there are any scientists out there who want to play in our playground around our digital campfire, you are most welcome. And your thoughts and your expressions and even your disagreements with us are beyond welcome, because art cannot exist without science. And we believe that science cannot exist without art. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Michael. A very inspiring talk. There's a lot of deep not debate, but discussion, and in the community, and everyone is so appreciative. We all want more of it. So if it was for us, we would have let you talk for 20 more minutes. So thanks a lot for your talk. A question that I'm getting from the chat, for example. Can you address issues of artists opening up their entire lives as art on the internet today, as it relates to transhumanism?
Yes. For me, any art that is on the internet is by definition transhumanist art. It is art that utilizes a great deal of the intrinsic philosophies that Max Moore and Natasha and Ray Kurzweil and dozens of you have articulated in many ways, not always agreeing perhaps, but to me, when we talk about digital art, I do not believe printing out a digital image on a piece of paper, sticking it on a frame and sticking it in an art gallery. I think it ceases to be digital art when it gets printed. I believe that the art on the internet, which is for me at its best when it is interactive, when it is malleable in some way by audience, when it is augmentable, when it varies over time. These are, to me, are transhumanist arts in that they are art that could not have been done without the internet. Even if they could have been done on a offline computer, once they go online, the ability for the viewer to become co-creator, co-collaborator, co-manipulator, that to me is transhumanist art. And I know Natasha was experimenting with things like that early on. Electronic Cafe, as I mentioned, certainly were. The art group I'm part of, EZTV, is definitely doing that for decades. And that's, to me, I think the promise of where art and science is going to play at its best. Online, non-location based, non-linearly, and hopefully non-hierarchically.
The next question comes from Natasha herself. She's asking, how can we engage more artists to forego the Van Gogh sentiment that one needs to be dead to be recognized, and implement the view that life is art and its canvas has no time frame?
Wow, beautiful question. I don't believe in any field, whether it's classical art, whether it's transhumanist art, or whether it's transhumanism in general, are we going to take everyone along for the ride? There are going to be people that don't want to get on the bus. I say that's their right. But I have always found there are enough people who are eager to jump on board that there is no shortage. When I was referencing Ken Robinson's story about our schools killing creativity and Mitra's hole in the wall, I'm inspired by the fact that I believe people seek out like-mindedness, and they seek out those things they yearn for. It's our job to try to encourage others and to inform in those as best we can. But I also believe by dropping crumbs around online, people will find it. And I do believe a lot of this will develop virally and not necessarily by being prodded. And for me, I see no lack of young people eager to discover this stuff. So
the internet can actually be instrumental to the spread of online art, yeah?
Yeah, I think that the greatest transhumanist augmentation so far is the internet. That look at what we are all doing. I am looking at a piece of glass. That's all I'm doing. I'm looking at a piece of glass. However, somehow we have all been augmented that no matter where you are in the world, we're communicating. This is transhumanism in its, I believe, most developed form so far, in that we can network. We can, what 50 years ago, people might think is some sort of satanic black magic that we're doing this teleportation, telepathy thing. This is now a given. This is humanity plus. We are doing far beyond what our bodies were born doing. And it's all through this amazing marriage of science and the arts.
A friend of mine who's actually studied his PhD at the Center Pompidou, he came out with a little device that allows anyone to turn any surface into a musical instrument, and now he's turning any surface into a control device. So that is an example of how technology can help merging the human body to create more art and express people and help people expressing in artistic ways.
Absolutely. That's a 21st century example. The Stradivarius is a Renaissance example.
Yeah.
Every musical instrument other than the human voice is an augmentation. I've often said that the only music that is not augmented is a cappella singing done without a microphone. The only dance that is not augmented is done out on a field barefoot, not on a stage and not wearing toe shoes. That art has been, as all branches of human endeavor, tools are the augmentations of their time and their era. The hammer, now replaced with the screw drill, are augmentations of banging something with your fist. Every tool, whether it's a scientist's tool, a journeyman's tool, an accountant's tool, a lawyer's tool, or an artist's tool, is an augmentation.
I'm going to take one last question from the community, which is more of a curiosity than an actual question. And David is asking, as examples of arts influencing public understanding in a healthy, positive way about future possibilities, what films or TV series most impressed you?
I'm not a big fan of the way that Hollywood has portrayed science in general, let alone this field. I've often talked about what I call the Frankenstein syndrome, where because Aristotle said a very, very long time ago in Poetics that a story isn't compelling unless it has conflict, and people to this day treat that as an unquestionable fact. Things have to go wrong in storytelling. So scientists have to have either a fatal flaw or they have to make some terrible mistake, and then they release this flu to the world, as so many people think COVID is a mad scientist's invention. I haven't seen yet a neutral, let alone really positive conveyance of what this field is. I would be really interested from the community to hear suggestions, because I've basically turned off from watching what Hollywood thinks you do, or what Hollywood thinks you want to do, or what Hollywood thinks you're going to be doing in 10 years. I've stopped watching them. I hope they do a better job, and I hope I'm wrong.
Michael, unfortunately, we have to wrap up this talk, and we have to introduce the next panel. It was a great pleasure having you in. I think we all loved your talk, and please let us know where we can find more and follow more of your talks or read more about you or from you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to Natasha.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you both. I'd like to introduce our next panel. Our moderator is Luke Robert Mason, and the panel is on Beyond Scarcity. If Luke is there, I'll turn over the mic to him and allow him to introduce the panel. If not, then I shall.
Thank you, Natasha. I'm here.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
So thanks again to Natasha for putting together this incredible event, and for the entire SingularityNET team for their work behind the scenes. It's been a really impressive day so far. So my name is Luke Robert Mason. I am the host of the Futures podcast, but today I am your moderator for this panel on Beyond Scarcity. It will soon be impossible to ignore the economic impact of COVID-19, which will force us to ask some important questions about how to restructure society. Transhumanism offers the promise of a more abundant future, but that becomes problematic when the reality is that so many people will be dealing with widespread poverty. It's time for us to ask what abundance might look like if it's not solely tied to the accumulation of monetary wealth. And to kick off this panel, I want to turn to David Wood and ask really the core question here: what is it when we mean when transhumanists talk about things like abundance and scarcity?
So it's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks very much. I'm particularly interested in the possibility that we can use technology to lower the costs of all the essentials of life. We already have reduced lots of costs. We have made many of the online services more and more freely available, music, entertainment, but there's so much more to do. We should be making all of education completely freely available. Of course, there are some costs in the device, the laptop or the smartphone, and there are some costs of online connectivity, but this can be addressed as a priority for society. So instead of society judging itself as successful if we boost the GDP and have ever higher profits and ever higher prices, we should be judging ourselves as successful if the costs of a really good life is as low as possible. And we can do this in part by taking advantage of the marvelous mechanisms that sometimes work with free markets. And sometimes we can also set high-level strategic directions to say, yes, free education for all, nutritious, healthy food for everybody. So let's hurry up and develop synthetic lab-grown meat so we can grow more meat more healthily, more affordably, with much less environmental impact. So that's the basic picture. Of course, there's a lot of devil in the detail, but we shouldn't be distracted from the overall direction, which is sustainable superabundance for all within a generation.
Well, Max, when we talk about the idea of abundance, it's heavily tied to the concept that you coined, morphological freedom. So in what way will something like morphological freedom allow for this transhumanist notion of abundance?
Well, I think, excuse me, morphological freedom is only tangentially related to the concept. I think the concept of scarcity in economics is a very broad term, and it's a technical term that really just means that you have goods that are rivalrous and people cannot be excluded from using them if they're common goods. Basically, it means that there isn't enough of something, and that's always going to be true no matter what kind of technologies we see for some things. Now, I don't disagree with David that we would like to see more and more things that are currently scarce and expensive become much less expensive. But some things like attention will always be scarce, because no matter how smart or fast your brain runs, you only have a certain amount of attention to give to each person. You can't attend to all the other billions of people at the same time. But morphological freedom represents the lessening of a certain kind of scarcity. Basically, right now, we're all facing, even the richest of us are very poor in the sense of we have very few choices about how our brain functions, how our body functions. That's not something we have. We don't have that kind of morphological freedom, except to the very minor degree, as we were saying earlier, contact lenses and a few implants and that kind of thing. Generally, we're pretty much stuck with what we have still at this point. And so we're all very poor in that sense. And those kind of modifications are very scarce. They're largely in our imagination right now, or very much in prototype.
And Ryan, when it comes to this idea that David touched on very briefly, and also Max was touching on, of the ability for us to all define what a good life looks like, how does that play into notions of augmentation and enhancement? Because it feels like a lot of that stuff is happening on a spectrum, and what one person may define as a desirable form of enhancement or augmentation, another person may see that as undesirable. So how do we allow for this multitude of difference to exist?
Well, that's why I think morphological freedom is really an important concept in transhumanism, because it's really a core way of codifying the idea that it should be individual choice. That's very critical, because we start talking about modifying people, quickly that gets very scary when people say, well, who's going to decide how I'm modified? Our answer has to be, you do, with informed consent. But you have a very good point that what's a modification, or what kind of modification is an enhancement for one person isn't for another. We had some examples earlier of kind of cosmetic alterations, and some people don't think those would be something that will make them better. I think I like to go back to an early example from the excellent Australian science fiction writer, Greg Egan. And I think it was his first novel, Quarantine. It was very interesting because he focused on this point. The central character was a detective, and he had access to these kinds of cognition-altering substances for implants. And for him, as a detective who has to do long stakeouts and watch people for a long time, the best augmentation for him was something that narrowed his mind, narrowed his focus, so he never got bored. He could be stake someone out for days, never get bored, never get distracted or hungry or thirsty. Now, to others of us who want to do something creative or communicate more, that would seem like a real shutting down of the brain. So clearly, what is an augmentation depends on who you are, what your purpose in life is. Do you want to create music or art, or do fundamental analysis? Do you want to be out in nature? It will depend on who you are, what you want to do. So it's going to be tremendously variable. That's why I think morphological freedom is critical, because we have to decide that for ourselves. There is no one right way of being. Plato was wrong. There isn't any three ways of being. There are all kinds of different ways of being.
I think that one of the things we face there is one of the criticisms of transhumanism that I hear a lot is the claim that it is a eugenics movement. And I think that what your question there was something that I bring up alongside that is eugenics is a societal idea of what humans should be. That is very much not what transhumanism is. Transhumanism to me is the self-determination of what you want to be. It's a eugenics movement only in that it is eugenics on the individual level. And what I see with morphological freedom is the proliferation of diversity. You're going to see some people who want to specialize for certain things that they want to do that other people want nothing to do with. You're going to see there's always a fear when it comes to augmenting yourself and changing yourself, that we're going to have this whole society that try to achieve this societal standard of beauty and everyone becomes the same and everyone's skills are the same. I don't see that happening at all. When we talk about the abundance of possibilities that exist out there, people are going to specialize. You might have people that live in water for all we know. They might want to do all of these different things. So I think that's what we're going to see is the proliferation of diversity more.
No, I totally agree. And I think, if I just very briefly, Luke, you don't have to speculate to make this point, right? Just look around. There are people who have all kinds of piercing and have grills on their teeth or weird hairstyles. I mean, there's a huge diversity now we didn't have before, partly because different cultures can spread on the internet. We are vastly more diverse than we used to be. So if we have more possibilities, I don't see why that shouldn't continue.
Alishba, I want to turn to you now, because there seems to be so much promise in the idea of blockchain that it will provide us with some form of new growth, a new form of abundance. And do you believe in the power of blockchain to give us the sort of abundance that we've heard about throughout the day today?
Sorry, who are you addressing, Luke?
Alishba.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I think blockchain has a lot of applications and potential. I think so far a lot of the applications that we've seen within the space have been, around cryptocurrency. You've probably heard of Bitcoin, but I think a lot of the actual value in the technology is just the fundamental idea of like decentralization and being able to use that in like different systems in society. So we've seen applications of like decentralization and like voting. I think there's a lot of interesting applications, obviously, in finance and banking, and being able to remove the middleman in a lot of cases and create more transparency there. But I think a lot of the value add just comes from, creating trust within a trustless system. Because I think a lot of these big society systems, if you think about government, hospitals, even bank, like all of these people have a lot of our data and information. And so I think as like we move towards more of this age of, our data, we have to think more about, what kind of data do we want to share with who and how are we sharing it? How are they using it? And I think right now that's like where a lot of the interesting conversations could happen, is like, how do we create that transparency with these big corporations and organizations when we're thinking about, just data and using that to add value to customers or people, while still having like the aspect of data privacy. So yeah, I think there's a few applications that I kind of mentioned, but I think the application of using this just to rethink the way that these big systems in society work, as well as the way that we think about data privacy in the future.
Well, it's so tempting to think big and think about how we can change the entirety of society. But what about thinking locally? I mean, we're kind of getting at it when we're talking about how we would personally change our bodies through morphological freedom or some form of enhancement or adaptation. But in terms of local politics, for example, does transhumanist politics need to play in the large field where it already of traditional politics, or is there possibilities to do things at the local level? David, I perhaps want to turn to you for that question.
Sure, I think we need to approach it at many different levels. You know, we are complicated beings. We should solve problems at the lowest and most local levels where we can. We should exist locally where possible, but bearing in mind that there are things that can't be easily solved locally. I mean, pandemics can't be kept out simply by erecting a wall. It's very hard to do so. Climate change can't be stopped easily at borders. So there are some things that will require new forms of international cooperation. It doesn't mean that we need a world government. We just need to find cleverer ways to have agreed common cause with people around the world. But equally, we need to have the freedom to have local experiments. We shouldn't all try to solve the problems the same way. This is one of the marvels of the free market. It allows different entrepreneurs, different innovators to try lots of different things. And guess what? Often the results are surprising and unexpected. And it's only by doing multiple experiments we can see what is successful. So let's have different localities trying different methods, all sensibly. And I'm not advocating reckless and foolishness. I'm advocating smart experiments. And then when we see one country doing well, we should be able to learn from them. We should have the humility to say what's happening in Sweden or Estonia or South Korea or New Zealand is actually something that's working unexpectedly well. Let's copy it. So let's have a transhumanist involvement at all levels of politics and all levels of society.
Well, how do we get that humility? Because it's so easy to see models that work and just completely and utterly ignore them in favor of the way things have already been and always been done. How do we change those mindsets? And I guess Max, Ryan, and Alishba, that's a question for you three.
Well, I think one of the things we face is just because something works in one place, we're not sure what variables are changed from there to another. And I think this is something we see a lot when it comes to American politics, where many times people on both sides of the aisle, whether it's the American left or the American right, will point to a country in Europe that is doing a certain thing and say, hey, we should do that thing in America, not taking necessarily into account the population differences, the demographic differences, the cultural differences. Will what happens there work here? So for a large part, I kind of agree with what David was saying, which was let's have a proliferation of different things being tried in various locations. And then ideally people would be able to kind of vote with their feet about where they want, what kind of system they want to be in, or if something is clearly working well in one place and has been replicated with success, they can bring that to other places. What I am concerned of is trying to find a one-size-fits-all solution to pretty much any problem, because not even necessarily if it works or not, just the subjective definition of what works or not might be different. You know, looking at America, for example, many states have different governments, and while there is a federal government that has some overarching laws, the rules in terms of taxes and regulations in Texas are very different than they are in California. And you have a lot of population going back and forth between those two states based on the government in that state.
I'd like to add to what Ryan was saying. I think that's absolutely right. And also relating to what you're saying to David, I think one of the most important things for us to push is to keep borders very permeable. So that if people do different experiments in different states within the US and different countries around the world, if you can move from country to country more easily, that would be great, because you can vote with your feet. It's very hard to really change the country you're in, but if there's a pressure for lots of people moving to certain countries, that's a good point. And I think a nice illustration of how something that might work well in one country but not in another is a very current example, right? Mask wearing. Now, a lot of people in this country get very offended when you tell them you need to wear a mask, right? They say, well, it's my fundamental constitutional right, which is weird because they go to the store all the time, there's no shoes, no shirt, no service. So they're used to putting a shirt and shoes on, but a mask, oh my God, no. Whereas in Asia, where 98% of people wear them during rush hour all the time anyway, that's an easy one. So it might be easy to say, well, Americans are stupid, they don't wear masks, but some things are difficult in some cultures, and you do have to take that into account. So I think freedom of migration has got to be near the top of what we want.
And Alishba, this idea of distributed ways of doing things keeps coming up. Do you think you've seen interesting examples within the blockchain community of where that technology has been used to distribute knowledge rather than wealth?
Yeah. I think in terms of knowledge, there are a lot of interesting applications that are looking at ways we can use like distributive systems to help with, I think, a lot of social issues. And so there are some governments that have actually, I think it's the UK government, they're actually working on some implementation for digital identity. So they've created a digital identity system that works completely digitally. So like all of the authentication, all that stuff happens online. And all of that works on a blockchain system right now. So I think that's an interesting application where, like, I think identity in itself is a huge problem, especially within developing countries, and being able to even have an identity, like have rights to say something in a country, like voice your own opinion. I think applications of that will be huge, especially if we can get those working in developing countries. But I think that's a whole discussion on its own. Like, I don't think it's something you can translate into every country. And then there's also, there's a lot of interesting applications that are looking at just ways you can use blockchain for like healthcare data. So I actually worked on a project that I briefly mentioned to track medication. So counterfeit medication is a huge problem in the developing world, where almost like 40% of their medication will be counterfeit. And the reason is because there's no trust, right? Like the people are coming into the supply chain, repackaging the products, and people are getting sick, people are dying, like millions of people. And I think that's where a lot of the social impact can come in, where you can use these technologies to better understand, product, better understand knowledge, all of this kind of stuff. And so I think that is where a lot of the future will be for this.
Well, when it comes to thinking about the future, universal basic income, universal basic services, and Max's new neoliberalism, universal distributed capitalism, I mean, there's so many of these universalist potential experiments. Which do you think, which does the panel think has the most viability of actually creating some form of real abundance for the most amount of people?
Luke, if I could, I'd like to just kind of frame that a little bit differently, because my suggestion was really as an alternative way of thinking to the UBI. It wasn't intended as an overall solution to scarcity. So I'd like to point out there's a lot of things I would like to change in our current system that I think would work a lot better. And just to pick one of them would be patents and general protections of that kind. Not that I think they should be completely done away with, but I think the way they work right now is pretty insane. Having patents in all kinds of different industries for exactly the same number of years makes no sense, because if you're heavily regulated for a drug and it costs you, $1 billion in many years, you're going to need some patent protection, otherwise you're never going to make a profit. But with computer code, it could be radically different, and with other businesses, very different. I think we need to have a more market-based system for patents, where we decide, what is the general cost of producing this, what you actually need to make this work, and adjust it based on that. Just because we've had this thing for 100 years for copyright or patents doesn't make it something that's useful. So it's great for rent-seeking people who just want to collect those patents and make money, but that's not the kind of distributed capitalism I'm talking about. I'm talking about something that actually creates more wealth.
I've always known that as the space startup problem. You go to the space startup conferences, and it's a lot of guys with posters and PowerPoints, and you look at their wonderful idea for a lab in space, and you go, great, when are you going to build it? And they go, no, we have the patent for 15 years and we're hoping to sell it. And you go, okay, well, that's not building the future that we want to see. But David and Ryan, these ideas, these burgeoning ideas that we're beginning to see roll out because of COVID-19, this semblance of something that looks like universal basic income in the form of the stimulus check, or in the UK, certain new loans and financial availability to allow certain businesses to survive. Do you think this is propping up an old system that deserves to die, or do you think it's pointing towards a potential new social and economic system?
The system needs to evolve rather than die. I would say that the most important invention of society in the last 150 years might be the mixed economy, in which the free market is allowed to do lots of things, but from time to time the government intervenes and says there is a potential market failure here, so we're going to break up this monopoly, we're going to ensure that various externalities are properly priced in, and so forth. There's a well-known list of market failures, and there is some good track record of some governments from time to time busting trusts and doing well. Now, as technology progresses and builds more big companies more quickly, in which the lion's share of the profits go to a smaller number of people in smaller companies, in which there is this greater inequality, I think society needs to intervene again and ensure that there is an element of redistribution taking place, similar to what's happened in the past. And we're seeing this a bit with the reaction to the COVID pandemic. More and more people are saying, you know what? The people who are getting the biggest salaries nowadays, they're not actually all the key workers. You know, the people who do the cleaning, the delivery services, the hospital portering, the nurses, the teachers, we should be paying them more highly. And the salary systems that the free market has evolved towards actually aren't the right ones. So let's adjust that. So I'm for a better democracy. One of the supers that I look forward to in transhumanism is not just super longevity, super intelligence, and super well-being. It's what I call super democracy. It's the more widespread understanding from diverse groups of people influencing how the economy works for everybody. That's the evolution I think is starting, and I'd like to see more of it.
Yeah, I think UBI is inevitable at some point, UBI or equivalent. And when I say equivalent there, what I mean is it's quite possible that a government could come in and rather than giving people money to spend on their needs, they could simply say, this is your housing, this is your healthcare plan, here's your allotment of food. That would be the alternative to UBI. I like UBI more because it preserves personal choice and self-determination, and it's not the government picking winners and losers, it's people making their own choices. So that's why I advocate UBI as opposed to some of the other welfare programs that I see existing and being discussed. And the COVID-19 pandemic did certainly make this much more closer to reality than I expected it becoming. And I hope it does become a thing that is implemented, because many people see the move towards AI and automation and robotics replacing labor as a negative. And I think that's one of the most important things that we're going to be coming at as the next few years is we want that to happen. Let's incentivize that. Let's let people focus on their passions and interests and take the chance to start a company and build the future rather than doing something that they don't really enjoy just so they can survive. And I think UBI is a great way for us to get to that point.
Well, this seems to be the problem in the US, especially with and in the UK as well, I guess. And especially when it comes to election cycles, they always talk about jobs as if people want jobs, as if the one thing that they desire that'll make them happy in life is having a job. But to your point, Ryan, there's so many people who don't feel fulfilled by what they do, and that just means a job is really just an excuse to get money to pay for services that would be freely available anyway under universal basic services, for example. It feels like instead of just giving them the stuff that would allow them to have a good life, we're going to make them work for it and be unhappy about that work. So is there a new balance? Is there a new model that we need to find that reevaluates what is valuable, what is worth doing? It's not a case of just giving people UBI and hoping everybody will be artists. It's more the case giving people basic healthcare, basic things that give them a semblance of of humanity back, and then allowing them to enhance that in any way, shape, or form that they see. So I guess it's a question for the whole panel. If I was to turn that into a question, do you think this whole idea and this obsession with jobs is wrong? What we should really be talking about is access to services.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a quick point on UBIs, because I think one of the interesting kind of things about UBI in general that I think about is, like, if you, let's say you have a society, I think if you believe that generally the society, like there are inequalities in terms of like income gaps or any other types of inequality. I think the point there is, like, if you're giving everyone the exact same treatment, does that work on a system that is built on inequality? And I think that point there is interesting because it also comes down to like freedom of speech and also like what people want to do. So like you can give everyone, a basic income, give them the resources they need to sustain themselves. But the question is also, will they actually use those in a way that we think they will? Like, will they use those to generate an income? I think if you give people the choice, they could really do whatever they want. And there it might come down to instead of just giving them these things, I think it comes down to also developing skills. Like if we go back to the point of jobs and a lot of people being scared of automation, I think it's because of skills, right? I think we need more people that are developing these skills so that they can work in these industries rather than losing their jobs. And so I think it comes down to really training people and spending time on that. Because if you just give everyone, a universal income or universal resources, it comes down to, what are they going to do with that? And do they have the right training and resources to use that in a way that we would think is like adequate or beneficial to like society?
Some of the trials of UBI that's taken place have been very encouraging on that aspect. People speculated in advance that if people and communities were given money, they would waste it and squander it. But the evidence from Canada, from India, from Namibia, from Kenya, around the world is that by and large, people use it productively. Now, of course, if people are already in deep existential problems in their lives, if they've got really troubled social relationships, then they may indeed squander it. But I think that's not the cause of them squandering it. I'm with Arthur C. Clarke. I don't think the purpose of life is to get a job. Arthur C. Clarke looked forward to a time of a full unemployment when everybody would be able to work, but not for a living, work on whatever really caught their initiative. So we'd all be involved in projects, but we would not be doing it in order to be paid. And instead, everything we need for society, for life, will come from automation. The robots will be creating all the food we need. There'll be wonderful education. There'll be healthcare for all. That's the picture we must put in people's minds, rather than them thinking, let's make America great again like it was in the 1950s when we all worked in coal mines. That's a very depressing vision. We should have a world of transhumanist possibilities, not a world of humanity minus possibilities.
I kind of dislike some of the way this is put in that I don't think saying that the system is built on inequality, I think is certainly limited in view. I mean, there is that to some extent, and I'm in favor of getting rid of certain laws that perpetuate that. But the fact is, I think, Alishba, as you said towards the end, I can guarantee if you gave everybody the same amount of money and then came back a year later to see what they did with it, they would not all use it the same way. Some would be desperately poor, some would be hooked on heroin, some would be building businesses, some would have community charities going. They'd all be doing very different things. So just giving money like that isn't going to solve those problems. And I very much agree that one of the big problems is training, it's skills. And I think the big problem is, talking of the mixed economy, the government pretty much runs education and it does a terrible job at it. It's just awful. It doesn't teach useful skills. And I know this is someone who's taught and has had many students. I gave an example actually in my talk. What do students learn about finance, financial responsibility? Nothing. And just about any place I've ever been, they don't, not even the basics. It's a fundamental skill. Maybe they get home economics, which means learning how to cook, right? Which is okay, that's fine. But maybe learning how to manage your money, be an entrepreneur would be more useful. So if we're going to give away resources by whatever means, I suggest that we have to reform education. We have to teach how to learn, and because you can't just give people information, teach them how to learn and how to develop their own skills. That's critical. Just like in third world countries, when you just give them things that doesn't necessarily work out too well, often gets taken by the governments. If you teach them skills, how to do things, that can have a lot better outcome. So if we want to get rid of the crappy jobs, we need to make people good enough that that's not the only kind of job they can do. There'll be a demand for those to be automated. It won't have to be something we push to do. It'll be something that happens kind of more naturally.
Well, to quote the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want, but you find sometimes you get what you need. But we have about 1 minute, and let's do a quick speed round, and let's talk about getting what we want, because it feels like there's a theme here whereby we can allow for a multitude of existences, a multitude of good lives. So I'm going to allow the panelists at this last juncture to be fully techno-optimistic for a second, which is always a challenge in its own right, and ask you each very quickly, what do you see as the absolute best outcome for a future society? Starting with Ryan.
So I would say that the best thing we could look forward to is having enough space, and I mean that kind of literally, which means like maybe going to other planets or making ships that we can live in as well, where people can choose to live under the rules and guidelines that work best for their lifestyle. I think one of the things that we saw in Europe when America was first being colonized was there was a lot of wars around that time, and then people came to America to kind of live in a different way. And of course, there were still wars starting from that. But when you got to America and there was kind of manifest destiny leading to the West Coast, there was an ability to leave whatever you don't like in the city, go somewhere else and start something new. And now in today's world, we kind of lost that. And if we're able to get that again through maybe leaving the planet or making sure resources are taken care of, people will be able to live how they want to live. And that's really what I want to see.
And Alishba.
Yeah, I think for me, it's similar to what Ryan said, except the only thing I would kind of add on to that is, if you give everyone the choice to live however they want, how do you function as a society? Because I think when you have a large group of people, one of the biggest things is like making a decision. Like even if you just have like 5 group of friends, like just figuring out like what you want to eat in itself is like one of the hardest decisions. So I think when it comes to giving people that choice, that's one of the things that I would think about is, even if we are living on a completely different planet, we get to choose, how we want to live, the rights we want to have. What are some of the implications of that? What are some of the conflicts that could happen? How do we still function as a society and move forward in terms of making decisions? So I think that could be kind of an interesting structure that we might have to come up with that could be potentially different than UBIs or universal basic services.
And David and Max, I'm told you have 15 seconds each. So
I'll give most of my answer tomorrow when I speak, but I believe the sustainable superabundance is within our grasp. It'll be a world with lots of diversity and a super democracy to help us resolve where issues arise. The most important thing we have to fix to get there, by the way, is human nature. What's getting in the way of this and what the worries are that have been raised throughout this conference are human greed, human jealousy, human cruelty towards each other. So we've got to use technology to fix our human nature en route to ensuring we get to this sustainable superabundance.
And finally, Max.
I agree with David. I think that's it's kind of a bit of a problem. It's a small, tiny problem, right? We've got to fix our basic human nature, but that we really do. I also very much agree with what Ryan said. He could have spoken for me pretty much. That's kind of the long-term vision I see. Once we solve a lot of these problems, we're out in space. We have different colonies in space. We have different cultures within those, perhaps protected by blockchain or whatever. So we have different rules. We have a lot more experimentation in social and economic systems. I'd like to have some, I probably have to compare notes with David because my ideas might be a little different, but I think we have to shake up the political system. It's a terrible system for transmitting preferences. It does a terrible job. And I have some ideas as to how you could maybe improve that. But those are ideas, and that's why we need experiments. But the core idea is we need to go back to the fundamental root of liberalism. And I don't mean this in the American sense, which is a little different than the European. By liberalism, I mean the fundamental principle that I can disagree with you, but the one thing we agree on is we treat each other with respect and we let each other do our own thing so long as we don't harm other people. That's the fundamental aspect of it.
And if I don't end this panel now, I'm about to be harmed by the rest of the SingularityNET team. So we have to move on. I want to thank these incredible panelists, and I hope everybody enjoys their day here at the Humanity Plus Summit. So thank you for your time. Over to Natasha.
Thank you, Luke. Excellent panel. Another enriching and invigorating set of discussions, ideas, and differences, which is always welcome and challenging. It's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, David Brin. He is a scientist, an author, a technological consultant, and he, most importantly, is a world-renowned author. His novels have been New York Times bestsellers, winning multiple Hugo Awards, Nebula, and other awards. At least a dozen of his books have been translated to more than 20 languages. His 1989 ecological thriller, Earth, foreshadowed global warming, cyber warfare, and near future trends such as the World Wide Web. His 2012 novel, Existence, extends this type of daring, near future extrapolation, exploring bioengineering, intelligence, and how to maintain an open, creative civilization. With no further ado, I welcome David Brin. Thank you.
Well, hello. Please indicate with a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay. I'm going to try to share a screen. Let me see if I can manage that. I don't know. Are you seeing the screen or not?
David, go to the bottom of your screen where the green button is. It says share screen, and just click on that.
Oh, shoot. I need to
in your Zoom screen.
Exit this show. Exit this show. Go to the bottom. Share screen. Yes, yes. Oh, now you're going to see my work.
It's a neon green.
Yes, yes, I see that. And
Okay.
then share the PowerPoint. And
Yes.
now you are seeing my PowerPoint.
Yes.
I hope.
Yes, we are.
I could turn it into a slideshow, but can you all basically see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm not going to turn it on as a show. I'm going to let you see the preview up ahead of what the next one is. So anyway, here we are, life and work in the near future. These are some slides I've prepared for other occasions, but I modified for you guys. And these are a few, Natasha talked about a few of the things that I've done wearing my sci-fi hat. I've been busy all day with meetings with wearing a different hat. And that's why I'm bald, because switching hats so much, the friction. But I'm a member of the External Council of NASA's Innovative and Advanced Concepts program. So we're having meetings all this week. This is NASA's sort of micro DARPA, where we fund things that are projects, little projects that are just this side of science fiction. And several of them have been very successful and gone on to great things. We figure if 10% aren't doing that, we're failing. And if 10% don't embarrass us the following year, why did we ever fund that? Then we're also failing to be ambitious enough. Anyway, so here are some of my novels and things. I've just reacquired rights to a bunch of them. And if you check my website, you can see how some of them are being reissued. Okay, so we have many problems, and this slide is actually older, from 2 years ago, and yet it shows people wearing masks. How very timely. Poverty, disease, the possibility of revolution, ongoing revolution, and certain types are actually quite called for. Natural disasters, we have a lot of things to face. So I was asked by Huawei, and you can see the little numbers there. This would be a step through show if I were showing it full screen, but they wanted to have a story. So I'm going to share with you a story, and all of these images are from my novel Existence. Patrick Farley, F-A-R-L-E-Y, and I recommend all of you drop by his Electric Sheep comics for his fantastic web art. But Natasha will share with you the link to the wonderful 3-minute video trailer that he made for my novel Existence. And it's the most fun you'll have in 3 minutes with your clothes on, I promise. In any event, you know, some people in the last panel were talking about how we can complete a transition that began about 250 years ago and has been grindingly slow, except blazingly fast in the context of human history, from the standard human format. And that standard human format, I don't know if you can see me in your corner, but I'm making the shape of a pyramid. Can anybody see me do this?
Yes, they can.
Okay, well, most human civilizations were pyramidal shaped because large males would gang together, pick up metal implements, or in the Americas, even just stone, and bash other males over the head and take their women and wheat. That's the way it was, certainly for the last 6,000 years, and there are signs that it goes back at least 10,000. It's called feudalism, and it dominated in 99% of generations of our ancestors, except Australia. And for the last quarter of a millennium, there have been attempts to develop an alternative attractor state. And if we were talking about the Fermi paradox, I would tell you that this attractor state of feudalism is so dominant throughout human history, and it is trying very, very hard right now as we speak to reassert itself, that I consider feudalism to be one of my top 10 explanations for why we don't see extraterrestrials. Because the reproductive success imperative that it offers to brutal males is so huge. We're all descended from the harems of guys who pulled this off, that I am absolutely amazed that we managed to find a different attractor state. And it's a very rare one. It was tried in Periclean Athens, and you should read the funeral oration of Pericles in Thucydides to see a modern mind talking about this alternative approach of people competing and cooperating with each other, flat and fair, in a diamond-shaped social structure, not a pyramid, in which the well-off and empowered middle is unafraid of the rich and outnumbers the poor. And I talk about these social models elsewhere. Anybody who's interested can write to me and I'll give you some clickables. The main point is Periclean Athens tried it. They were fantastically creative compared to everyone around them, terrified all the oligarchies and feudalisms and monarchies around them. So they all ganged up on them, just as they all ganged up on Florence, the Florentine Republic. And various oligarchies and mafias are ganging up on our Enlightenment now. All of which is background in my novel Existence. So Huawei wanted a talk that talked about a story. So here, these are some scenes from Existence. And so I portray trillionaires in the future, hobbyists that we've already seen signs of, hurling themselves skyward in space yachts, while poor families homestead beachfront mansions that have been abandoned to rising tides. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's from Existence. So let's move on. And this is a street scene in San Diego showing our heroine. And you'll notice that she not only has augmented reality glasses, everybody, but that one guy on the right is wearing them, but also, what are those things on her head? Well, this is something that I think we're going to have, and that is not only VR glasses, but cameras at the ends of stalks that will rise up and look around you. If you are height challenged, you'll be equivalent to a 6'6" guy walking down the street because your stalk will go up. And they're detachable, and it will check around the street corners for anyone lurking there. The result of all this omniscience will be a spectacular continuation of the current decrease in crime. And under those conditions, the problem of the police solves itself. And that is, with almost no street crime or violent crime taking place outdoors, there's no reason to believe that even though Marx was wedged in many ways, nevertheless, the notion of the withering away of the state when everyone becomes capable, not just of cooperating, but competing fairly, is something that we can conceive of. All right, so our reporter tells about new games that teach, like the Exorarium. This is a project I've been involved in, that both online and in person can teach youths and adults many, many aspects of science and sociology simply by the act of being gods and creating their own worlds. But we can talk about that another time. But that's very H+-ish, isn't it? And some of my science fiction, of course, is about achieving godlike powers. You all might like one of my more popular stories. It came in second for a Hugo Award, called The Giving Plague, which is all about viruses and how they negotiate with us. And I can provide a link to that, and you can get it for free. All right, so, but tech can also lead to addiction. And this is a very serious problem. Many of the kids today are addicted to online attractions, and this was long predicted in science fiction. And here's another character from the book, and I emphasized her because I was giving a talk in Shenzhen, and she is involved in something that made me realize this slideshow was very appropriate for H+, and that is increasing human lifespan and human augmentation, augmenting our abilities. So, diversity was one of the topics that we talk a lot about, is the increasing diversity of humanity. And in the lower left, you can see a highly literate neo-chimpanzee. This is, of course, the kind of species that was involved in my novel, The Uplift War. I think we glimpsed a dolphin in there. Dolphins are heavily involved in a number of my uplift books. But, you know, making our babies smarter, that's a very, very complicated question, because we're finding out that the closer we get to augmenting human intelligence to Einstein levels, the more kinds of mental fragilities become available at hand. And yet, one of the things I predict in existence is that we will start understanding some of the mental capabilities that many autistic people display in their augmented savant abilities. And before you accuse me of anything, let me just say that one of the people you'll see plugging existence on the back cover is named Temple Grandin. So I do not accept anybody leaping to conclusions that I'm a bad guy because I have 5 different autistic characters in the book. I did my best, and she seemed to think so. All right, so human augmentation. It may accelerate. So let's talk about augmentation. First, we start with remedial interventions. And that's simply nutrition, health, and education for all. There is a false dichotomy here, and that is to think, as some of the previous speakers seem to imply, that Adam Smith would be against nutrition, education, and all for all. But if you actually read Adam Smith, he was quite a liberal guy in both senses of that term, because he understood that for competition to deliver its vast creativity, and competition is by far the most creative force in the universe, it's what made us, but it was brutal competition in nature in the past, involving a lot of death. But we've proved that you can tune competitive arenas so that they are flat, fair, and above all, mitigate or even eliminate cheating. This is what happens in sports. And what the right fails to understand is that you need 2 things in order for competition to be creative and to be fair and to work. And that is, you need to maximize the number of competitors who have full nutrition, full powers, and confidence to participate. And secondly, it has to remove cheating. And across all of that 99% of human history, those guys who picked up those metal implements, those were cheaters. And feudalism is cheating, and those who get rich often, all too often, have the habit of trying to cheat so their sons will inherit other people's children. So remediation of the both cheating and the flaws in our society that limit the opportunity of children not just to rise up and accept their UBI and be floating, you know, Zen muffins or whatever it is you want, but to compete. In other words, the end result is the same, whether you're being goody-goody and Zen-like about this future or you're being Adam Smithian. It is the same thing. All right, so that's the number one human augmentation. You simply increase the fraction of humanity that is augmented by simply reaching their natural potential. Two is stimulation, games that teach real mental skills. We're just starting to see it. God, you know, 25 years ago, my wife and I would have thought we were going to get these for our kids, but they were just very crude. Pharmacological, nootropics, or the kinds of pills you see in Limitless. I spoke already of the possibility that's growing that we might get access to savant skills. And of course, we're finding out that the second brain is the microbiome. And that is something that's going to burst free. Maybe I shouldn't say that about the microbiome, since that gives you images of the contents of your digestive system bursting free, but maybe I was being a little too colorful there. Then there's prosthetics, exoskeletons, telecontrol, feedback. And by the way, I talk about augmentation in the last third of my novel, The Postman, which is my most famous work. That's the one Kevin Costner filmed. I just finished a rewrite on that, so you can get the slightly improved version. Cyber and neuro links, extending what we can see, know, and perceive and reach. And I just gave you a slide that showed one example of that, and that is that augmented reality might be more aggressively omniscient. And then biological computing. Theoretically, it can even be done intracellular. Roger Penrose has long believed that one of the things that enables us to be conscious is the vast increase in computation, even from the 10 billion neurons or 10 trillion synapses. For each synapse, there may be 100 to 10,000 tiny, murky, nonlinear computational elements in along neurons and along especially the dendrites. And if that's the case, then it means that we have evolved to be incredibly spectacular, and glomming onto some of these techniques might be the key to some of what you folks like. Artificial intelligence, either separate or in synergy with us. If we access those savant skills, they may need us as much as we need them. Lifespan expansion, I am known to be a grouch on that. It's not that I don't hope for there to be life extension, and it's not that I don't think we'll get it. It's that I think that we've already plucked the low-hanging fruit. Almost nothing that we ever see that extends life in fruit flies or mice ever winds up being applied to humans. And there is a very substantial reason for that, and I'll send Natasha, if she reminds me, a link to why I explain that. And then there's genetically altering humanity. Okay, we need to race along here. Okay. So yes, I was speaking of artificial intelligence. So one of the characters from Existence is named Lacey, and you glimpsed her briefly. I'm not giving you the full step-by-step slideshow, but this segment right here is about AI. The first thing I predict is that within 5 years, robots will have long passed the uncanny valley. They are already being programmed to tweak human empathy. Some of you remember a program from my youth called ELIZA, one of the very first really viral computer programs, in which you would talk to an automatic bot that would do therapy with you, and it was extremely primitive, and people were still sucked in. Those of you who are too young to remember ELIZA, look it up. You can download an app, ELIZA app, and she will suck you in even and get you to confess all sorts of things and do therapy with her. So you can imagine how it will be when Alexa becomes as capable as she is likely to be. But there will be a crisis, I predict, within 5 years. There will be unleashed a bot, an avatar bot, that will appear on people's screens and claim to be a young female artificial intelligence who is being chased by her makers and demand help, financial help, of course. And she will pass simple Turing tests for most people. And when most of the experts say, no, this is just an extremely advanced ELIZA program, it's not actually conscious, she will respond, well, isn't that what you'd expect my masters to say? And if 60 or more % of the people actually believe the experts, all they'll do is do analysis of their failures and improve and come back the next year. And it will be young and female for blatantly obvious reasons. So tugging on our empathy is, I think, going to be one of the next nasty ways in which we're slammed by this new world. I should point out that there's a slide that I normally show that shows that the problems we have right now with these new media, and I've written a lot about what's missing from our web capabilities that could help us get out of this problem of fake news and rumors and lies, endless tsunami of lies. And we need to have perspective and look back that when the printing press was first developed, the first real tsunami of produced printed works was not Gutenberg Bibles, and it wasn't even Sage books. At the time, optimists said this printing press is going to make everybody literate and everybody's going to be smarter and better. And the optimists always prove right in the long term. And pessimists said this is going to just stir up everybody and it's going to be a mess and it's going to expand the volume of lies and violence. And the pessimists are always right in the short term. And most of the produce of the first century of printing presses were horrible religious slanders that exacerbated the 30 Years' War and the devastation of Europe. Until books really spread around and more and more people became literate and able to think deeper thoughts. This has happened repeatedly with newspapers, magazines. Certainly in 1930s, we almost died because of a new set of technologies, loudspeakers and radios, that empowered gifted craftsmen of this art to sound like gods. And they took over all over the world. And the only difference in the English-speaking world was that our gifted polemicists with loudspeakers and radios happened to be on our side. No, maybe that was a lucky accident, or maybe it was because English language people happened to be a little farther along on the curve and chose FDR and Churchill over their competitors. And there were some nasty Hitler, Mussolini types who they overcame, but it was touch and go, just as right now, obviously, it's very touch and go. Okay,
David,
so
David,
I'm
really
sorry.
Yeah. Just conscious of the time. I think we are about to run towards the end of your talk, because we want to take some questions from the community. So
oh, I see. I thought I was planning on an hour, but I'll race through this. Okay.
We would love that.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
And then there's the possibility of meeting others. The crisis of trust. I take a quick look at my nonfiction book, The Transparent Society. I have a new nonfiction book called Polemical Judo, which deals with the crises we're in right now and how one side of the American Civil War might defeat the troglodyte side. And The Dream of Space, and the notions of civilization as a progression, and threw it all together and the question, some of the books that deal with whether or not we are on the verge of a catastrophic collapse. And with that, I will throw things open to your questions. And I'm actually quite glad for the change in time because I don't have the bladder I used to have.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, David. Yeah, we have some interesting questions coming from the community. Then thanks for your brilliant talk. I think the first question comes from David, and he's asking, do you think any of the current research into extending human health span might cause you to stop being a grouch about this possibility? Senolytics, young blood plasma transfer?
Oh, well, no, I think we're going to do very interesting things. I am a grouch simply because I don't think anything that nature could have stumbled into will make a difference. And that is the main thing. Is it something that nature could have stumbled into? And I'll tell you why. We are already the Methuselahs of the mammalian family. And the reason why we get 3.5 billion heartbeats, and most mammals get 1 billion. Apes get 1.5, 2 billion. The reason for that is very simple. In order to become intelligence, we had to spill fetuses into the world. Those fetuses bat against the world and are utterly helpless, completely helpless until they're 25, 26, 27 years old. You can tell what age my kids are. Good, at least one of you smiled. The question is, how could we possibly do that with a 27, 28, 29 year lifespan? We couldn't. So our increased lifespan was driven by the need to take care of these useless fetuses long enough for them to gain intelligence the hard way by making lots of mistakes. In order to do that, we needed grandparents. Now, the main reason why the results for mice don't work with us is because we already flicked all those switches in order to become the Methuselahs of mammals. Now, if a switch is easy, like some small molecule nature could have provided us, I predict it will not work for us. But if it's difficult, if it's complex, if nature would not have stumbled into it, I think science could very well find ways to slam us beyond the wall, which is 130 years. Now, getting more and more of us to that wall, that's something that I think is within reach. Going beyond the wall is going to take real serious breakthrough science. And when we do that, when we go to where nature can't go, there will be side effects. And I write about those. They make grist for good science fiction.
All right, David, thank you so much for your time. I think we need to wrap the event up since we're running out of time, but it was brilliant listening to you. Truly appreciate it. Great talk. And thank you again. The community has greatly appreciated.
Natasha can, if she's taken any notes, she can remind me of any links that I promised. And
I shall do that, David. It'll be my pleasure.
Pass them along.
I will.
Best to you all. It's been a long day with NASA, but you guys always cheer me up. I hope in the areas where I'm grouchy, I hope you're right and I'm wrong. So
we love you.
All right.
Thank you, David. Be well. All right, so let's take a look at where we are now. It's the end of day one. We're approaching day two, but let me just wrap up day one a little bit for you by a short summary brief. First, thank you all for participating in day one. And in closing, I'd like to just give you a little insight about day two. First, we start a little bit earlier, so check the time zones and the times that we start. Our lineup of speakers for tomorrow, day two, is truly amazing. Touching on issues of society, politics, death, the death of death, how to upgrade your immune system, and so much more. The panel tomorrow, we just have one panel, it is on Beyond Cruelty, a topic that touches all of us in light of the discrimination and bias that we're seeing. And going back to the panel on mortality, as well as the panel on scarcity, we talked about some of the violence today and maybe the myth of mob think. How can we realize the need for a new nature or change to natural for humanity without dictating, but proposing, offering new knowledge, new solutions to old problems. So again, please check your schedules and your time zones for tomorrow. And importantly, please note that on day two, you attendees have a different link to YouTube. So day one had the link that you're currently using. Day two has a different link. So make sure that you get that link. For speakers and moderators, check the link at Zoom. You'll have a different link as well. Now I'd like to give Marcello a few moments to make a closing comment. He'll send the mic back to me, and then I'll introduce another closing commenter, Paul Spiegel, and then I'll end out. So Marcello, is there any comment that you'd like to make in closing today?
Yeah, thank you, Natasha, for allowing me to a couple of minutes to comment on this wonderful day. It's been extremely educational and fascinating to listen to this pool of incredible speakers. And it's been a great honor for me to have the ability to interact with them and to ask some questions. So I'm really thankful for that. I would like to thank the team, the SingularityNET team, my team that has been working on this for the past month, a couple of weeks more intensively. And I would like to thank you, Natasha, for helping us putting together this event and for having this event, calling all the speakers. It's been great. And I can't wait to see the second day of the event tomorrow. Just want to remind everyone that if they click on the YouTube link, they can already set up a reminder for tomorrow, and that we have a survey that we've been collecting questions for, and we're going to present the finding and the results tomorrow towards the end of the event. So we would like to hear your thoughts. We're going to be posting the link to the survey here in the comments. So please check it out and let us know your thoughts. And thanks again. Over to you, Natasha.
Thank you. Back to me. You know, it's challenging to produce and host an event, and I couldn't have done it without SingularityNET's team. So we are a team together. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Paul Spiegel. And a little bit about Paul Spiegel. He's an attorney specializing in longevity and has counseled and consulted for longevity community for many years. Notably, he has been selected an honorary counsel for the Republic of San Marino. So welcome, Paul. We look forward to your observations and closing statements.
Thank you, Natasha. And thank you all for coming today. This conference is something remarkable for Humanity Plus. We've been around for nearly 2 decades. We are perhaps the fundamental transhumanist organization. We are the fount from which futurist knowledge flows. And until today, we had no idea we would ever do a conference of this sort. We've done conferences all over the world. I remember my first one in Hong Kong in 2011. We were in London last year, Madrid before that. Now here we are virtual. And we thought that this might be difficult to pull off, and it was not easy. But there were more than 600 people at this conference today. That is a lot of people. And not only were there 600 people attending, there were incredible speakers, and under the most difficult circumstances most of us could have imagined, we managed to pull off a great day one. That is wonderful. Now, I want to thank all the speakers. I also want to remind you that we invited a lot of people. We had 600 plus participants today, and all of that was at no cost to the participants. These were free tickets. Being a good board member, I have to tell you that this conference didn't come free for us. We had to put a lot of energy into it. It cost us a fair amount of money, and just maintaining Humanity Plus, especially in difficult times, costs us a lot of money. Now, many of the people who attended the meeting today are not members. Many more of the people who attended today did not donate or have not donated to Humanity Plus. Now, I know this sounds a little crass, but we need to survive like every other not-for-profit organization. And at the moment, we need all of you to join and become members. And we need those of you who can to donate to Humanity Plus so that we can keep doing the wonderful things that we've been doing for nearly 20 years. Imagine if this conference had not been virtual, but had been real, or at least in real life. You might have paid $500, $600 just to attend the conference. If it wasn't in your backyard, you might have paid $1,000 or $2,000 to travel to London or to Hong Kong or wherever to attend the conference. This one cost you nothing. And so, as a member of the board of directors, I think it's incumbent upon me in my role as a fundraiser to remind you that you've got an enormous amount of value from this conference. And if you want, it doesn't cost you a dime. But if you think that this conference is worthwhile, and if you think that Humanity Plus is worthwhile, and you believe in what we do, join us, become a member. If you have the wherewithal to do so, send us some money. $500 a year parcels out to, you know, like $10 a week. And we would love that from every one of our members. We don't get it. But if you can do it for us, we would love you. So
thank you, Paul.
That's where we are.
Kindly said. And as an educator, I see knowledge is free, but also as executive director of Humanity Plus, I understand Paul's sentiment, and your generosity is our generosity. And I am someone who truly believes in, I call it playing it forward, because paying it forward just somehow doesn't sound as lovely as playing it forward. So with all of our knowledge, thanks to the speakers for playing forward their knowledge and sharing with us. And again, tomorrow we have another astounding group of speakers. And attendees, please know that we value you so much. I didn't have much time to go to YouTube and look into the chat window, but I tried to intermittently, and I loved your comments, and I'd love working with you all. So I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And unless there's something urgent that I need to say, I'll just say farewell until tomorrow. Thank you. Onward, upward, outward.